Tonight, we're venturing into those shadows. We're exploring real-life accounts from people whose camping or hiking trips went horribly wrong, often fueled by decisions they undoubtedly regret. These aren't campfire tales spun from imagination. They are harrowing experiences that remind us just how vulnerable we can be when faced with the unknown or our own mistakes. Get ready to feel a chill as we present. True scary camping and hiking bad decisions horror stories. Prepare yourself, dim the lights, and let's dive into the wild and the terrifying. I need to get this out. Typing it feels safer somehow than saying it aloud. Like maybe the screen offers some kind of buffer against the memory. My hands are still shaking a little, even though it's been weeks. My boyfriend, Mike, and I, well, we used to think we were invincible. Or at least competent. We love the outdoors, the real outdoors. Not the curated state park trails with signposts every 50 feet and designated picnic areas. We crave the wild, the places where you had to rely on a compass, a map, and your own 2 feet. Places where seeing another human felt like a genuine surprise, not an expectation. That's what drew us to the Linville Gorge wilderness in North Carolina. They call it the Grand Canyon of the East, and while that might be a bit of marketing hyperbole, it's genuinely rugged. Steep ravines carved by the Linville River, dense forests clinging to the slopes, trails that often feel more like suggestions than actual paths. It demands respect, and maybe that was part of the appeal. We felt like we were earning the solitude, pushing ourselves past the casual hikers to find something truly remote. This trip, last month, was supposed to be special. We'd both managed to sync up a long weekend, a rare feat with our schedules. The plan was ambitious: penetrate deeper into a less trafficked section of the gorge than we ever had before, find a truly secluded spot off, map, and just disappear for 3 days. No cell service, that was a given in most of the gorge anyway. No emails, just us, the woods, and the river's distant roar. Mike's the planner, usually. He had the topographical maps spread across our living room floor for weeks beforehand, tracing potential routes with his finger, muttering about elevation changes and water sources. I'm more impulsive, the one who says, let's just see what's over that ridge. We balance each other out. Or at least, we thought we did. The first day was tough but rewarding. The humidity was thick, typical Appalachian summer, clinging to us like a second skin. The trail we started on quickly deteriorated, becoming overgrown and faint, exactly what we wanted. We scrambled over muss, covered boulders, pushed through thickets of rhododendron whose glossy leaves seemed to swallow the light, and navigated by landmarks Mike had picked out on the map, a distinctive rock outcrop, a sharp bend in a feeder creek. By late afternoon, we were miles from the trailhead, soaked in sweat, scratched by briars, and utterly alone. Perfect. We found it around golden hour, the secluded spot we dreamed of. It wasn't on any map, tucked away in a small, unnaturally flat clearing perhaps 100 yards off the barely, their trail we'd been following. A small, clear stream trickled nearby, disappearing into the undergrowth downslope. Tall, old-growth trees formed a protective canopy overhead, filtering the late afternoon sun into dancing beams of light. It felt ancient, peaceful, like a place forgotten by time. This is it. Chloe, Mike breathed, dropping his heavy pack with a satisfied thud. Told you we'd find it. I grinned, peeling my sweaty shirt away from my back. Okay, map man, you win this round. It's incredible. We set up camp quickly, pitching our small backpacking tent, filtering water from the stream, getting our stove ready for dinner. The sounds of the forest settled around us, the chirping of unseen birds, the buzz of insects, the gentle gurgle of the stream. It was everything we'd hoped for. The exhaustion of the hike melted away, replaced by a deep sense of contentment. It was while Mike was gathering firewood, venturing a little further into the woods surrounding our clearing, that things started to shift. I was organizing our food supplies inside the tent when he called out, his voice sounding odd. Not alarmed exactly, but hesitant. Curious. Chloe, you gotta come see this. I crawled out of the tent, swatting at a persistent mosquito. What is it? Find some primo kindling. He was standing about 30 yards away, near a particularly dense patch of trees and tangled vines, partially obscured by the deepening shadows. He wasn't looking at the ground for wood. He was staring intently into the thicket.
No, he said slowly, beckoning me over.
Something else. Curiosity picked. I walked towards him, pushing aside low-hanging branches. The air felt slightly cooler here, shaded from the last rays of the sun. As I got closer, I saw what had captured his attention. Almost completely hidden behind a thick curtain of ancient looking vines and overshadowed by a looming, gnarled oak was a structure, or what was left of one. It was an old cabin built from rough-hewn logs, now darkened and decaying with age. The roof sagged precariously in the middle, patched with rusted tin and gaping holes. One side of the small porch had collapsed entirely, the wood splintered and gray. Windows were either boarded up haphazardly or just empty, dark rectangles staring out like vacant eyes. It looked like it was being slowly swallowed by the forest, strangled by the very vines that concealed it. "Whoa," I whispered. "Where did that come from?" "No idea," Mike replied, his voice hushed. "It wasn't on any map, historical or otherwise. Must have been abandoned for decades, maybe longer. It was undeniably creepy, standing there in the fading light. Most old structures you find in the woods are just foundations, maybe a crumbling chimney stack. Finding something relatively intact, yet so obviously derelict and hidden, felt strange. Unsettling. Probably some old homesteader's place," I offered, trying to sound practical. "Or maybe a hunter's shack from way back." But even as I said it, it didn't feel right. There was an atmosphere around it, a stillness that felt heavier than the usual forest quiet. The birdsong seemed to stop right at the edge of the vines, and then the classic fatal horror movie moment happened. Curiosity, that insidious itch, overpowered common sense. "Should we look inside?" Mike asked, voicing the thought that had already flickered through my own mind. "Are you crazy?" I countered, but my voice lacked conviction. Part of me, the stupid, adventurous part, was undeniably intrigued. What secrets did this forgotten place hold? "Just a quick peek," he urged. From the doorway. "We came all this way for adventure, right?" He had me there. Against every screaming instinct that was beginning to surface, the part of me that read too many scary stories, I nodded slowly. "Okay, quick peek. But if it feels weird, we bail. Immediately. Deal," he said, a flicker of excitement in his eyes replacing the earlier hesitation. We pushed through the heavy, dusty vines, the movement disturbing spiders that scuttled away into deeper crevices. The air grew noticeably colder as we approached the cabin walls, and a faint smell, damp and earthy like disturbed soil mixed with something else, something vaguely metallic and unpleasant, hit my nostrils. The front door hung slightly ajar, tilted on broken hinges. Mike put his hand on the weathered wood, hesitated for a second, then pushed it open further. It groaned in protest, the sound loud in the surrounding silence. We peered inside. Darkness. Thick, cloying darkness that seemed to absorb the last vestiges of daylight. Dust motes danced in the single beam of light that pierced through a hole in the roof. The interior was small, maybe just one main room. Shapes of broken furniture lay scattered about, draped in cobwebs. Decay was everywhere. The floorboards looked rotten, and the air inside was stagnant, heavy with the smell of mold and neglect. Except for one thing. In the far corner of the room, positioned so it was just catching that single, weak beam of light, sat a child's rocking chair. It was small, made of dark wood, intricately carved in a way that seemed out of place with the cabin's rough construction. And unlike everything else in the room, the floor, the walls, the broken table, the debris, it was clean. Almost unnervingly so. No dust, no cobwebs. It looked used. And then we saw it. Slowly, deliberately, it began to rock. Back and forth, a gentle rhythmic sway. My breath hitched. I glanced at Mike. His face was pale, eyes wide, fixed on the chair. "Wind," he whispered, but it was a question with no conviction. There was no wind. Not outside, and certainly not inside this sealed-up, stagnant space. The air was perfectly still, heavy and cold. We strained our ears. No sound accompanied the movement, no creak of wood on wood, no scrape against the floorboards. Just the silent, impossible rocking. Back, forth, forth. The dust lay thick on everything, except that chair. It swayed as if an invisible child had just climbed out of it moments before we arrived. A cold deeper than the surrounding air seeped into me, right down to my bones. It wasn't just a chill, it was a feeling. A heavy, oppressive sensation of being watched. Not just watched, but seen. Scrutinized by something unseen, emanating from the deep shadows within that decaying cabin. Mike must have felt it too. He grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly tight. He breathed, his voice barely audible. "Let's go. Now." We didn't need telling twice. We backed away slowly, eyes still locked on that gently swaying chair in the corner, the feeling of invisible eyes burning into our backs. The rocking never faltered. Slow, steady, mocking. We stumbled back through the vines into the slightly warmer air of the twilight forest, hearts hammering against our ribs. The woods no longer felt peaceful. They felt charged hostile. We glanced back at the cabin, now just a dark shape melding with the shadows, the open doorway like a gaping mouth. I couldn't see the chair anymore, but I could still feel it. I could feel the watching. We needed to get out. Not just away from the cabin, but out of this clearing, out of these woods. The perfect spot had soared, tainted by whatever resided in that forgotten structure. The feeling of being watched didn't stop at the tree line. It followed us, a cold dread clinging to us as we scrambled back towards our tent, the idyllic campsite suddenly feeling terribly exposed. Our weekend of secluded adventure had just taken a very, very dark turn. We stumbled back into our small clearing, the cheerful little campsite that had felt like paradise an hour ago, now seeming horribly vulnerable, a tiny island of supposed safety in a sea of encroaching dread. My heart was doing a frantic drum solo against my ribs, and Mike's face was chalk, white in the gathering twilight. We instinctively moved closer together, backs almost touching, scanning the dense perimeter of trees surrounding us. The friendly woods had transformed into a wall of menacing shadows and unseen watchers. What the hell was that? I finally managed to gasp out, the words catching in my dry throat. I don't know, Mike said, his voice tight, strained. He kept glancing back towards the direction of the hidden cabin, even though it was completely obscured by trees and distance now. Wind couldn't do that. Not like that. And the cold, Chloe, did you feel that cold? I nodded mutely, rubbing my arms even though the humid evening air was still warm. The chill I'd felt near the cabin hadn't been natural. It had been invasive, predatory. And the feeling, the overwhelming certainty of being watched, it hadn't stayed back there with the cabin. It had followed us. I could feel it now, a prickling awareness crawling up my spine, the sensation of unseen eyes fixed on us from the darkening woods. We need to leave, I whispered urgently. No, pack up and go. Mike scrubbed a hand over his face, his planner, brain warring with the primal fear clearly visible in his eyes. Leave. Chloe, look around. He gestured at the rapidly fading light. It'll be pitch black in 20 minutes. We're miles off any marked trail, in rough terrain. Trying to hike out of here in the dark, that's how people get seriously hurt. Lost. Worse. He was right, damn it. Rationally, logically, he was absolutely right. Hiking Linville Gorge at night, especially off trail, was suicidal. A twisted ankle, a fall into a ravine, it was incredibly dangerous. But logic felt flimsy, pathetic, compared to the chilling certainty that staying here, so close to that thing in the cabin, was a different, possibly worse, kind of danger. So we just stay here. My voice trembled. Knowing that thing is just over there. I couldn't bring myself to say rocking chair. It sounded too mundane for the icy terror it invoked. You stay vigilant, Mike decided, his voice gaining a little more firmness, though the fear hadn't left his eyes. We build up the fire. Big. Keep it going all night. We take shifts watching. At first light, sunrise, we pack as fast as we can and we get the hell out. It's the only sensible option, Chloe. Sensible. The word felt alien in this context. Every nerve ending I possessed was screaming at me to run, to scramble through the darkness regardless of the risk. But I knew Mike was right about the dangers of a night hike. Trapped between two potentially lethal choices, we opted for the one that seemed more controllable. Stay put. Fortify. Wait for dawn. Building the fire became our immediate focus, a desperate act of reclaiming some small measure of control. Mike used his hatchet to chop furiously at the firewood he'd gathered earlier, the sharp thwack echoing unnervingly in the twilight quiet. I gathered every bit of loose tinder and small branches I could find near the tent, deliberately not venturing further out. We built the fire up much larger than we normally would, the flames leaping high, casting flickering, distorted shadows into the trees. It pushed back the physical darkness, but did little to dispel the oppressive atmosphere or the feeling of being watched. If anything, the dancing shadows seemed to give the unseen watchers more places to hide. We huddled close to the flames, eating our dehydrated meals without tasting them, our conversation clipped and hushed. Every normal night sound of the forest, the chirp of crickets, the hoot of a distant owl, the rustle of leaves sounded amplified, menacing. Was that just an owl? Or something mimicking it? Was that the wind? Or something moving stealthily just beyond the firelight's reach? Paranoia coiled in my stomach, tight and cold, the spot where we'd felt the unnatural chill near the cabin. Sometimes I thought I could feel tendrils of that same cold drifting into the edge of our clearing, only to be seemingly repelled by the heat of the fire. Or maybe I was just imagining it. My mind was a fertile ground for terror now. We agreed on 2 hour watches. Mike took the first. I crawled into the tent, zipping it tight, but sleep felt impossible. I lay there on my sleeping pad, eyes wide open in the stuffy darkness, listening to Mike occasionally adding wood to the fire, listening to the symphony of the night forest, trying to parse every sound. Was that shuffling noise just a possum, or something else? Did I just hear a twig snap too close to the tent wall? My hand clutched the small can of bear spray I kept near my pillow, its cold metal offering pitifully little comfort. At one point, drifting in that awful space between exhaustion and hyper-awareness, I thought I heard it, faintly, seeming to drift on the still night air from the direction of the cabin. A rhythmic sound, squeak, 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 like a tiny, unoiled hinge moving back and forth. Was it the rocking chair, miles away, through dense woods? Impossible. Must be insects. Tree frogs. My own frantic pulse pounding in my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it away, telling myself it was just fear playing tricks. But the imagined sound seemed to linger. When Mike finally whispered my name through the tent mesh, telling me it was my turn, I practically jumped out of my skin. Crawling out into the fire, lit clearing felt like stepping onto a hostile stage. The forest seemed to press in closer, the darkness beyond the firelight absolute and impenetrable. Mike crawled in the tent, exhausted, and was asleep almost instantly, leaving me alone with the crackling fire and my mounting dread. Sitting there, feeding logs into the flames, peering into the blackness, was one of brews I've ever experienced. The feeling of being watched was relentless. It felt patient, calculating. Like whatever was out there knew we were trapped, knew we had to wait for dawn, and was content to simply observe, letting our own fear do half the work. Time crawled. Every minute felt like an hour. I jumped at every flicker of movement at the edge of the light, every unexpected pop from the fire. My eyes strained, searching the shadows until they burned. I must have dozed off for a few seconds, head nodding forward, because a sudden sharp crack jolted me wide awake. It sounded like a thick branch breaking underfoot, startlingly close, maybe just 20 feet away in the darkness. I froze, listening intently, bear spray held aloft, my heart hammering. Silence, absolute ringing silence. No animal scurrying away, no follow-up sound. Just the crackle of the fire and the heavy thumping in my chest. Had I imagined it, or had something been right there, just beyond the reach of the light, watching me? The rest of my watch passed in a state of rigid terror. When the first hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky, it wasn't the wave of relief I'd expected. It just meant the next phase was beginning. I woke Mike gently. "It's dawn," I whispered. He sat up immediately, instantly awake, the fear still etched on his face. Anything happened. A noise. I told him, trying to keep my voice steady. Probably nothing. An animal. But we both knew I didn't believe that. There was no discussion. No need for coffee or breakfast. Just a shared look of grim determination fueled by lingering terror. "Pack," Mike said. Fast. Breaking camp was a frantic, clumsy affair. We shoved sleeping bags into stuffed sacks without rolling them properly, collapsed the tent with shaking hands, stuffing poles and fabric haphazardly into their bag. Every movement felt too loud, every drop pot or clanging water bottle an announcement of our intention to flee. We kept casting anxious glances towards the woods, specifically towards the unseen cabin's direction. The feeling of being watched hadn't lessened with the daylight. If anything, it felt more focused, more intense. Like whatever was there knew we were leaving, and it wasn't happy about it. We shouldered our packs, the familiar weight feeling alien and cumbersome. We took one last look around the clearing, confirming we'd left nothing behind, then turned towards the faint trail we'd followed in. "Ready?" Mike asked, his hand hovering near the hatchet looped onto his pack. I nodded, taking a deep breath. "Let's go." We started hiking, moving much faster than yesterday, driven by adrenaline and fear. The woods felt different in the morning light. Still beautiful, but now imbued with a sinister undercurrent. Every shadow seemed too deep, every tree trunk a potential hiding place, and the feeling started to change. It was no longer just the passive sensation of being watched from a fixed point. Now it felt active, mobile. It felt like we were being followed. A cold prickle ran constantly across the back of my neck, the instinctive, primal awareness of pursuit. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but saw nothing but trees, dappled sunlight, and ferns. Mike was doing the same, his head constantly swiveling. We didn't speak, saving our breath for the increasingly difficult terrain. Or maybe we were just too scared to break the tense silence. Then we heard it, behind us, maybe 50 yards back off to the side of the faint path. The distinct, unmistakable snap of a heavy branch breaking, louder than the one I'd heard last night, too heavy for a squirrel or a bird. It sounded like a footstep, a heavy one. We stopped dead, listening. Silence again. But this time the silence felt charged predatory. I breathed. "I heard it," he replied grimly. "Keep moving. Faster." Our pace increased from a fast hike to a stumbling trot. We crashed through undergrowth, ignoring scratches from briars, focusing only on putting distance between us and whatever was behind us. The feeling of pursuit intensified, becoming a palpable pressure, a cold wave rolling up behind us. It felt closer now, and then, cutting through the sounds of our own panicked flight, another sound reached us. Faint, distorted, carried on the morning air, but horribly clear. It sounded like a child giggling. Cold. Hollow giggle that had no mirth in it, only malice. That's when we stopped pretending it was just a hike. We broke into a full run, packs bouncing painfully, branches whipping at our faces. All semblance of trail navigation gone. We were just fleeing, crashing blindly through the woods, driven by sheer terror. The chase was on. Whatever we had disturbed back in that cabin wasn't content to stay there. It was coming after us. Panic is a powerful fuel, but it burns inefficiently. We ran like terrified animals, crashing through the undergrowth with no thought for direction, only escape. Behind us, that awful, cold giggle seemed to echo, sometimes sounding distant, sometimes chillingly close. Branches whipped at our faces and arms, leaving stinging red welts. Roots snagged our boots, threatening to send us sprawling. The terrain seemed determined to swallow us, steep inclines suddenly appearing where we expected level ground, thickets of thorny vines barring passage like sentient barbed wire. Mike, usually so calm and methodical with navigation, was just as lost as I was. He'd glance at his compass occasionally, cursing under his breath as the needle seemed to quiver indecisively or even spin lazily, refusing to lock onto north. It felt like the woods themselves were warping around us, actively trying to confuse us, to turn us back towards the cabin, towards the thing that hunted us. The footsteps, or whatever they were, kept pace. Sometimes heavy, crunching sounds right behind us, sometimes a lighter, faster shuffling parallel to us, hidden just beyond the dense screen of trees. Once, I risked a glance back and saw nothing but dappled sunlight and shifting leaves. But the feeling of pursuit was absolute, a physical pressure on my back. My lungs burned like they were filled with acid. My legs screamed in protest, muscles trembling with exhaustion. Tears of exertion and terror streamed down my face, mingling with sweat and grime. I stumbled on a loose rock, crying out as my ankle twisted painfully beneath me. I hit the damp earth hard, the wind knocked out of me. "Chloe!" Mike yelled, already turning back, his face a mask of fear. In that brief, terrible moment of stillness on the forest floor, the sound stopped. No giggle, no footsteps, just an unnerving, profound silence. And then, directly behind Mike, I felt it. A wave of intense cold, colder than anything I'd felt before, washing over us. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp soil and that faint, metallic tang I remembered from the cabin. I looked up at Mike, and his eyes were wide with terror, fixed on something just over my shoulder. He wasn't breathing. He yanked me to my feet with adrenaline-fueled strength, ignoring my cry of pain from my ankle. "Run!" he screamed, shoving me forward. We didn't need telling twice. We scrambled onward, my injured ankle sending jolts of agony up my leg with every step, but the terror was a far more potent motivator than the pain. We didn't dare look back. What had Mike seen? I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. The feeling of that icy presence, that brief direct focus, was burned into my memory. We pushed through a final, dense wall of rhododendron, scratching our skin raw, and suddenly burst out onto something blessedly familiar, a wider, clearer path. It wasn't the main park trail, but it was definitely a trail, marked with faded blue blazes on the trees. We recognized it as a connector trail we'd briefly considered on the map, one that led, eventually, back towards the river and the general direction of the parking area. A surge of desperate hope shot through me. Civilization wasn't far, safety felt possible again. But the feeling of being watched didn't vanish, it intensified, twisting into something that felt like cold fury. The sounds changed. The giggle was gone, replaced by a low, guttural sound, almost a growl, that seemed to vibrate through the ground itself. The footsteps behind us became heavier, more deliberate, matching our pace just out of sight. It felt like whatever was chasing us knew we were nearing escape, and it was enraged. We half ran, half limped down the trail, my ankle protesting violently, Mike practically dragging me at times. Every shadow seemed to hold menace, every gust of wind sounded like a whispered threat. The final mile felt like an eternity, fueled by the last dregs of adrenaline and the sheer terror of the thing pacing us just beyond the trees. Then, through the foliage, I saw it, a flash of faded blue paint. Mike's beat-up old SUV, parked where we'd left it what felt like a lifetime ago at the small, dusty trailhead lot. The car! I sobbed, relief mixing with the ever-present fear. We broke from the tree line and sprinted across the gravel lot. Mike fumbled frantically with his keys, his hands shaking so badly he dropped them once. I scanned the edge of the woods, heart pounding, expecting to see something emerge, to see the source of the footsteps in the cold. But there was nothing. Just the silent, impassive trees, watching us. He finally got the door unlocked. We threw our packs onto the back seat without even looking, scrambled inside, and slammed the doors, hitting the lock button simultaneously. For a moment, we just sat there, chests heaving, gasping for air, the sudden silence inside the car deafening after the chaos of the woods. Mike jammed the key into the ignition and twisted. The engine roared to life, a beautiful mechanical sound of escape. He slammed the gear shift into reverse and peeled out of the parking lot, spraying gravel, not even bothering to straighten out properly before speeding down the winding park access road. I risked a look in the rearview mirror as we rounded the first bend. The trailhead was empty. The woods stood silent and still in the morning sun. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched, the cold dread it hadn't stayed back there. It felt like it was sitting in the back seat, a silent, unseen passenger on our frantic journey home. The drive back was mostly silent, punctuated only by our ragged breathing and the occasional shaky sigh. We were both covered in scratches, dirt, and sweat. My ankle was throbbing, swelling rapidly. We looked at each other occasionally, the shared trauma reflected in our wide, haunted eyes. What had happened back there? What had we stumbled upon? What had we disturbed? Returning to our apartment, to the mundane world of traffic noise, emails, and neighbors felt surreal. The solid walls and locked doors offered a thin veneer of safety, but the terror had followed us home. Sleep, when it came, was fractured, plagued by nightmares of a dark cabin, an empty rocking chair moving relentlessly on its own, and the feeling of cold, invisible eyes watching from the corners of the room. Weeks have passed. My ankle healed, the scratches faded. We try to act normal. We go to work, see friends, talk about anything but Linville Gorge. But something broke back there. Mike is quieter now, prone to long silences, jumping at sudden noises. I find myself checking locks obsessively, avoiding looking out of dark windows at night. The feeling of being watched comes and goes, a faint echo of the intense dread we felt in the woods, usually late at night when the house is quiet. We never finished that trip. We barely made it out alive. Finding that secluded spot felt like a victory at first, a testament to our adventurous spirit. But stumbling upon that cabin, letting curiosity override caution, that was the mistake. A deadly mistake, not because it killed us physically, but because it exposed us to something ancient, malevolent, and possessive. Something that resided in that forgotten corner of the gorge, jealously guarding its solitude. We disturbed its rest. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind rattles the window pane just so, or when I wake suddenly from a nightmare, I think I can almost hear it, very faintly. The sound of a small chair rocking slowly, deliberately, back and forth, back and forth. We escaped the gorge. But I don't think we ever truly got away. Whatever rests there knows who we are now, and it watches. My name's Ethan, just Ethan. No fancy middle name, no junior or the third tacked onto the end. Just Ethan working a dead end data entry job in Charlotte, trying to make the rent and maybe squirrel away enough cash for a decent vacation once a year. The kind of guy you wouldn't look twice at in a crowd, which is fine by me mostly. Sometimes, though, you need to break the routine, shake off the fluorescent hum of the office and the endless spreadsheets. You need something real, something raw. That's what the trip to Pisgah National Forest was supposed to be about. It was Liam's idea naturally. Liam's always the one with the grand plans, the sudden bursts of enthusiasm that somehow managed to drag the rest of us along. He'd found some supposedly secluded spot deep in Pisgah, promising unparalleled stargazing, miles from cell service, the perfect reset button for our increasingly mundane lives. Just us, the woods, and a few dozen cold ones. Boys, he declared over beers the week before. Escape the Matrix! There were 4 of us heading out that Friday afternoon meet: Liam, Noah, and Ben. Liam, the aforementioned instigator, all boundless energy and questionable decision-making. Noah quiet, thoughtful. The kind of guy who actually reads the safety pamphlets and worries about bears, but secretly loves the thrill just as much as Liam. And Ben, the seasoned outdoorsman of the group, the one who knew how to pitch a tent without the instructions, turning into an abstract art project, and could probably start a fire with 2 damp twigs if needed. I fell somewhere in the middle, eager for the escape, but with a healthy dose of city dweller apprehension about things that rustle in the dark. The drive up was exactly what you'd expect. Bad classic rock radio, questionable gas station snacks, and Liam recounting increasingly improbable stories from his college days. The further we drove, the more the concrete jungle melted away, replaced by rolling hills, dense forests, and that clean, crisp mountain air that smells like pine needles and wet earth. By the time we turned off the main highway onto the winding gravel road Liam had highlighted on a crinkled map, the city felt like a distant memory, a different lifetime. Pisgah National Forest is vast, ancient feeling. The trees tower over you, thick and imposing, filtering the late afternoon sun into dappled patterns on the forest floor. It's beautiful, undeniably, but there's an intensity to it, a sense of being watched by something old and indifferent. We bumped along the forest service road for what felt like an hour, the truck rattling over potholes, branches scraping against the windows like skeletal fingers. Liam, navigating with the map spread across the dashboard, finally pointed to a barely visible turn-off.
This is it! Base Camp Alpha!
The spot was adequate. A small clearing relatively flat, surrounded by a dense wall of rhododendrons and towering pines. A crudely built stone fire pit sat in the center, clearly used before, but long enough ago that nature was starting to reclaim it. It wasn't exactly the majestic overlook Liam might have painted in his pitch, but it was secluded. Definitely secluded. The silence, once the truck engine died, was profound. Not a dead silence, but one filled with the subtle sounds of the forest, the chirping of unseen birds, the rustle of leaves in the canopy high above, the distant gurgle of unseen water. Setting up camp took the usual fumbling and cursing, mostly from Liam trying to assemble his newfangled pop-up tent that refused to pop up correctly. Ben, ever the pragmatist, had his sturdy dome tent erected in minutes and was already gathering firewood. Noah and I wrestled with my slightly less complex but still annoying tent, eventually managing something that resembled shelter. By the time we were done, the sun was dipping below the ridgeline, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. The campfire crackled merrily, pushing back the encroaching darkness. Ben had proven his fire-starting prowess, and soon we were settled in our camp chairs, beers cracked open, the familiar rhythm of friendly banter filling the air. We grilled sausages on sticks, burned marshmallows, and told stories, ghost stories, exaggerated tales of past misadventures, plans for the future. It was perfect, exactly the escape we'd needed. The city, the jobs, the everyday anxieties, they all felt a million miles away, insignificant under the vast, star-dusted canopy that was beginning to reveal itself through the gaps in the trees. The air grew colder, the fire felt warmer, and a comfortable camaraderie settled over us. That's when the first odd thing happened. It wasn't loud. It wasn't sudden. It was subtle, easily dismissed at first. A sound from the edge of the firelight, just beyond the ring of illumination our headlamps provided. Snap, like a dry twig breaking underfoot. Normal enough in a forest, right? Animals, settling earth, whatever. Liam was mid-sentence, telling some ridiculous story about a squirrel stealing his lunch back in college, so maybe only I properly registered it. Then a minute or two later, snap. Same sound, same general direction, somewhere off to the left, deeper in the tree line. Still explainable, probably a deer or a raccoon. Ben paused, head tilted slightly, then seemed to shrug it off, poking the fire with a long stick. Noah fidgeted in his chair, his eyes darting towards the darkness. Snap. This time, closer, and maybe followed by another faint snap almost immediately after. It was hard to tell over the crackle of the fire and Liam's booming laughter at his own punchline. I glanced at Ben. He met my eyes, a flicker of something unreadable in his expression before he gave a small shake of his head. A silent, probably nothing. But the probably nothing started feeling less probable as the night wore on. The snapping sounds continued intermittently at first, then with increasing regularity. Snap, snap, snap. Always from the periphery, just outside the circle of light. What was unsettling wasn't just the sound itself, but the pattern. It wasn't random, like an animal foraging or moving through the underbrush. It felt deliberate, rhythmic. Snap, pause, a snap. Like someone taking slow, measured steps, carefully breaking a twig with each footfall. Okay, is anyone else hearing that? Noah finally whispered, his voice tight. He'd stopped pretending to listen to Liam's story and was staring fixedly into the blackness beyond the fire. Liam stopped talking, annoyed at the interruption. Hearing what? The sound of nature, dude. Relax. No, man, the branches. Noah insisted. It's like paste. Like someone's walking around us. Snap, snap. Right on cue. This time from behind Ben's tent. Closer still. Ben stood up slowly, grabbing the hefty flashlight he kept clipped to his belt. He swept the powerful beam in a slow arc around the campsite perimeter. The light cut through the darkness, illuminating tree trunks, dense thickets of rhododendron, and curtains of hanging moss. Nothing. Just trees and shadows. The snapping stopped the moment the light beam hit the area where the sound seemed to originate. Probably just a possum or something getting spooked by the light, Ben said, though his voice lacked its earlier conviction. He kept the flashlight beam moving, probing the edges of the clearing. Yeah, a possum that walks in perfect time, Noah muttered sarcastically, pulling his jacket tighter around himself despite the warmth from the fire. Liam, trying to regain control and break the tension, let out a forced laugh. All right, maybe it's Bigfoot's little cousin. Come to borrow some marshmallows. Seriously, guys, we're in the middle of the woods. There are going to be noises. But his bravado felt thin. Even he kept glancing over his shoulder now. The easy atmosphere of an hour ago was gone, replaced by a brittle silence, punctuated only by the crackling fire and our own suddenly shallow breathing. And the snapping, it started again, moments after Ben switched off the main beam of his flashlight, relying only on his headlamp. Snap, snap, snap. Further away now, circling towards the back of the clearing. It felt like it was testing the boundaries of our light, our awareness. We sat there for what felt like an eternity, listening. The rhythmic breaking of wood continued its slow, deliberate circuit around our camp. Sometimes closer, sometimes further, a predatory patience in its cadence. It wasn't aggressive, not yet, but it was undeniably there, aware of us. And then, mingling with the snapping, weaving through the oppressive silence between the cracks of wood, another sound began, low, mournful, almost too quiet to be sure of at first. A soft, breathy note that seemed to rise from the damp earth itself. It wasn't an owl, it wasn't the wind sighing through the pines. It was a whistle, a slow, desolate tune, formless yet coherent, that seemed to drift on the night air, circling us, just like the snapping sounds. And it was getting closer, the whistling. It hung in the air, thin and reedy, weaving through the rhythmic snap-snap of unseen steps. Nobody spoke. Liam's attempt at humor died on his lips, his face pale in the firelight. Noah looked like he was about to be physically sick, hands clenched white, knuckled on the arms of his camp chair. Even Ben, steady Ben, had frozen, his headlamp beam fixed uselessly on a patch of dark trees where the sound seemed thickest. It wasn't just a random forest noise. The tune, though simple and mournful, had a structure, a cadence that felt deliberate, almost conversational. And it was definitely circling. Snap, whistle, snap. It moved from our left flank, behind Ben's tent, towards the back of the clearing where Noah and I had pitched ours. The whistling seemed to ride on the snapping sounds, a chilling duet performed just beyond the reach of our firelight. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the slow, insidious rhythm from the darkness. Every nerve ending felt hypersensitive, attuned to the slightest rustle of leaves, the pop of the fire, the heavy silence that fell between the unnatural sounds. What is that? Noah finally stammered, his voice barely audible.
Wind.
Liam offered weakly, but the air was still. Not a single leaf stirred on the nearby bushes. The smoke from our fire rose straight up in a thin column. It wasn't the wind. No, Ben said, his voice low and tight. He hadn't moved, still scanning the tree line. That's not wind. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. Hello, he called out, his voice louder than expected, cracking slightly on the second syllable. Is anyone out there? The snapping stopped. The whistling paused mid-note. Silence descended, thick and absolute. It pressed in on us, heavier than the sounds had been. We held our breath, straining to hear anything or reply, an animal scurrying away, anything normal. Nothing. Just the frantic pulse in my own ears and the crackle of the logs settling in the fire pit. Lamb started, a shaky grin trying to form. Probably just spooked whatever it of. The whistling started again, abruptly louder this time. Closer. It felt like it was right behind my tent, just yards away. It wasn't the same mournful, drifting tune. This was different, sharper, higher pitched. Almost mocking. It sounded vaguely, horribly, like a distorted imitation of a cheerful hiking whistle, the kind someone might use to keep track of their companions on a trail, but warped into something sinister and unpleasant.
Snap, snap, snap!
The snapping returned faster now, less rhythmic, more agitated. It came from multiple points around the clearing simultaneously, behind my tent, off to the right near the truck, back in the original spot to the left. It wasn't one thing circling anymore. It felt like several things, or something capable of being in multiple places at once, closing in.
Okay.
Screw this, Liam hissed, scrambling out of his chair. Screw this Matrix escape. He fumbled for his own flashlight, his earlier bravado completely evaporated, replaced by raw panic. Stay by the fire. Liam, Ben snapped, his voice sharp with command. Don't run off. He kept his powerful beam sweeping the perimeter, but it felt futile. The sound seemed to dance around the edges of the light, always originating from just outside its reach. The moment the beam passed, the snapping or whistling would resume from the freshly darkened spot. It felt intelligent. It felt like a game. We huddled closer to the fire, the dying flames suddenly feeling like our only shield against the vast, pressing darkness and whatever lurked within it. The heat radiating from the embers did little to ward off the chill that had sunk deep into my bones, a fear colder and more primal than the mountain air. I kept imagining shapes in the shadows between the trees, tall, gaunt figures just beyond perception, but my eyes could never resolve anything concrete. Was it just the firelight playing tricks, or was something actually there? The whistling changed again. It reverted to the low, mournful tone, but now it sounded wet, gurgling, like someone trying to whistle through a throat full of water or mud. The sound was viscerally disgusting, and it sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Noah gagged, covering his mouth. Snap, whistle, gurgle, snap. It continued its slow circuit, punctuated by the faster, agitated snapping from other points. The feeling of being surrounded, observed, and toyed with was suffocating. Why us? What did it want? Was it animal, human, or something else entirely? The ambiguity was almost worse than a direct confrontation. Ben, what do we do? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. I looked to him, the experienced one, hoping for a plan for reassurance. Ben didn't answer immediately. He lowered his flashlight beam slightly, his face grim. We stay awake. We keep the fire going. We make noise. He picked up a thick branch from the firewood pile. And nobody leaves the firelight. Nobody. We fed the fire obsessively, throwing on logs much faster than necessary, desperate to keep the circle of light as wide as possible. Liam started banging two rocks together periodically, a sharp, jarring sound that felt pathetic against the backdrop of the whistling and snapping. Noah just sat rigid, staring into the flames as if mesmerized, jumping at every pop and crackle. For a while, maybe 20 minutes, our noise seemed to work. The whistling grew fainter, the snapping less frequent. A fragile hope began to bloom in my chest. Maybe we'd scared it off. Maybe it was just some weird nocturnal animal, easily deterred. Maybe we could just make it through until dawn. Then, silence fell again. No snapping, no whistling. Just the fire and our own ragged breathing. Liam stopped banging the rocks. We looked at each other, questioning. Was it over? The silence stretched. 1 minute, 2, 5. Long enough for the tension to ratchet up again, the absence of the sounds becoming almost as unnerving as their presence. Suddenly, from directly behind Liam's poorly erected tent, came a single loud crack!
Not a twig this time.
This sounded like a thick branch, snapped cleanly in two. It was forceful, violent, and terrifyingly close. Liam yelped and stumbled back, tripping over his own chair and landing hard on the ground near the fire pit. At the same instant, the whistling returned, but not from the tree line. It sounded like it was coming from inside Liam's tent. The same gurgling, wet whistle, muffled by the thin nylon fabric, but unmistakably there. Panic erupted. Liam scrambled away from the tent on all fours, Crab walking backwards towards us, his face sheet, white with terror. Noah let out a choked cry. Ben raised the heavy branch he was holding like a club, flashlight beam locked onto the small, dumb tent that now seemed impossibly menacing. The whistling inside the tent continued for a few more seconds, a grotesque waterlogged tune, before abruptly cutting off. Silence crashed back down, heavy and suffocating. Nothing moved. The tent flap remained zipped shut. We stared at the tent, frozen, waiting. What was in there? How had it gotten in without us seeing? The zipper hadn't moved. Had it been inside all along? The implications were horrifying. Nobody goes near that tent. Ben breathed, his voice shaking for the first time. He took a step back, pulling Liam closer to the fire. The woods remained silent, No snapping, no whistling from the perimeter. It was all focused now on that flimsy nylon dome just feet away from us. The air crackled with unseen energy, with the certainty that something was terribly wrong, that we had stumbled into a place we should never have been. The guy's weekend, the beers, the campfire stories, they felt like a naive dream from a lifetime ago. Now, there was only the fire, the oppressive darkness, the silent tent, and the bone deep conviction that we were not alone, and whatever was with us was not friendly. The thought of packing up, of making a run for the truck, began to solidify in my mind, no longer a maybe, but a desperate necessity. The only question was, would it let us leave? We stared at Liam's tent, paralyzed by the impossible sound that had emanated from within its thin walls. The gurgling whistle had stopped, but its echo seemed to linger in the heavy silence, a vile residue staining the night air. The fire popped, making all four of us jump violently. Liam was still on the ground, breathing in harsh, shallow gasps, eyes locked on his tent as if expecting it to burst open. Noah looked like he might pass out, swaying slightly on his feet. Ben held the branch like a lifeline, knuckles white, his usual composure utterly fractured. Nobody wanted to know what might have been, or might still be, inside that flimsy dome. The zipper remained closed, the fabric still, but for a terrifying second, I thought I saw the side of the tent bulge slightly outwards, just a gentle, subtle curve, as if something large inside had shifted its weight or taken a breath. Then it was still again.
Imagination. Maybe. I didn't care.
We're leaving, Ben stated, his voice raspy but firm. It wasn't a suggestion. No. That single command broke the paralysis. Suddenly, we were a flurry of panicked motion, driven by pure adrenaline and the overwhelming need to get out. Staying felt infinitely more dangerous than facing whatever lay between us and the truck. Forget the gear. Ben barked, already moving towards his own tent. Just sleeping bags, essentials, whatever you can grab in 30 seconds. Go! Packing became a chaotic scramble. Tents were abandoned half standing. Cooking gear, chairs, leftover food, none of it mattered. I fumbled with my backpack zipper, shoving my sleeping bag in haphazardly, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grasp the fabric. My headlamp beam bounced erratically, scanning the tree line. Then my pack, then Liam's silent tent, then back to the darkness. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every tree looked like a waiting figure. Liam scrambled to his feet, leaving his tent and everything in it without a backward glance. He just grabbed his wallet and keys, stuffing them into his pockets. Noah managed to retrieve his sleeping bag, but dropped his flashlight twice, his movements jerky and uncoordinated. Ben was the most collected, methodically stuffing his own bag and grabbing the first aid kit and his large flashlight. Snap. The sound returned from the edge of the woods near the truck's path. Soft, almost hesitant. Whistle the low, mournful tune drifted from the opposite side of the clearing. It knew we were leaving. Move. Ben urged, slinging his pack on. Stick together. Lights on. Go, go, go! We practically ran from the firelight, a tight knot of fear propelling us towards the barely visible track where we'd driven in. The distance to the truck couldn't have been more than 50 yards, but it felt like miles, an agonizing gauntlet through hostile territory. Our headlamp beams sliced through the oppressive darkness, catching on tangled roots, low-hanging branches, and strange, twisted shapes that lurked just beyond the edges of illumination. The snapping sounds kept pace with us, moving through the undergrowth to our left and right. Snap, snap. Sometimes close, sometimes further back, like outriders flanking our terrified retreat. The whistling seemed to stay behind us, near the abandoned campsite, a sorrowful, gurgling farewell that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Or maybe it was leading us towards something else. My mind raced with terrifying possibilities. Noah stumbled over a root, letting out a sharp cry. Ben hauled him back to his feet instantly.
Keep moving.
My own breathing was loud and ragged in my ears. I could feel unseen eyes watching us from the dense blackness between the trees. The air felt thick, charged with malice. I risked a glance behind us. The campfire was a small, flickering orange eye in the distance, already being swallowed by the woods. And silhouetted against its dying light, I thought I saw something. A shape, tall and impossibly thin, standing motionless at the edge of the clearing, right where Liam's tent was. It wasn't there long enough to be sure, just a fleeting impression before we rounded a bend in the faint path, but the image burned itself into my brain. Then we saw it, the blessed, beautiful silhouette of Ben's pickup truck, reflecting faintly in our headlamp beams. Relief washed over me so potent it almost buckled my knees. We scrambled towards it, fumbling with the door handles. Ben had the keys out, his hand shaking as he jammed one into the driver's side lock. Click. The sound of the doors unlocking was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. We piled in, slamming the doors shut, sealing ourselves inside the metal box. For a moment, we just sat there, chests heaving, gulping air, the sudden relative safety feeling surreal. Ben didn't waste a second. He jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, shattering the forest's unnatural quiet. The headlights blazed on, cutting a clear path through the darkness, pushing back the menacing shadows. Ben slammed the truck into reverse, tires spinning on the loose gravel and pine needles, then wrenched the wheel, swinging the truck around. He gunned the engine, bumping and lurching back down the track towards the main forest road, driving far too fast for the conditions, but none of us cared. Faster was better. Away was better. As we bounced down the track, the headlights swept across the trees lining the path. In that flashing, erratic illumination, I saw it again. Or thought I did. Just for a fraction of a second, standing back amongst the pines, partially obscured by a thick rhododendron bush, that same tall, thin silhouette, motionless, watching us leave. Liam saw something too. He let out a strangled gasp, pointing a shaking finger.
Deer!
Did you see that? Noah whimpered from the back seat. Ben just kept his eyes glued to the track ahead, knuckles white on the steering wheel, foot pressed hard on the accelerator. We didn't speak again until we hit the relative smoothness of the main Forest Service road, and then only in clipped, breathless sentences. Go faster, or the door's locked. Don't look back. The drive out of Pisgah felt endless. Every curve in the road held imagined horrors. Every shadow seemed to move. The whistling was gone, the snapping silenced by the roar of the engine and the speed of our retreat, but the feeling of being watched, of being allowed to leave, lingered heavy in the air. It wasn't until we finally hit the paved highway, the familiar sight of streetlights, and the occasional passing car appearing like beacons of civilization, that the crushing weight on my chest began to ease, replaced by a bone, deep exhaustion, and a trembling reaction. We'd made it. We'd actually gotten away. We drove straight back to Charlotte, the four of us wrapped in a stunned, exhausted silence. Nobody wanted to talk about what happened, not yet, maybe not ever. We dropped Liam and Noah off, mumbled reassurances we didn't feel, and Ben drove me home. We didn't make plans to see each other soon. The shared trauma hung between us, unspoken but potent. That weekend trip was supposed to be an escape, a reset. And it was, in a way. It reset my perception of reality, ripped away the comfortable blanket of mundane life, and showed me the darkness that can exist just beyond the streetlights, hidden in the ancient woods. Pisgah National Forest. It's beautiful, sure. But we made a bad decision going there, stumbling into somewhere we weren't welcome. We were lucky, incredibly lucky, to walk away with just shredded nerves and a story nobody would likely believe. But sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet and the city outside is asleep, I hear it. Faintly, drifting on the breeze outside my bedroom window. That low, mournful whistle. Is it just the wind? Or the memory of terror echoing in my mind? Or did something follow us out of those woods? I don't know. And I'm terrified to find out. All I know is I'll never go camping again. Some places are best left undisturbed, and some sounds, once heard, are never truly forgotten. Going there was a mistake we barely walked away from. My name is Liam. I'm writing this down, partly because I need to get it out, partly as a warning. Maybe someone else planning a trip deep into the back country will read this and think twice, or at least trust their gut when things feel wrong. Because we didn't. And that was almost the last mistake any of us ever made. This happened a couple of years back. It was late September, that sweet spot in Appalachia where the summer heat finally breaks, the air gets crisp, and the leaves are just starting to turn those fairy shades of red and gold. Perfect camping weather. Me, my buddy Jake, and his girlfriend Chloe decided we needed one last proper trip before winter really set in. We weren't novices. We'd all done plenty of hiking and camping. We thought we knew the woods pretty well. We picked the Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina. It's huge, over 500,000 acres. Rugged, beautiful, and you can get seriously remote out there if you want to. That was the appeal, getting away from everything, deep enough that you wouldn't see another soul for days. We drove down from Asheville, parked the truck at a trailhead off a winding gravel Forest Service road, loaded up our packs, and headed in. The plan was simple: hike about 6 miles in the first day, set up a base camp near a creek Jake knew from a previous trip years ago, spend 2 nights exploring the area, and hike out the third day. Standard stuff. The first day was great. The air smelled like damp earth and pine needles. Sunlight dappled through the thick canopy overhead, and the only sounds were our boots crunching on fallen leaves, the chatter of squirrels, and the occasional bird song. We were making good time, joking around, feeling that sense of freedom you only get when you're miles from the nearest road. Jake, as usual, was leading the charge, full of energy, cracking jokes that were mostly terrible but kept the mood light. Chloe was quieter, more observant, pointing out interesting plants or animal tracks. I was just soaking it all in, happy to be away from work, deadlines, and the constant noise of the city. We found the spot Jake remembered late in the afternoon. It was perfect, a small, relatively flat clearing maybe 50 yards from a clear, fast running creek surrounded by towering pines and thick rhododendron bushes. It felt sheltered, secluded. We dropped our packs with sighs of relief, muscles pleasantly sore. Setting up camp went smoothly. Tents popped up, sleeping bags unrolled, water filter got pumping down by the creek. Jake, ever the enthusiastic pyro, got a fire going while Chloe and I organized the food situation. As dusk started to settle, the forest changed. The shadows grew long and distorted, merging together. The air cooled rapidly. The sounds shifted, the daytime chatter faded, replaced by the chirping of crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the constant murmur of the nearby creek. We gathered around the fire pit Jake had built up with rocks, the flames casting a warm, dancing orange glow on our faces and the immediate circle of our camp. Beyond that circle, the darkness was absolute, pressing in. It felt like the trees themselves were leaning closer, listening. We cooked dinner, dehydrated chili mac, which tastes like gourmet cuisine after a day of hiking, passed around a flask of whiskey Jake had brought, and talked. The usual campfire stuff: stories, plans for the next day's hike, more bad jokes from Jake. The fire crackled merrily, spitting sparks up into the night sky, where a million stars were starting to blaze, unbelievably bright without any city light pollution. It was peaceful, idyllic even. And then I saw it. It wasn't sudden. It was more like my eyes were drawn to a specific spot, at the very edge of the firelight, just past the big pine tree on the far side of the clearing. I'd been kind of zoning out, staring into the flames, and when I looked up, my gaze just landed there. At first, I didn't register what I was seeing. It was just a shape darker than the surrounding dark. But it wasn't merging with the shadows. It was the shadow, but solid somehow. I kept looking, squinting. It wasn't moving, not in the way an animal would, shifting its weight or sniffing the air. It was perfectly still. And it was tall, way too tall to be a person standing naturally. And thin, disturbingly unnaturally thin. Like someone had taken a normal human silhouette and stretched it vertically, thinning it out in the process. My first thought, ridiculous as it sounds, was Slenderman. The internet meme, the creepypasta. But this wasn't a meme. This felt viscerally real, standing right there at the edge of our sanctuary. It wasn't a bare wrong shape, too static, not a deer way too tall, and the stillness was all wrong. It seemed spindly. Then I noticed the limbs, or what I perceived as limbs. They seemed too long for the body, even for its exaggerated height, and the joints, they looked wrong. Bent at angles that didn't seem anatomically possible, or maybe just positioned weirdly on the torso. It was hard to make out details in the flickering light, and the deep shadow cast by the pine it was half hidden behind, but the overall impression was one of profound wrongness, like a marionette whose strings had been cut, but it somehow remained standing, rigid and watchful. It was just watching us. I felt it then, a cold certainty that prickled the hairs on the back of my neck. Its attention wasn't general. It was focused directly on us, on the fire, on our little island of light and noise in its vast, silent domain. My heart started hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the backdrop of the crackling fire and chirping crickets. My mouth went dry. I wanted to yell, to scream, but my voice was caught in my throat. I slowly, deliberately lifted my hand, my finger trembling as I pointed towards the edge of the light, towards the impossible figure lurking by the pine tree. Guys, my voice came out as a choked whisper. Look over there. Jake and Chloe turned, following my pointing finger. Jake squinted. Look at what, man? Don't see anything. Chloe peered into the darkness. Where? By the big tree. Yeah, right there. I insisted, my voice strained. It was something tall, really tall and thin.
It was standing right there.
They both stared for a good 10 seconds. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks upwards. The creek murmured. Nothing moved in the spot I was pointing at. It was empty. Just deep shadow in the trunk of the pine tree. Jake chuckled, breaking the tension. Dude, you're seeing things. Probably just a weird shadow from the fire, or maybe a tree branch looking funky in the dark. He took another swig from the flask. Or maybe you've had enough of this whiskey. Chloe offered a slightly nervous smile.
Yeah, lamb.
There's nothing there. The woods play tricks on your eyes at night. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a trick of the light. It was solid, it was tall, it was wrong, and it was watching us. And the moment they looked, it was gone. Vanished completely without a sound. That somehow was almost creepier than seeing it stand there. How could something that tall move that fast, that silently through the underbrush? They laughed it off, returning to their conversation, maybe a little more subdued than before, but determined not to let my apparent hallucination spoil the mood. They tried to include me, but I couldn't shake it. The image was burned into my mind, the unnatural height, the thinness, the wrongly jointed limbs, the unnerving stillness. Every snap of a twig in the surrounding forest now sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind rustling the leaves seemed like a whisper. The darkness beyond the firelight no longer felt empty. It felt occupied, watchful. I kept scanning the tree line, my eyes straining against the gloom, heart pounding with a residual fear that refused to subside. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The cozy campfire suddenly seemed like a beacon, advertising our presence to whatever lurked just outside its reach. That gut feeling, the primal instinct screaming that something was dangerously out of place, was overwhelming. But my friends had dismissed it, rationalized it away. And because I didn't want to be the paranoid weirdo, because I couldn't prove what I saw, I tried to push it down too. I tried to tell myself Jake was right. Just a shadow, too much whiskey. An overactive imagination stoked by the isolation in the dark. We eventually called it a night, retreating to our separate tents. Sleep didn't come easily for me. Every rustle outside, every creak of a tree branch sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I lay there in my sleeping bag, eyes wide open in the pitch blackness of the tent, listening. Listening for something that wasn't the normal sounds of the forest at night. Listening for the silent footfall of something tall and thin moving just outside the thin nylon walls. The decision was made to pack up and leave the next morning, cutting the trip short. My unease had subtly infected the others, even if they wouldn't admit what I saw was real. But lying there, feeling the immense, pressing weight of the dark forest around me, I couldn't shake the terrifying thought that waiting until morning might already be too late. Ignoring that visceral, gut-wrenching feeling, letting my friends laugh it off, that was our first bad decision. And I had a sickening certainty it wouldn't be our last. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away when the figure vanished. If anything, it had intensified, spreading out, blanketing the entire campsite. We were trespassers here, and something ancient and deeply unsettling knew we were here. Saying I didn't sleep is an understatement. I drifted in and out of a state of hyper-aware pseudo-slumber, every nerve ending seemingly tuned to the world outside the tent. The slightest sound, a leaf skittering in a breeze, the distant snap of a twig, the rustle of some small critter in the undergrowth, had me jolting upright, heart pounding, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The comforting sounds of the forest had become a soundtrack of potential threats. I kept picturing that tall, thin silhouette, those wrongly jointed limbs moving silently through the trees just yards away. Was it still out there, circling the camp, just watching, waiting? When the first gray light of dawn finally started filtering through the dense canopy, it wasn't a relief. It just replaced the absolute blackness with a dim, oppressive twilight that seemed to swallow sound. The air was cold and damp, heavy with mist that clung to the ground and muffled the edges of the world. I crawled out of my tent, stiff and unrested, scanning the campsite immediately. Jake and Chloe emerged soon after, looking equally rough. Jake tried to muster some morning cheerfulness, talking about coffee, but his eyes kept darting towards the tree line, betraying an unease he wouldn't voice. Chloe was quiet, drawn, her gaze sweeping the clearing with wide, nervous eyes. The easy camaraderie of the previous day was gone, replaced by a brittle tension. Anything? Jake asked me, his voice low, nodding towards the spot by the big pine where I'd seen the figure. I had already looked, carefully. I walked over, my boots sinking slightly into the damp pine needles. I scanned the ground meticulously. Footprints, broken branches, anything. There was nothing. Nothing disturbed, nothing out of place. It was as if it had never been there, a ghost that left no trace. That lack of evidence was almost more unnerving than finding something tangible. It fed the doubt, the insidious whisper that maybe I had imagined it, but the feeling, the cold dread pooling in my stomach told me otherwise. No, I said, shaking my head. Nothing. Jake just grunted, turning away to start packing his gear with brisk, jerky movements. Clue avoided my eyes. The unspoken agreement hung heavy in the damp air we were getting out now. We broke camp with grim efficiency, barely speaking. Tents were stuffed hastily into sacks, sleeping bags rolled, cooking gear shoved into packs. No one bothered with breakfast. The priority was movement. Get back to the trail, get back to the truck, get back to civilization. The silence of the forest pressed in, broken only by the sounds of our packing and the ever-present murmur of the creek. It felt different this morning. Watchful, yes, but also expectant. Like the woods themselves were holding their breath. With packs shouldered, we headed towards where we thought the faint trail we'd followed in was located. Yesterday it had seemed reasonably clear, marked by occasional faded blazes on trees. Today, under the gray, misty sky, everything looked the same. The undergrowth seemed thicker, the trees more densely packed. This way, Jake said, pointing with a confidence that sounded slightly forced. I remember that big fallen log. We pushed through wet rhododendron leaves that slapped against our rain gear, climbed over the log, and started hiking. The going was slower than the day before. The ground was slicker, the air heavier, and a sense of urgency made us clumsy. Every few minutes, one of us would glance back over our shoulder, scanning the trees behind us. The forest remained eerily quiet. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, just the damp squish of our boots on the muddy trail and our own ragged breathing. After about an hour, the mist started to thin slightly, but the sun remained hidden behind a thick layer of cloud. The light stayed flat and gray, making distances hard to judge. That's when the first weird thing happened to sound. From somewhere off to our right, deeper in the woods, came a distinct snap, like a heavy branch breaking underfoot. We all froze, instantly alert. Deer. Chloe whispered, her voice tight. Jake shook his head slowly, too loud, too deliberate. He raised his voice slightly.
Hello? Anyone there?
Silence. Absolute, profound silence. Even the creek seemed to have faded into the background. We stood there for a full minute, listening, every muscle tensed. Nothing. Okay. Jake said, his voice lower now, let's pick up the pace. Stay sharp. We started moving again, faster this time, casting frequent glances towards the right. A few minutes later, another snap, this time seemingly closer, almost parallel to us. Then another further ahead. It felt like something was pacing us, keeping just out of sight in the dense woods. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming a near certainty. It wasn't just in my head anymore. Jake's jaw was clenched, and Chloe kept flinching at every rustle of leaves. We pushed on, trying to follow the faint trail markers. But they seemed sparser now, less frequent. Or maybe we were just missing them in our haste and anxiety. We came to a fork in the trail that none of us remembered from the hike in. One path led slightly uphill, the other dipped down towards a marshy-looking area. Neither had any clear blazes. Which way? I asked, looking at Jake. He pulled out his compass, frowned at it, then looked around trying to get his bearings. Map check. Chloe suggested, already pulling hers out of a side pocket. We huddled around the map, trying to orient it, trying to match the terrain features to the lines on the paper. According to the map, there shouldn't be a fork here. The trail we were supposed to be on was clearly marked as a single path running roughly northwest. This isn't right, Chloe murmured, tracing the line with her finger. We should be here. But this terrain doesn't match. Jake scowled, stuffing his compass back into his pocket. Maps aren't always perfect out here, and compasses can get weird with magnetic interference sometimes. I think the main trail is uphill. It feels right. I don't know, Jake, I said, that warning bell going off in my gut again. Downhill looks more traveled, maybe, and it seems to head more northwest like the map says. Now look at it, Jake argued, pointing uphill. It's clearer, less boggy. Going downhill there looks like asking to get stuck in mud. Uphill is the way. Trust me, this was it. Another decision point. My instincts were screaming that something was wrong, that the trail markers vanishing and this unexpected fork were not accidental. That uphill path felt wrong, like a trap. But Jake was insistent, radiating a forced confidence that Chloe seemed inclined to follow. Probably just wanting someone to make a decision. Any decision that let us out? Okay, I said reluctantly, hating the feeling. We'll fill it is. But let's keep a close eye out for markers. Bad decision number 2. Pushing down the unease, ignoring the map, trusting Jake's flawed sense of direction over the objective evidence and my own gut feeling. We started climbing the steeper path. The ground was firmer, but the woods seemed to close and even tighter here. The trees were older, larger, their branches intertwined overhead, blocking out much of the already weak light. Strange, gnarled shapes seemed to form in the trunks and roots. Within 20 minutes, any semblance of a trail disappeared completely. We were just pushing through tangled underbrush, the forest floor thick with decades of fallen needles and leaves, making it impossible to see any tracks or signs of passage. Then Chloe gasped, pointing ahead. Scratched deep into the bark of a massive, ancient-looking oak tree was a symbol. It wasn't a standard trail blaze. It was a tall, thin, vertical line, crossed near the top by a shorter horizontal line, and with 2 jagged lines angling down from the horizontal, like distorted legs. It looked unsettlingly familiar, like a crude, stylized representation of... What the hell is that? Jake breathed, stopping short. We stared at it. It wasn't fresh, but it wasn't ancient either. The cuts were deep, deliberate. As our eyes adjusted, we started seeing more of them. Scratched onto other trees, etched onto large rocks half buried in the loam. Sometimes just the tall vertical line, sometimes the full figure. Always facing the direction we were heading, like perverse trail markers leading us deeper into the unknown, marking territory. It's territory. Panic started to set in. Real panic. We weren't just lost, we were being guided. Herded. The sound started again, closer this time. Not just snapping twigs, but a low, guttural clicking sound, like large insects or chattering teeth, coming from the dense woods around us. And shuffling movements, something heavy dragging itself through the undergrowth, always just out of sight. We need to turn back, I said urgently. Go back to the fork, try the other way. No! Jake snapped, his voice high-pitched with fear. Going back means going towards whatever's making those marks. We push through. Find a ridge, get a view, figure out where we are. He plunged forward recklessly, crashing through the undergrowth. Chloe hesitated for a second, then scrambled after him, tears welling in her eyes. I had no choice but to follow, my heart sinking. We were completely off any trail now, moving deeper into this unnervingly marked section of the forest, with strange sounds closing in around us. The clicking grew louder, seeming to come from multiple directions now. A branch whipped back, scratching Chloe's face. Jake stumbled over a hidden root, cursing, and then, ahead of us, through a gap in the trees, we saw it, not a ridge, not a way out. It was a cabin. A small, dilapidated structure made of dark, weathered logs, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. It wasn't on any map. It looked ancient, abandoned, and deeply, profoundly wrong. And standing silently in the doorway, partially obscured by shadow, was a figure, tall, unnaturally thin. Its limbs bent at impossible angles. It wasn't hiding anymore. It was waiting for us. For a second, nobody moved. We were frozen, caught in the terrible tableau, the 3 of us staring, mouths agape, at the dilapidated cabin, and the figure standing silhouetted in its dark doorway. It was clearer now, even in the gloomy forest light filtering through the canopy. Taller than any man I'd ever seen, maybe 7, even 8 feet tall, but rail, thin, like a famine victim stretched on a rack. Its limbs, visible now as distinct arms and legs, were stick-like and seemed to bend at points that weren't elbows or knees, giving it a jerky, disjointed look even in stillness. It wore no discernible clothing, its skin or covering the color of old bark and shadow. I couldn't make out a face, just a smooth, elongated shape where a head should be, turned directly towards us. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating, broken only by the frantic hammering of my own heart. Then it moved. It stepped out of the doorway, unfolding itself into the meager light. The movement wasn't fluid. It was like watching a stop-motion animation, a series of sudden, unnatural shifts in posture. One long, spindly leg swung forward, planting a foot that seemed too large and misshapen, followed by the other. It straightened to its full, impossible height, its long arms hanging limply at its sides, fingers long, twig-like digits almost brushing the leaf litter. And it started towards us. Slowly, deliberately, not rushing, but with a terrifying sense of inevitability. That broke the spell. Primal fear, pure and undiluted, surged through us. The word ripped itself from Jake's throat, raw with terror. We didn't need telling twice. We spun around and bolted, crashing back the way we came, adrenaline dumping into our systems, overriding thought, overriding exhaustion. We scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes and skin. Behind us, I could hear it coming. Not the heavy footfalls of a man or an animal, but a disturbing combination of sounds. The snapping of twigs under its weight, a strange, wet shuffling noise, and that low, guttural clicking, louder now, closer. Panic dictated our path. We weren't thinking about direction, only about putting distance between ourselves and that thing. We plunged deeper into the unfamiliar woods, driven by sheer terror. Jake was still in the lead, fueled by fear and perhaps guilt for leading us into this nightmare. Chloe was right behind him, sobbing breathlessly. I brought up the rear, forcing myself to glance back occasionally. Each time I did, it was still there, keeping pace. Sometimes it was momentarily obscured by a thicket or a large tree, but then it would reappear, seemingly closer than before, its jerky, loping gait covering ground with deceptive speed. It never seemed to exert itself. It just came on, relentless. Its presence was a palpable weight on my back, cold and terrifying. The symbols carved into the trees seemed to flash by in my peripheral vision, mocking reminders that we were in its domain. The terrain grew rougher. We scrambled down a steep, eroded embankment, loose dirt and rocks skittering under our boots. Chloe slipped, crying out as she tumbled the last few feet, landing hard. Jake and I hauled her up. Her ankle was twisted, pain etched on her face, but the sounds from behind us forced her back onto her feet, leaning heavily on Jake. We pushed on, her injury slowing us significantly, the shuffling and clicking sounds seeming to gain on us. "It's getting closer!" Chloe choked out between panicked breaths. Jake risked a look back. His face went white. "Faster! We have to go faster!" We were running on pure adrenaline now, lungs burning, muscles screaming. We burst through a thick wall of rhododendrons into a small, unexpected clearing. It stopped dead. The clicking sound wasn't just behind us anymore. It was also coming from the trees directly ahead of us, blocking our path. Slowly, dreadfully, another one emerged from the shadows on the far side of the clearing, identical to the first, tall, then wrong. It stood there, head tilted slightly, regarding us with that faceless gaze. We were trapped between two of them. The first one was closing in from behind, shuffling relentlessly closer. The second one stood ahead, waiting. This was cornered. My mind raced frantically. Was this how it ended? Herded like sheep into a dead end by these nightmarish shepherds. Was the cabin some kind of larder? The packs! I yelled suddenly, the thought hitting me with the force of revelation. "Drop the packs! Maybe they just want the food." It was a desperate gamble, maybe a stupid one, another bad decision born of panic, but it was the only thing I could think of. Without hesitation, we shrugged off our heavy backpacks, letting them thud onto the forest floor. Food, gear, water filter, even the map and compass, everything left behind. We stood there for a heart-stopping moment later, poised for flight, watching the creatures. The one behind us stopped its advance, its long head slowly swiveling down towards the packs. The one ahead remained motionless, blocking the way. The clicking sound lessened slightly. Was it working? Then, the creature behind us extended one of its impossibly long, spindly arms towards Jake's pack, its twig-like fingers unfolded, reaching. "No!" Jake screamed. He grabbed Chloe's arm and veered sharply to the left, plunging back into the dense woods at the edge of the clearing, away from both creatures. I followed instantly, scrambling over fallen logs and pushing through tangled vines. We didn't look back to see if the creature was investigating the packs or resuming the pursuit. We just ran. Harder than I've ever run in my life. We ran blindly, recklessly, driven by the fading hope that the offering of our gear might have bought us a few precious moments. The forest fought us every step of the way. Low branches smacked us, roots tripped us, thorns tore at us. Chloe was limping badly, whimpering with pain and fear, but Jake half dragged, half carried her onward. The sound seemed further behind now, but the feeling of being pursued, of being hunted hadn't lessened. How long we ran, I don't know. Time lost all meaning. It felt like hours. Muscles burned, lungs felt ready to burst, scratches covered every inch of exposed skin. Just when I thought I couldn't take another step, that I would collapse right there on the forest floor, Jake cried out, pointing ahead. Through the trees, barely visible through the dense undergrowth, was a line. A straight line in a world of tangled curves. A lighter color. It looked like gravel. Hope surged raw and powerful. We crashed through the final barrier of trees and stumbled out onto an overgrown, barely used Forest Service road. It wasn't the road our truck was parked on, I knew that instantly, but it was a road, a sign of civilization, however faint. We stood there for a moment, gasping for air, chests heaving, scanning the trees we'd just emerged from. Nothing. No sign of movement. No clicking. Just the sudden, overwhelming silence of the forest, which now felt less watchful and more indifferent. We didn't wait. We turned right and started moving down the road as fast as Chloe's injured ankle would allow, Jake supporting her. We walked half, jogged, constantly looking back, expecting to see one of those tall figures step out of the trees onto the road behind us. But nothing came. It took another hour, maybe more, of painful, exhausting progress before we heard it. The distant sound of an engine. A beat-up pickup truck came rattling around a bend, the driver, an old man with a weathered face, staring at us in disbelief. 3 figures, scratched, bleeding, clothes torn, one barely able to walk, emerging from the deep woods miles from any official trail or campsite. He didn't ask many questions, thankfully. Just told us to hop in the back. The relief was so overwhelming it was physically painful. As the truck bounced along the rutted road, putting distance between us and that section of forest, we huddled together, shivering despite the mild air, silent, traumatized. We eventually made it back to our truck. The drive back to Asheville was conducted in near total silence, punctuated only by Chloe's occasional quiet sniffles. We didn't talk about what happened. We couldn't. How do you put words to something like that? How do you explain seeing things that shouldn't exist, being hunted by them? We dropped Chloe off at the emergency room to get her ankle checked, badly sprained, luckily not broken. Jake and I just went home, separating with a brief, haunted look that acknowledged the shared trauma without needing words. It's been 2 years. We don't talk about that trip. Jake and Chloe broke up a few months later. The shared experience didn't bring them closer. It drove a wedge of fear and unspoken accusations between them. I haven't been camping since. The thought of being deep in the woods after dark, far from help, fills me with a cold dread I can't shake. Sometimes late at night, especially when it's quiet, I think back to that first night, seeing that figure by the firelight, that cold, primal gut feeling screaming Danjar, and how we laughed it off, how Jake dismissed it, how Chloe went along, how I let myself be persuaded against my own instincts. Bad decision number 1. Leading to bad decision number 2, taking the wrong trail, ignoring the map, which led to the cabin, the chase, the terror. Ignoring that gut feeling, we were lucky. Incredibly, stupidly lucky to get away with just scratches, a sprained ankle, and scars on our psyches. It could have been our deadly mistake. It should have been. I know deep down that those things, whatever they were, let us go. Or maybe they were just satisfied with our packs, our offering. Or maybe they knew the fear itself was punishment enough. I don't know what lives in the deep, remote corners of the Nantahala forest. But I know it's tall and thin and ancient and wrong, and it watches. And sometimes, even now, miles away, safe in my locked apartment in the city, I still feel its gaze. And I know I'll never ignore that feeling again. My name is Ava Hayes. If you're reading this, maybe you're like me, someone who thought they understood the woods, felt comfortable under a canopy of leaves miles from the nearest paved road. Maybe you believed that the real dangers were the ones you could name: bears, snakes, sudden storms, a twisted ankle. I used to think that way too. Now I know better. There are things in the deep, quiet places of the world that don't have names, things that defy explanation, things that watch you from the shadows with an intelligence that feels ancient and utterly alien. And hungry. This happened last fall. My younger sister, Chloe, and I decided we needed one last proper camping trip before winter truly set in. We're East Coast girls, born and raised in North Carolina, and the Blue Ridge Mountains have always been our backyard playground. We weren't novices. We'd been hiking and camping since we were kids, taught by our dad, who had an almost spiritual reverence for the Appalachian Trail. We knew how to read a map, pitch a tent in the rain, purify water, and hang a bear bag, though, admittedly. We sometimes got lazy with that last one, opting for a sturdy cooler instead when car camping wasn't too far off. This time, though, we weren't car camping. We wanted to go deeper. Mount Mitchell was the goal. Not the summit, necessarily. We weren't looking to break records, but the dense, sprawling wilderness that surrounds the highest peak east of the Mississippi. There are trails there that snake off the main paths, trails that see fewer boots, where the woods feel older, thicker, quieter. That was the allure. Chloe had just finished a brutal semester at college, all stress and deadlines, and I was feeling ground down by my office job, the endless cycle of emails and spreadsheets. We craved silence, genuine silence, not just the absence of city noise, but the deep, resonant quiet of true wilderness. We were chasing that feeling of being small and insignificant against the grandeur of nature, hoping it would reset our perspectives. Looking back, the irony is almost unbearable. We found insignificance. All right, but not the comforting kind. We picked a route that would take us several miles in, off one of the lesser, used access points to the Pisgah National Forest, heading towards the Black Mountain Range that Mitchell dominates. The plan was simple: hike in Friday afternoon, set up camp near a stream we'd marked on the map, spend Saturday exploring further, and hike out Sunday morning. 2 nights, enough time to disconnect and recharge. The hiking started beautifully. The late afternoon sun slanted through the trees, turning the autumn leaves into stained glass golds, reds, oranges, painting the forest floor in dappled light. The air was crisp and cool, smelling of damp earth, decaying leaves, and pine. We were making good time, our packs feeling comfortable, our conversation easy and familiar. Chloe was animated, shedding her campus stress with every step, pointing out interesting fungi, identifying bird calls. I felt the tension in my own shoulders easing, the familiar rhythm of boots on the trail lulling me into a peaceful state. But as we got deeper, maybe 4 or 5 miles in, the character of the woods began to subtly shift. The canopy grew denser, the sunlight struggling to penetrate. The undergrowth became thicker, crowding the narrow trail, and it got quiet, eerily quiet. The bird song faded, the chatter of squirrels ceased. Even the rustle of wind in the leaves seemed muted. It wasn't the peaceful silence we craved, it was a heavy, watchful silence, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck prickle. Weird, right? How quiet it suddenly got. Chloe whispered, glancing around, her earlier enthusiasm dimmed slightly. Yeah, I agreed, trying to sound casual. Maybe just the time of day. Animals settling down for the evening. But I didn't believe it. It felt intentional, like the forest was holding its breath. We pushed on, eager now to reach the stream and make camp before full dark. The trail became less distinct, marked mainly by faded blazes on trees that seemed ancient and gnarled. We crossed a couple of dry creek beds, the stones smooth and pale in the deepening gloom. I started to feel a nagging sense of unease, a feeling of being watched that I couldn't shake. I kept glancing into the dense thickets lining the path, expecting to see eyes staring back, but there was nothing. Just shadows and stillness. Finally, we heard the faint murmur of running water. Relief washed over me. We found a small, relatively flat clearing a respectful distance from the stream, screened by rhododendrons. It felt secluded, protected. Perfect. Or so we thought. We worked efficiently, setting up our 2-person dome tent. It was a good one, sturdy, with reliable zippers. We always felt secure inside it. While Chloe filtered water from the stream, I organized our supplies. We decided against a campfire partly for leave no trace principles, partly because gathering wood in the damp twilight seemed like a chore, and partly, if I'm honest, because that heavy silence made the thought of drawing attention to ourselves feel unwise. We'd eat cold sandwiches and trail mix. Our food, toiletries, and anything scented went into the big plastic cooler. It was one of those heavy-duty types, supposedly bare, resistant, with latches you had to really press down on. We didn't have a bear canister, a lapse in judgment born from years of camping without incident in areas known for black bears. We figured the cooler, placed about 50 yards away from the tent near the base of a large oak, would be sufficient. Bears around here were usually timid, easily scared off. We latched it securely. As twilight deepened into true night, the temperature dropped. We retreated into the tent, pulling on warmer layers. Through the mesh window, we watched the last light fade from the sky, leaving only the impenetrable blackness of the forest under a sliver of moon obscured by high clouds. The silence was absolute now, broken only by the gentle gurgle of the nearby stream and our own breathing. Okay, this is a little spooky. Chloe admitted, her voice hushed. It's just the woods at night. I said, trying to reassure her and myself. It always feels different in the dark. We read for a while by the beams of our headlamps, the familiar ritual comforting, but I couldn't concentrate. My ears strained, listening to the silence, waiting for something. A twig snap, an animal call, anything. But there was nothing, just the stream and the blood pounding in my own ears. Eventually, exhaustion started to win out over anxiety. We turned off our headlamps. Okay, zip us in tight, Chloe murmured, already half asleep. I reached for the heavy, duty zippers on the tent door and fly sheet. I pulled them down firmly, making sure they were completely closed, the Velcro tabs pressed down over them. Zip, zip. That sound, usually so final and reassuring, a signal of safety against the elements and the critters outside. Secure. Safe. We settled into our sleeping bags. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. I lay there for a long time, eyes wide open in the dark, listening. Listening to nothing. It felt wrong. The woods should have sounds, even at night. Owls, insects, the rustle of small creatures in the leaf litter. But there was only the stream and the vast, empty quiet. It felt like being underwater or in a vacuum. It felt like something enormous was nearby, holding its breath, listening right back. Eventually, despite the unease coiling in my gut, the sheer physical exertion of the height pulled me under. I drifted into a restless sleep, unaware that the real terror was waiting just outside our thin nylon walls, moving with impossible silence under the dark, ancient trees. I woke abruptly, pulled from a shallow, dreamless sleep not by a sound, but by its opposite, the silence. It was still there, pressing in thicker than any fog. Pre-dawn light, gray and weak, filtered through the tent fabric, painting the interior in monochrome. My first thought was a muddled sense of relief. We'd made it through the night. Nothing had tried to claw its way into the tent. No bears had come snuffling around. Just the unnerving quiet. Beside me, Chloe stirred, mumbling something incoherent before burrowing deeper into her sleeping bag. I lay still for a moment, listening intently. Only the stream whispered its constant, indifferent song. No birds greeting the dawn, no squirrels chattering. It felt profoundly wrong. A knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach, the unease from the previous night returning with a vengeance. "Chloe!" I whispered, shaking her shoulder gently. "Wake up!" She groaned. "5 more minutes. Mom!" It's Ava. "Wake up!" Something feels off. My tone must have registered, because she blinked her eyes open, instantly more alert. What is it? She listened, her head cocked. God, it's still so quiet. Creepy. Yeah, I said, already reaching for the tent zipper. I'm going to take a look outside. My bladder was also making its demands known after a night of holding it in. Okay, be careful, she murmured, sitting up, her expression mirroring my own apprehension. I pulled the zipper up. Zia. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the heavy stillness. I cautiously poked my head out of the tent flap. The air was bitingly cold, mist hanging low between the trees, making the woods look spectral and blurred. Dew coated every surface, glittering faintly in the dim light. Everything looked normal, untouched. Just damp, silent woods waking up or refusing to wake up. I crawled out fully, stretching my stiff limbs, scanning the small clearing.
Tent check. Stream check. Trees check.
Cooler, where was the cooler? My eyes swept over the spot where we'd left it, near the base of the big oak 50 yards away. Empty space. Just flattened leaves where it had rested. Ava. Chloe's voice came from the tent behind me, hesitant. "Where's breakfast?" My heart started to pound, a frantic drummer against my ribs. "It's gone," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "The cooler's gone." Chloe scrambled out of the tent, her sleeping bag tangled around her legs. "What do you mean gone?" Like a bear dragged it off. Even as she said it, we both knew it didn't fit. We hadn't heard a thing. No grunts, no crashing through the undergrowth, no sound of plastic scraping against bark or rock. Nothing. We walked slowly towards the oak tree, our eyes scanning the damp ground. And then we saw it. Not the cooler, not yet. We saw the drag marks. 2 parallel grooves dug into the soft earth and leaf litter, leading away from the oak tree, deeper into the rhododendron thicket. Not the scattered, messy trail a bear might leave, but deliberate, straight lines, as if something heavy had been pulled with immense, steady strength. We followed the marks, pushing through the wet leaves of the rhododendrons, ducking under low branches. About 20 yards further into the brush, we found it. The cooler lay on its side, the lid nowhere in sight initially. We found that a few feet away, lying upside down. It wasn't just unlatched. The thick plastic around one of the latch points was torn, ripped like thick paper. The other latch was bent outwards at an impossible angle. Whatever had opened it hadn't bothered with the latches. It had simply applied brute force and torn its way in. Some of our packaged food was scattered nearby granola bars, a bag of trail mix ripped open, but other items, like the sealed packets of tuna and dried fruit, were gone entirely. No way a bear did this. Chloe breathed, her face pale. Not like this. And how did it do it so quietly? I don't know. I whispered back, my gaze sweeping the area. The mist swirled, making shapes shift and reform in the periphery. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming now, suffocating. My eyes fell to the damp ground around the violated cooler, and that's when I saw them. The footprints. My breath hitched. I grabbed Chloe's arm, pointing wordlessly. They were everywhere. In the soft mud near the stream bank where we'd followed the drag marks. In the damp leaf litter around the cooler, and dear God circling the area where our tent stood. They weren't animal tracks. Not bear, not deer, not coyote. They looked disturbingly human. But simultaneously, horribly inhuman. They were huge. Easily half again as long as my own hiking boot, and significantly wider. The stride between them was immense, suggesting something incredibly tall. But the shape, it was fundamentally humanoid in its five-toed structure, but elongated, the heel indistinct, the toes looking too long, ending not in claws, but in blunt, powerful-looking tips. There was an arch like a human foot, but it seemed flatter, broader, and they were deep. Pressed deep into the earth, deeper than our own boots, indicating significant weight. Whoever, or whatever, had made these tracks was heavy, incredibly heavy, yet we had heard nothing, nothing at all. We backed away from the cooler slowly, our eyes darting from the footprints to the dense, silent woods surrounding us. We followed the trail of prints back towards the tent, our horror mounting with every step. They circled the tent. Came right up to the thin nylon walls, maybe inches away from where our heads had rested. Deep, deliberate impressions in the ground. Pacing, perhaps? Observing. The implications crashed down on me. Something large, heavy, and unnervingly intelligent had been standing right outside our tent while we slept, completely silent. It had effortlessly dragged away our heavy cooler, ripped it open with brute strength, and moved through the woods without making a sound. It had watched us. Chloe whispered, her voice trembling, tears welling in her eyes. "What is that?" "I don't know." I choked out, the words feeling inadequate, pathetic. "But we need to get out of here. Now." The woods no longer felt silent, they felt silenced. The beauty of the previous day was gone, replaced by a palpable hostility. The ancient trees seemed to lean in, their branches like skeletal fingers. The mist wasn't atmospheric, it was a shroud, hiding whatever lurked just beyond our sight. The very air felt thick with malice. Every shadow seemed too deep. Every rustle of leaves, when a rare breeze finally stirred them, sounded like stealthy movement. We stumbled back to the tent, moving almost in unison, driven by pure, primal fear. The decision was instant, unspoken. There would be no leisurely breakfast, no exploring further, no second night. Our only thought was escape. Getting back to the car, back to the road, back to somewhere with lights and people and noise. Away from this heavy, watching silence and the impossible footprints it left behind. We had ventured too deep. We had dismissed the silence, ignored the subtle warnings the forest had given us, and something ancient and unseen had taken notice. Packing our gear became a frantic, clumsy affair, our hands shaking, our eyes constantly scanning the impenetrable wall of trees that surrounded our tiny, vulnerable clearing. We felt hunted. The deadly mistake wasn't just venturing deep, it was assuming we were alone. Panic is a clumsy motivator. Breaking camp, a task we could usually perform with neat, practiced efficiency, devolved into a frantic scramble. Tent poles clattered as we wrestled them down, fabric was stuffed hastily into sacks, sleeping bags compressed with brute force rather than careful rolling. Every few seconds, one or both of us would freeze, head snapping up, eyes scanning the impenetrable wall of mist, shrouded trees that pressed in on our small clearing. Was that a flicker of movement in the dense rhododendrons? Did that shadow beneath the hemlock just deepen? The silence remained thick and absolute, amplifying the sound of our own ragged breaths and thudding hearts until they felt deafening. We didn't even discuss the cooler. We left it where it lay, violated and useless, a testament to the impossible strength that had torn it open. We abandoned a couple of cooking pots too, anything that wasn't essential, anything that slowed us down. Speed was everything. Survival was everything. Finally, agonizingly, our packs were shouldered. They felt heavier now, not just with gear, but with the weight of our terror. We looked at each other, a silent, terrified communication passing between us. Chloe's face was chalk white, her eyes wide and darting. I probably looked no better. Without a word, we turned towards the faint trail we'd followed in, the only path back to something resembling safety. The hike out was a blur of adrenaline and barely suppressed hysteria. We moved much faster than we had the previous day, half jogging where the terrain allowed, stumbling over roots and rocks we barely noticed, driven by the desperate need to put distance between ourselves and that clearing, between ourselves and the unseen thing that had watched us sleep. The mist clung stubbornly, reducing visibility to perhaps 30 feet ahead, turning the familiar woods into a confusing, hostile labyrinth. Every gnarled tree trunk looked like a waiting figure. Every low hanging branch seemed poised to grab us. The silence persisted for the first mile or so, a suffocating blanket that made my skin crawl. It felt unnatural, predatory. Then, subtly, sounds began to return, but they brought no comfort. A sudden caw from a crow hidden in the mist made both Chloe and me cry out, spinning around, hearts leaping into our throats. A branch snapped somewhere off to our right, loud as a gunshot in the quiet air. We froze, listening, straining our ears. Nothing followed. Was it just a dead branch falling? Or was it pacing us, moving through the dense undergrowth just beyond the veil of mist? Its impossible weight somehow making no sound on the damp earth. My mind raced, trying to rationalize, trying to find any explanation that didn't involve monsters. A prank. No, the footprints, the ripped cooler, the sheer feel of the place ruled that out. An undiscovered primate. A hermit gone feral. None of it fit the combination of immense weight, humanoid tracks, and utter silence. It was something else. Something wrong. About halfway back to the trailhead, near one of the dry creek beds we'd crossed, I saw it. One clear print, pressed deep into a patch of damp sand just off the edge of the trail. It was identical to the ones that had circled our tent, huge, strangely shaped, deeply impressed. It looked fresh. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just back at the clearing. It was here. It felt like a deliberate sign, a reminder that we were still within its domain, that escape wasn't guaranteed. I didn't point it out to Chloe. She was already on the verge of breaking down. I just grabbed her arm and pulled her forward, increasing our pace even more, ignoring the burning in my lungs and the ache in my legs. The rest of the hike passed in a state of numb terror. We didn't speak. We just moved, fueled by fear, casting constant, frantic glances over our shoulders, into the woods, into the mist. Every step felt like walking a tightrope over a chasm of unknown horror. The feeling of being watched never lessened. If anything, it intensified, becoming a physical pressure against my back. Then, through the mist, I saw it, a flash of unnatural color. The reflective sign marking the trailhead parking area. Never has such a mundane sight filled me with such overwhelming relief. We burst out of the tree line, stumbling into the small gravel lot. Our beat-up sedan was the only car there. It looked like the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, a metal sanctuary promising escape. My hands trembled so violently I could barely get the key in the lock. We threw our packs onto the back seat, not caring how they landed, and scrambled inside, slamming and locking the doors in unison. For a moment, we just sat there, chests heaving, staring through the windshield at the wall of trees we had just emerged from. The mist swirled, obscuring the trail entrance, making it look like a dark maw. Had we really been in there? Had that really happened? The deep, silent woods seemed to be watching us, impassive, ancient, guarding their terrible secret. I jammed the key into the ignition, and the engine roared to life, shattering the silence. I didn't wait for it to warm up. I slammed the car into reverse, spun gravel, and peeled out of that parking lot like the hounds of hell were on our tail. Maybe they were. The drive back down the mountain was mostly silent. Chloe stared out her window, tears silently tracking down her face. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, my eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a towering, shadowy figure emerge from the trees onto the empty road behind us. Civilization returned gradually, a lone mailbox, a driveway, another car, houses. Each sign of normal life felt jarring, surreal, like we were surfacing from some deep, dark dive into a world that shouldn't exist alongside this one. How could people go about their ordinary lives, unaware of what lurked just miles away, hidden by nothing more than trees and silence? We never really talked about what happened. Not properly, how could we? What words could possibly capture the chilling reality of those footprints, the impossible silence, the palpable malevolence we felt in those woods? Who would believe us? We sounded like characters in a cheap horror movie, like crackpots spinning campfire tales. But we knew. We knew what we saw, what we felt. It's been months now. Winter came and went, and spring is painting those mountains green again. But the green doesn't look inviting anymore. It looks like a mask, hiding something dark and ancient beneath. Chloe has nightmares. She avoids hiking, avoids even parks now. I'm not much better. I can't stand silence anymore. I need background noise constantly. The woods that were once my sanctuary now feel deeply threatening. That feeling of being watched sometimes returns, even in the perceived safety of my own home, late at night when the world outside goes quiet. We made a mistake going so deep, chasing a silence we didn't understand. We stumbled into a place we weren't meant to be, and we attracted the attention of something that shouldn't exist. We were lucky. We got away with our lives, but not unscathed. We left a piece of our confidence, our sense of security, back in those woods near Mount Mitchell, near the ripped cooler and the impossible footprints pressed into the earth. Sometimes, when the wind rustles the leaves outside my window just right, I hear an echo of that profound silence, and I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that it's still out there.
Watching, waiting.
Silent. My name's Noah Thompson. Most folks back home in Charlotte probably think I'm sensible, maybe even a little boring. Got a steady job in accounting, pay my bills on time, keep my lawn tatty. But there's a part of me that chafies against the predictable rhythm of spreadsheets and suburban weekends. It's a restlessness that only the woods seem to quiet. Not just any woods, mind you. I crave the deep, untamed stretches, places where the buffer between civilization and the primal feels thin, almost non-existent. That's why I backpack. And usually, I drag a friend along, safety in numbers, shared experience, all that logical stuff. But this time was different. I needed solitude. I needed to untangle some knots in my own head, and the only way I figured I could do that was alone, miles from anyone, reliant solely on myself and the gear strapped to my back. So, I chose the Uwharrie National Forest. It's not the Rockies or the Sierras, doesn't boast those same jagged, imposing peaks. But Uwharrie has its own kind of wildness. Ancient, rolling hills covered in thick hardwood and pine forests, crisscrossed by creeks and old logging roads. It feels old, lived in by something other than people. There are stories, local whispers about strange occurrences, weird lights, people getting turned around in ways that defy simple map and compass logic. I'd always dismissed them as campfire tales, the kind of spooky folklore that clings to any sufficiently large patch of wilderness. Looking back, maybe I should have paid more attention. I picked a long weekend in late October. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. Autumn in North Carolina is something special. The foliage bursts into reds, golds, and oranges, a final defiant blaze before the gray sleep of winter. My pack felt reassuringly heavy as I locked my beat. A pickup truck at the trailhead parking lot. 40 pounds of self-sufficiency tent, sleeping bag, food for 3 days, water filter, first aid kit, navigation tools, headlamp, spare batteries, everything an experienced backpacker should carry. Felt prepared, confident. The nervousness I'd felt driving out here, the nagging voice asking if solo hiking in a place like Uwharrie was really smart, began to fade, replaced by the familiar thrill of stepping onto the trail. The first few hours were exactly what I'd hoped for. Sunlight slanted through the canopy, dappling the leaf-littered path. Squirrels chattered indignantly from oak branches, and the occasional deer would freeze, watch me with wide, liquid eyes, then bound away into the dense undergrowth with a flash of white tail. I hiked at a steady pace, letting the rhythm of my steps and the sounds of the forest wash over me. The worries about work, the vague dissatisfaction that had been gnawing at me, started to recede. This was it. This was the reset I needed. I consulted my map periodically, tracing my progress along the Dutchman's Creek Trail. It was well marked initially, blue blazes painted onto tree trunks guiding the way. I planned to hike about 8 miles in, find a suitable spot near a water source, and make camp well before dusk. Plenty of daylight left, or so I thought. Maybe it was complacency. Maybe I got lost in my own thoughts, enjoying the solitude a little too much. Or maybe the forest itself had other ideas. I remember crossing a small, gurgling creek, hopping across musk-slicked rocks. On the other side, the trail seemed fainter, the blue blazes less frequent. I pushed on, figuring it was just a less maintained section. The terrain grew steeper, the trees thicker, crowding closer. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy overhead, and the air grew cooler, damper. An hour passed. Then another. I checked my map and compass again, trying to reconcile my position with the landmarks. The ridgeline to my left seemed right, but the creek I should have been paralleling wasn't where it was supposed to be. Or maybe I'd crossed it without realizing. A flicker of unease started, small but persistent, like a mosquito whining near your ear. I stopped, took a deep breath, and tried to retrace my steps mentally. Had I missed a turnoff? Was I on an older, unmapped trail? I decided to push on a little further, confident I'd pick up the main trail again soon. That was my first mistake. The path, already indistinct, seemed to dissolve beneath my boots. What looked like a trail turned out to be a deer run leading into an impenetrable thicket of rhododendron. I backtracked, tried a different direction, only to find myself scrambling over fallen logs and pushing through grasping branches. The blue blazes were gone entirely now. Panic began to coil in my stomach. It wasn't the sharp, immediate fear of confronting a bear or stepping on a snake. It was the creeping, insidious dread of being well and truly lost. The sun was dipping lower, painting the western sky in lurid shades of orange and purple, colors that seemed less beautiful and more ominous now. Shadows stretched long and distorted between the trees, turning familiar shapes into lurking figures. The woods grew quiet, the daytime chorus of birdsong replaced by an expectant hush, broken only by the rustle of my own movements and the frantic thumping of my heart. Darkness falls quickly in the deep woods, not a gentle fade, but more like a heavy blanket being thrown over the world. I fumbled in my pack for my headlamp, strapping it on, its beam cutting a stark white tunnel through the encroaching gloom. Everything outside that beam was absolute blackness, infinite and suffocating. I was acutely aware of how alone I was. No cell service, of course. Just me, the indifferent woods, and the rapidly dropping temperature. Okay, Noah, don't panic. Rule number 1, stay put, make camp, wait for morning light. That's what the manuals say. That's what any sensible hiker would do. I started scanning the immediate area for a flat spot, maybe a small clearing where I could pitch my tent, and that's when I saw it. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. A flicker way off, deep between the trees, almost perpendicular to the direction I thought the trail was. It wasn't the warm, yellow, orange glow of a campfire or flashlight beam. This was different. It was a faint, soft light, distinctly bluish, almost, and it wasn't steady. It pulsed, a slow, rhythmic waxing and waning like a heartbeat made of light. My first thought, born more of hope than logic, was another campsite. Maybe other hikers. Maybe someone with a fancy blue LED lantern. Help. The word echoed in my exhausted, slightly panicked brain. Even if it wasn't help, maybe they knew the way back to the trail. It was off trail, sure, deeper into the woods than I'd intended to go, but I was already lost. How much worse could it get? I stood there for a long moment, the beam of my headlamp fixed on the ground at my feet, the blue light pulsing hypnotically in my peripheral vision. It seemed beckoning, calm, not jarring like a flashlight, but soft, inviting. It didn't illuminate the surrounding trees, it just existed, a point of impossible color in the overwhelming blackness. All the rational backpacker training screamed at me to stay put, conserve energy, wait for dawn, set up shelter. Don't wander off chasing strange lights in the middle of nowhere. But the cold was seeping into my bones. The fear of spending a night utterly lost, vulnerable, gnawed at me. The memory of those campfire stories, the ones I'd scoffed at, surfaced unbidden tales of people vanishing in these woods, of strange phenomena that defied explanation. What if staying put was the wrong thing to do? What if that light was my only chance? It pulsed again, a gentle swell of soft blue luminescence. It seemed a little further away now, as if retreating slightly. Maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks in the dark. Or maybe it was waiting for me to follow. Screw the sensible plan. I was cold, lost, and getting scared. Any port in a storm, right? Even a weird blue pulsing one. I adjusted the straps on my pack, took a firmer grip on my trekking poles, and turned towards the light. Taking that first step off the barely discernible path I was on, pushing through a curtain of low, hanging branches into the true, untracked dark, felt momentous. Like crossing a threshold. The woods seemed to press in around me, the silence deepening, broken only by the snap of twigs under my boots and the soft, insistent pulse of the blue light ahead, drawing me deeper into the heart of the Uwari night. Following that light, I realize now, wasn't just a bad decision. It felt like accepting an invitation I should have run screaming from. Pushing through that first layer of dripping branches felt like diving underwater. The air instantly grew colder, heavier, pressing in on me. My headlamp beam, which had seemed so powerful moments before, now felt pitifully inadequate, swallowed by the immensity of the surrounding blackness. Ahead, the blue light pulsed with that same slow, steady rhythm. Beacon or bait, it was my only focal point. My boots sank into soft, mulch-like earth, silencing my footsteps far more than the packed dirt of the trail had. The silence itself was unnerving. The usual nighttime chirps and rustles of the forest seemed to have died away, leaving only the sound of my own ragged breathing and the insistent thump, thump, thump of my heart hammering against my ribs. The terrain immediately became treacherous. There was no path here, not even a game trail. I stumbled over hidden roots, slick with damp moss, my ankles twisting awkwardly. Thorny vines, unseen until they snagged my clothes or scratched my skin, reached out like grasping fingers. Low, hanging branches whipped at my face, forcing me to duck and weave, my eyes constantly flicking between the treacherous ground, illuminated by my headlamp, and the hypnotic blue glow floating deeper in the woods. It always seemed the same distance away, maybe 50 yards, maybe more. Judging distance in the pitch black, with only a single point of reference, was almost impossible. Time started to warp. Had I been walking for 10 minutes or an hour? The constant, rhythmic pulse of the blue light seemed to mess with my internal clock. Each pulse felt like a second, but the space between them stretched into an elastic eternity. The forest itself felt wrong. The trees seemed too close together, their trunks unnaturally thick and dark, their bark rough and hostile against my searching hands as I steadied myself. The spaces between them were choked with shadows that seemed deeper, more absolute than mere absence of light. My headlamp beam would sweep across these gaps, illuminating nothing but more trees, more shadows, yet the feeling of something dwelling within that darkness, just beyond the edge of the light, was overwhelming.
I tried calling out low.
Is anyone there? My voice sounded thin, pathetic, instantly absorbed by the suffocating silence. No answer came, not even an echo. Only the blue light pulsing steadily. Throb, throb, like a silent reply. Acknowledgement, perhaps, or was it mockery? The thought sent a fresh wave of chills down my spine, colder than the night air. Why blue? Campfires are yellow, orange, red. Flashlights are typically white or yellowish. Even modern levity lanterns rarely have that soft, deep, pulsing blue quality. It looked organic somehow. Bioluminescent maybe, like some deep sea creature dragged ashore and set loose in the woods. But what kind of creature pulses like that, steadily, rhythmically, deep in the Uwari National Forest? The question echoed in my mind, unanswered, unsettling. The further I pushed on, the more the woods seemed to actively resist me. The ground became uneven, sloping downwards sharply at unexpected angles, then rising again in steep, slippery inclines. More than once I lost my footing, crashing down onto beds of damp leaves that smelled vaguely of rot and something else, something metallic and unpleasant. Each time I picked myself up, scratched, bruised, heart pounding, the blue light was still there, waiting, pulsing. Doubt began to fester, overriding the initial panic-driven hope. This wasn't leading me to safety. This wasn't another campsite. Following this light felt increasingly like the stupidest decision of my life. I should turn back. Try and find the spot where I first saw the light, hunker down, wait for morning. But when I stopped, catching my breath, leaning heavily on my trekking poles, and looked back, I couldn't tell which way I'd come. The forest behind me was just as black, just as featureless and menacing as the woods on either side. My headlamp beam cut the same sterile path through an identical wall of trees and shadow. No matter where I pointed it, it felt like the forest had sealed itself up behind me, erasing my trail, leaving only the path forward, towards the light. Panic began to bubble up again, hotter and sharper this time. I wasn't just lost anymore, I felt led, manipulated like a moth drawn to a flame, except this flame was cold blue and utterly alien. I forced myself to keep moving, putting one foot in front of the other, driven now by a primal fear that stopping, staying still in this oppressive darkness, was somehow worse than stumbling blindly towards the unknown glow. The air grew noticeably colder. I could see my breath pluming in the headlamp beam, even though it wasn't that cold a night. It was a localized chill, clinging to the path I seemed to be following, a path defined only by the destination ahead. And the smell, that faint metallic tang I'd noticed earlier, grew stronger, mingling with the damp earth and decaying leaves. It smelled like old blood, or rust. My headlamp flickered. My heart leaped into my throat. No. I tapped the casing frantically. It steadied, but the brief moment of near-total darkness, broken only by that distant blue pulse, was terrifying. I checked the batteries before I left, put fresh ones in. It shouldn't be failing. Was it the cold, or something else? I passed a tree that made me stop dead. It was huge, an ancient oak, far larger than any I'd seen earlier in the day. But it wasn't its size that froze me. Its bark was scarred, deeply gouged with symbols or markings that looked disturbingly intentional. They weren't natural scratches from animals, they were too precise, too geometric, yet utterly alien. My light played over them spirals, jagged lines, shapes that seemed to writhe and twist under the beam. They felt old, profoundly wrong. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers tracing a deep, spiral carving. The bark felt unnaturally cold, almost icy, despite the ambient air temperature. A jolt like static electricity but colder, deeper, shot up my arm. I snatched my hand back as it burned. Looking up from the marked tree, I saw the blue light again. It hadn't moved, still pulsing patiently in the distance. But now, seeing it after touching that strange, cold carving, it felt different, malevolent, ancient, connected somehow to the wrongness of that tree. My legs felt like lead. Exhaustion was setting in, physical and mental. How long had I been walking? 3 hours, 4. My pack felt twice as heavy as when I started. My water bottle was getting low. The scratches on my arms and face stung. But the blue light pulled me onward. Or maybe the fear of what was behind me, the feeling of the forest closing in, pushed me onward. The ground began to level out slightly. The trees thinned just a fraction, opening into what felt like a small, natural clearing, though it was hard to be sure in the dark. And the light, it was closer now. Definitely closer. Maybe only 30 yards away. It seemed brighter too, the blue more intense, casting faint ghostly reflections on the nearest tree trunks. The pulsing continued, steady as a metronome. Throb, throb, throb. I could almost make out something near the source of the light, a shape. A structure. It was low to the ground, indistinct. My headlamp beam didn't quite reach it clearly, diffused by the distance and the blue glow itself, which seemed to absorb the white light. I took a few cautious steps forward, my trekking poles probing the ground ahead. My breath hitched. Was this it? The source of the light? Was I finally going to see what had led me on this terrifying chase through the dark? The air here was intensely cold, biting at my exposed skin. The metallic smell was stronger, acrid. The silence was absolute. Then the light changed. It stopped pulsing. For a heart-stopping second, it just held steady, a solid, unwavering ball of intense blue energy. It felt like it was looking back at me, seeing me. And then, without a sound, without any warning at all, it blinked out. 1 second, it was there, my only point of reference in this nightmare. The next absolute, impenetrable, pitch-black nothingness. My headlamp beam suddenly felt blindingly bright, showing only empty woods, trees, and leaves where the light had been just a moment before. I swept the beam back and forth frantically. Nothing. No structure, no shape, no glow. It was just gone, leaving me standing alone in the freezing cold, miles from my gear, miles from any trail, in the deepest, darkest part of the Uwari woods, with the chilling realization that whatever I had been following, it had deliberately led me here, and then abandoned me to the dark. The silence pressed in, heavier than ever, and I had the distinct, terrifying feeling that I was no longer alone. The real horror, I suspected, was just beginning. The darkness that slammed down when the blue light vanished was absolute. It felt physical, a heavy, suffocating presence pressing in from all sides. My own headlamp beam, cutting its cone through the black, seemed ridiculously small, highlighting nothing but empty space where the light had pulsed moments before. For a paralyzing second, I just stood there, frozen, chest heaving, trying to comprehend the sudden void. The clearing, if it was a clearing, felt vast and empty, yet simultaneously claustrophobic. The intense cold remained, biting deeper now, unmitigated by the strange glow. The metallic, rusty smell hung thick in the air. Then the silence broke. It wasn't a sudden noise, but a creeping awareness of sound returning, subtly at first, then building. A twig snapped far too loud, too close, just beyond the reach of my light to the left. I whipped my head around, beam slashing through the undergrowth. Nothing. Just trees and shadows that seemed to writhe away from the light. Then, a rustling sound from the right, like something heavy dragging itself through the leaf litter. Again, I spun, heart jackhammering. Again, nothing. A low clicking sound started, seemingly coming from multiple directions at once. Click, 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 click. It wasn't insects, it was too deliberate, too rhythmic, yet unsettlingly irregular. It sounded like teeth chattering, or perhaps bones knocking together. Mixed with it, almost subliminal at first, was a whisper. Or what I thought might be a whisper. It was formless, sibilant, like wind hissing through dry leaves, but there was no wind. It seemed to slither around the edges of my hearing, impossible to pinpoint, impossible to understand, yet undeniably there. That was it. Whatever hope I'd clung to, whatever insane idea that the blue light might lead to safety, shattered completely. This wasn't a place to linger. This wasn't a place to try and understand. This was a place to flee from, as fast as humanly possible. Pure, unadulterated panic took over. All thoughts of navigation, conserving energy, or rational decision-making evaporated. I turned blindly away from where the light had been, away from the clicking and whispering, and plunged back into the dense woods. I ran. Not jogging, not hiking fast, a dead-out, clumsy, terrified sprint through the treacherous dark. Branches tore at my clothes and skin. Unseen roots sent me sprawling multiple times. Once I landed hard, face planting into the cold, damp earth, the impact knocking the wind out of me. My headlamp flew off my head, skittering across the leaves before extinguishing, plunging me into absolute, terrifying blindness. For 5 or 6 eternal seconds, I floundered on the ground, gasping, hands scrabbling desperately through the leaf litter, the clicking sounds seeming to grow louder, closer. My fingers finally closed around the cool plastic casing. I fumbled with the switch, praying it wasn't broken. Light flooded back, blinding me for a moment before my eyes adjusted. I scrambled to my feet, heart screaming in my ears, and ran on. I had no idea which way I was going. Back the way I came, deeper into the nightmare. Impossible to tell. The forest seemed a labyrinth designed to confuse and terrify. Trees loomed up out of the darkness, forcing me to swerve. Ravines appeared suddenly at my feet, forcing me to backtrack or skirt their edges cautiously, listening intently for any sound of pursuit. The clicking followed, sometimes seeming distant, sometimes horrifyingly close. The whispering ebbed and flowed, occasionally sounding like it was right beside my ear, a cold breath against my skin that wasn't there. At one point, exhausted and stumbling, I broke through a thicket of rhododendrons and found myself staring at a familiar sight, the massive, ancient oak tree with the unnerving spiral carvings gouged into its bark. My blood ran cold. I'd been running for what felt like an hour, desperately trying to get away from the clearing, and I'd somehow circled back to this sinister landmark. It felt like the woods were playing with me, like I was a mouse in a maze constructed by something malevolent. The carving seemed to glow faintly in my headlamp beam, pulsing with a dark energy that mirrored the memory of the blue light. I didn't dare touch it this time. I veered away sharply, pushing myself harder, tears of frustration and terror stinging my eyes. How long could I keep this up? My lungs burned, my legs felt like jelly, trembling with exhaustion. The adrenaline that had fueled my initial flight was starting to wear off, leaving behind a deep, bone-chilling weariness and a growing sense of despair. I was going to die out here. Lost, terrified, hunted by things I couldn't see or comprehend. I collapsed against the trunk of a blessedly ordinary-looking pine tree, sliding down its rough bark to sit on the damp ground. Head in my hands, gulping air, trying not to sob. The clicking seemed to have faded slightly, or maybe I was just too exhausted to hear it properly. The silence, when it returned, felt just as menacing. I don't know how long I sat there, minutes or maybe longer, lost in a haze of fear and fatigue. I was ready to give up, just curl up and wait for whatever was out there to find me. But then something shifted. A faint grayness began to dilute the oppressive blackness in the eastern sky. Dawn. It was still far off. The promise of light, real sunlight, sparked a tiny ember of hope in my chest. With renewed, desperate determination, I pushed myself back to my feet, using my compass, which miraculously still seemed to point north in the faint pre-dawn glow as a guide. I tried to force a straight path eastward, hoping to intersect the main trail eventually, praying the woods would let me. And strangely, it felt like they did. The terrain, while still rough, seemed less deliberately obstructive. The grasping vines lessened. The ground became slightly more even. The oppressive feeling of being watched began to recede, replaced by a profound emptiness. It was as if whatever presence had been toying with me had lost interest, or achieved its purpose, and simply let me go. Just as the first rays of actual sunlight pierced the canopy, painting stripes of gold across the forest floor, I stumbled out onto something that made me cry out with relief: a trail. Not just any trail. I recognized the faded blue blaze on a nearby tree. It was the Dutchman's Creek Trail. My trail. I've never felt such profound relief in my life. I sank to my knees, pressing my forehead against the blessedly solid, normal dirt of the path. I was still miles from my truck, exhausted, scratched, bruised, and deeply traumatized, but I was on the trail. I was heading out. The hike back was a grueling ordeal in itself. Every shadow seemed menacing. Every snap of a twig made me jump. The familiar forest, bathed in the clear light of morning, felt like a thin veneer stretched over the dark. Twisted reality I now knew lurked just beneath the surface, waiting for nightfall, waiting for the lost and the unwary. The unwary seemed beautiful again, but it was a beauty tainted by terror, a mask hiding something ancient and hungry. When I finally reached my truck, numb and shaking, I didn't even bother changing or sorting my gear. I threw my pack in the passenger seat, got behind the wheel, and drove. I didn't stop until I was back in Charlotte, the familiar sights and sounds of the city a jarring contrast to the primal fear I'd experienced. I never went back to the Uwharrie National Forest. I doubt I ever will. I still hike, but I stick to well-populated trails now, preferably with friends, and I'm always back at the car well before dusk. That night changed something in me. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone, I think I can still see a faint, bluish light pulsing at the edge of my vision. I still hear faint clicking sounds in the silence. What was that light? What were the carvings on that tree? What was making those sounds in the dark? I don't know, and I don't want to know. All I know is that deep in those woods, something ancient and strange resides, something that watches and sometimes leads you off the path. Following that light born of desperation and foolish hope was almost a deadly mistake. It led me into the heart of a nightmare I was lucky to escape, and left me with the chilling certainty that there are some depths it's better not to explore, some lights better left unfollowed. Some things in the dark are waiting, and they're not campsites, and they're certainly not help. My name is Ethan, and looking back, maybe the biggest mistake wasn't going camping near Fontana Lake. Maybe the mistake was thinking we were ever truly alone out there, or that the silence meant peace. There were 4 of us that weekend: me, Olivia, Chloe, and Liam. We were fresh out of college, riding that wave of freedom where responsibility felt like a distant shore, and the horizon was packed with possibilities, most of them involving cheap beer and questionable decisions under starry skies. This trip was supposed to be the crowning jewel of our summer, a final, epic adventure before the real world clamped down. Fontana Lake, nestled deep in the Nantahala National Forest of North Carolina, seemed perfect. Pictures online showed this vast, sprawling body of water with countless fingers reaching into densely wooded coves. It promised isolation, beauty, and that rugged connection with nature we were craving. Olivia, ever the meticulous planner, had found a spot described on some obscure hiking forum, not an official campsite, but a primitive area accessible via a moderately challenging trail, promising unparalleled views and seclusion. Basically, she'd beamed, holding up her tablet displaying a topographical map. We'll have our own private piece of wilderness. That was the hook, line, and sinker for us. Private wilderness. No families with screaming kids, no RV generators humming through the night. Just us, the woods, and the water. The drive itself was part of the ritual. We piled into Liam's beat-up SUV, the air thick with the scent of old French fries in anticipation. We sang along badly to 90s rock anthems, the windows down, letting the humid Carolina air whip through the car. As we turned off the main highway and onto the winding mountain roads, the asphalt crumbling at the edges, civilization began to peel away layer by layer. Self-service vanished bars first, then dropped completely. Houses became sparser, replaced by thick stands of pine and hardwood trees that crowded the roadside, their branches interwoven overhead, creating tunnels of dappled green light. There was a sense of shedding the mundane, of entering somewhere older, wilder. Reaching the trailhead felt like arriving at the edge of the known world. Liam parked the SUV under the shade of a massive oak, the engine ticking as it cooled. We hefted our packs, the weight settling familiarly on our shoulders tense, sleeping bags, food for 3 days. A first aid kit Chloe insisted on overpacking, and regrettably, only one decent flashlight among us. The air here was different, cooler, carrying the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and pine needles. And it was quiet. Not just lacking traffic noise, but a profound, almost heavy silence. The kind that makes you aware of your own breathing, the crunch of your boots on the gravel path. The hike-in was tougher than Olivia's description hinted. The trail climbed steeply at first, then plunged into shadowed valleys, where streams chuckled over moss-covered rocks. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, and the air grew thick and still. We were sweating, breathing hard, but spirits were high. We joked, pointed out interesting plants, and speculated about the wildlife we might see. Liam swore he saw a black bear cub darting across the path ahead, but none of the rest of us caught a glimpse. Olivia kept checking her map, assuring us we were on the right track. After nearly 2 hours, the trail opened abruptly onto a small, grassy bluff overlooking a secluded cove of Fontana Lake. The view stole our breath. The water below was a sheet of dark, glassy turquoise reflecting the steep, forested slopes that plunged directly into it. Across the cove, the mountains rose in hazy blue ridges, layer upon layer, fading into the distance. There wasn't another soul in sight. No boats on the water, no smoke from distant chimneys, nothing. Just us in this immense, silent landscape. It was breathtakingly beautiful, exactly as promised. But even then, standing there soaking it in, I felt a flicker of something else beneath the eye. A sense of emptiness. The silence wasn't just peaceful, it felt expectant. Like the whole forest was holding its breath. We set up camp with practiced efficiency. Tents popped up near the edge of the bluff, angled to catch the morning sun. Liam gathered firewood while Chloe started organizing our food supplies. Olivia consulted her map again, pointing out potential spots for swimming or exploring the next day. I took a walk along the edge of the bluff, peering down at the water. It was incredibly clear near the shore, revealing submerged rocks and fallen logs, but further out, it deepened to an opaque, mysterious darkness. The profound quiet persisted. No birdsong, no chattering squirrels, not even the buzz of insects that usually fills a summer forest. It was eerie, like a painting of a forest, perfect and beautiful, but utterly lifeless. Hear that? Liam asked, dropping an armload of dry branches near the fire pit rocks we'd arranged. Hear what? Chloe replied, looking up from sorting trail mix. Exactly. Liam grinned. Nothing. Pure peace. But it didn't feel peaceful to me. It felt wrong. Unnatural. I mentioned it to Olivia. Doesn't it seem a little too quiet? She shrugged, tightening a guy line on her tent. It's remote, Ethan. That's the point. No noise pollution. She smiled, but I saw a fleeting uncertainty in her eyes before she looked away. Maybe she felt it too. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky in strokes of orange and purple, we got the fire going. Flames licked upwards, casting flickering shadows that danced among the trees surrounding our small clearing. The warmth was welcome as the temperature dropped, and the crackle of the burning wood was a comforting sound, a small rebellion against the pervasive silence. We cooked foil packet dinners, shared stories, and passed around a flask of whiskey Liam had smuggled in. For a while, sitting there in the firelight, cocooned by the darkness, everything felt normal, adventurous, fun. The earlier unease seemed silly, a product of city nerves adjusting to wilderness quiet. Then it started. It wasn't loud. It wasn't even distinct at first. It was just a presence on the very edge of hearing, like the sigh of wind through pine needles, except there was no wind. The lake was perfectly still, the flames of our fire rose straight up, and the leaves on the trees around us hung motionless. I cocked my head, straining to identify it. It sounded almost like voices, muffled, distant, distorted. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked, keeping my voice low. Liam paused, mid-sip from the flask. "Hear what?" "More bears." No, it sounded like whispering. I said, feeling foolish even as the words left my mouth. Chloe laughed nervously. "Probably just the fire, Ethan. Or an owl or something." Olivia didn't laugh. She was staring in the darkness beyond the firelight, her brow furrowed. "I thought I heard something too," she admitted quietly. Like static on a radio almost. We all fell silent, listening intently. The crackling fire filled the void for a moment, then the sound returned. Faint, sibilant, swirling just beyond our circle of light. It wasn't static. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't any animal I'd ever heard. It sounded frustratingly like human whispers, but the words, if there were any, were completely indecipherable. They seemed to ebb and flow, sometimes fading entirely, sometimes seeming to draw closer, carried on a breeze that didn't exist. Liam stood up, peering uneasily into the black wall of trees. "Okay, that's weird," he conceded, his earlier bravado gone. "Maybe campers across the lake." "No way," Olivia said, shaking her head. "Sound travels weird over water, but not that weird. And we haven't seen anyone." We strained our ears, the mood around the campfire shifting dramatically. The comforting bubble of light now felt small, fragile, besieged by the vast darkness and the unsettling sounds emanating from it. The whispers weren't constant, which was somehow worse. They would fade, letting the silence press in again, making us doubt our own ears, only to return moments later, a soft, insidious murmur just at the threshold of perception. It felt like the forest itself was murmuring secrets we weren't meant to understand, secrets that prickled the hairs on the back of my neck and sent a cold dread coiling in my stomach. The perfect, silent wilderness was starting to feel very, very wrong, and the night had only just begun. We sat frozen around the dying fire, ears straining against the oppressive silence, waiting for the whispers to return. The crackling flames, once a source of comfort, now seemed like a pitifully inadequate defense against the encroaching darkness and the insidious sounds it held. When the murmuring started again, it felt different, closer somehow, not louder but more intimate, as if whatever was making the sound had crept nearer to the edge of our fragile circle of light observing us. It was a layered sound, like dozens of hushed voices speaking simultaneously, none distinct, creating a sibilant, rustling texture that slid under the skin and stayed there. Okay, screw this, Liam finally muttered, grabbing the sole flashlight we possessed. Its beam cut a sharp, white cone into the woods, illuminating tree trunks, ferns, and the dense wall of undergrowth. He swept it slowly back and forth. Hello, anyone out there? His voice sounded unnaturally loud, almost vulgar, shattering the tense quiet. There was no answer. The beam revealed nothing but trees, shadows, and the occasional glint of moisture on leaves. But as the light swept past a particularly thick cluster of rhododendrons, the whispers seemed to momentarily intensify, swirling like disturbed dust motes just beyond the light's reach. Liam jerked the beam back, holding it steady on the bushes. Nothing moved. Yet the feeling of being watched, of unseen things lurking just feet away, was palpable. "There's nothing there, man," I said, though my own heart was hammering against my ribs. Maybe it's, I don't know, acoustics. The way sound bounces off the slopes. Even as I said it, I knew how weak it sounded. Acoustics don't sound like voices. Acoustics don't feel malicious. Chloe hugged her knees tighter, her face pale in the firelight. It doesn't sound like acoustics, Ethan. It sounds wrong. Olivia, who had been quiet, spoke in a low, steady voice that belied the fear I saw in her eyes. "Let's put more wood on the fire. Keep it bright." She stood and carefully placed several logs onto the embers, coaxing the flames higher. The renewed light pushed the deepest shadows back a few feet, a small victory that felt disproportionately significant. "And maybe," she added, avoiding our eyes, "we should try to ignore it. Freaking ourselves out won't help. Easier said than done." Ignoring the whispers was like trying to ignore a mosquito buzzing right next to your ear in a pitch black room. They were faint, yes, but persistent. They would fade completely for minutes at a time, lulling us into a false sense of security, making us exchange hopeful glances, only to resurface a soft, chilling reminder that we were not alone and whatever shared this space with us was aware of our presence. Attempts at conversation faltered, dying out mid. Sentences one or all of us would freeze, tilting our heads, listening. The shared flask of whiskey remained untouched. The earlier camaraderie had evaporated, replaced by a tense, shared anxiety. At one point, during a particularly long silence from the whispers, Liam tried to lighten the mood. "Remember that time in Ocracoke?" He started, aiming for a chuckle, when we thought that Stray Cat was a ghost. Nobody laughed. Chloe just shivered. "This isn't like that, Liam." He deflated, poking at the fire with a stick. "Yeah." The character of the whispers seemed to shift subtly throughout the evening. Sometimes they sounded vaguely like questions, drawn out and sibilant. Other times they had a sharper, more guttural edge, like warnings hissed through clenched teeth. Once, terrifyingly, I thought I heard my own name, or something very close to it, woven into the fabric of the sound E, then drawn out and distorted, like a recording played backward. I snapped my head up, looking wildly around at the others. Did you hear that? They just stared back, their faces masked of confusion and fear. Hear what specifically? Olivia asked, her voice tight. My name, I whispered. It sounded like my name. Liam shook his head slowly. Didn't hear it, man. Just the usual static, but his eyes darted nervously towards the trees. Were the whispers different for each of us? Or was my mind, starved of rational explanation, starting to manufacture specifics within the noise? The uncertainty was another layer of torment. Eventually, exhaustion began to outweigh fear, at least marginally. We knew we couldn't sit by the fire all night. Around midnight, with the whispers still intermittently present, we made the tense decision to retreat to our tents. Mine and Liam's tent was pitched closest to the bluff edge, while Olivia and Chloe's was slightly further back, nearer the tree line. Keep the flashlight in here, Olivia said, handing it to Liam. If anything sounds really close, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Zipping up the tent felt like sealing ourselves into a coffin. The thin nylon walls offered zero protection, psychological or otherwise. In fact, they seemed to amplify every tiny sound from outside while trapping the sounds of our own bodies, breathing, rustling sleeping bags, the frantic thumping of my own heart making them unnervingly loud in the confined space. Liam and I lay side by side in silence, staring up at the dark ceiling of the tent, both pretending the other might be asleep, neither of us fooling anyone. Outside, the whispers continued their patrol. Sometimes they seemed to brush against the very fabric of the tent, a dry, papery rustle that wasn't wind. Other times, they sounded further off, down by the lake maybe, or deeper in the woods. Their inconsistency was maddening. Were they moving, circling, or was it just the way sound played tricks in the dead quiet? Sleep was impossible. Every snap of a twig from the forest floor, every rustle of leaves, every hoot of a distant owl or rare, almost welcome natural sound sent jolts of adrenaline through me. My imagination ran wild, painting pictures of what might be making those sounds just beyond the thin walls, distorted figures. Ancient spirits bound to the land, something utterly alien. The darkness inside the tent felt thick, suffocating. I could hear Liam's breathing, shallow and quick. Occasionally, he'd shift position violently, as if startled from the edge of sleep by a noise only he could hear. From the other tent, we heard muffled sounds, a sharp intake of breath from Chloe, Olivia murmuring something indistinct, likely words of reassurance that probably felt as hollow to her as they would have to us. The fear was a shared contagion, passing invisibly between the tents. At one particularly awful moment, maybe around 3 a.m., the whispers abruptly stopped. The silence that followed was impossibly even more terrifying. It stretched on for what felt like an eternity, 5, maybe 10 minutes. It was a heavy, pregnant silence, the kind that feels like something is gathering itself, preparing. Liam and I were rigid, barely breathing. Then, directly outside our tent, so close I could have touched it by reaching through the nylon, came a single, perfectly clear sound, a soft, wet chuckle. It wasn't human. It was guttural, ancient, and filled with a chilling amusement. Liam gasped, fumbling frantically for the flashlight. He clicked it on, aiming the beam wildly around the inside of the tent, then towards the door flap. What the hell was that? He hissed, his voice trembling. I couldn't speak. My blood felt like ice water. The chuckle hadn't been repeated. And now the whispers started again, faint at first, then growing back to their previous intermittent murmur, as if nothing unusual had happened. But something had changed. That single sound had stripped away any lingering hope of a rational explanation. Wind, acoustics, animals, none of them chuckled like that. We lay there in the beam of the flashlight until the batteries began to fade, casting long, dancing shadows inside the small space. We didn't talk. There was nothing left to say. The beauty of Fontana Lake was now a terrifying mask, hiding something rotten and aware beneath. Olivia's private piece of wilderness felt like a trap we had willingly sprung on ourselves. As the first hint of gray began to dilute the oppressive blackness outside, filtering weakly through the tent fabric, a silent agreement passed between us. I heard the zipper on the girl's tent, A moment later, Olivia's voice, low and strained, came from just outside ours. "Ethan, Liam, we're leaving. Now." Liam was already unzipping our door. "No argument here," he croaked, his voice rough from fear and lack of sleep. Stepping out of the tent into the cold, damp dawn felt like stepping onto alien soil. The air was thick with mist rising from the lake, shrouding the cove in ethereal gray, and the whispers were still there, a faint, constant presence seeming to swirl within the mist itself. Sleep-deprived, terrified, and running on pure adrenaline, we knew we had to get back to the car. The only question was whether the forest, and whatever lurked within it, would let us go. Emerging from the tents into the pre-dawn gloom was like stepping into another world, one painted in shades of gray and veiled in mist. The air was cold and clammy, biting through our thin layers of clothing. Fog rolled off the surface of Fontana Lake, clinging to the water, swirling amongst the trees, muffling the already unnerving silence. It didn't obscure the whispers, though. If anything, the mist seemed to carry them, making them feel even closer, more pervasive. They were a constant, sibilant undercurrent to the frantic sounds of our packing. Nobody spoke of a plan, none was needed. The shared terror was communication enough. We moved with desperate, clumsy haste. Tent poles were wrenched apart, sleeping bags stuffed haphazardly into sacks, loose gear shoved into backpacks without care. We left things behind: a cooking pot, spilled coffee grounds, one of Liam's hiking boots that he couldn't find immediately and didn't dare spend time looking for. The beautiful campsite that had filled us with awe just the day before now felt like enemy territory, every shadow potentially concealing the source of the chuckling horror, every tree an unblinking eye. Our movements were jerky, fueled by adrenaline and sleeplessness. Every snap of a twig underfoot made us jump, every rustle in the dense foliage caused heads to whip around, eyes wide with fear. The whispers seemed to react to our frantic energy. They grew slightly in volume, not loud, but more insistent, swirling around us like unseen flies. It felt less like ambient noise now and more like commentary. Disapproving murmurs, perhaps, or maybe eager anticipation. The lack of distinct words was almost worse than a clear threat. It left everything to our frayed imaginations. Finally, packs shouldered. We turned our backs on the cove and plunged back onto the narrow trail leading away from the bluff. Stepping under the dense tree canopy felt like being swallowed. The mist was thicker here, reducing visibility to maybe 20 feet ahead. We moved in a tight cluster, practically tripping over each other's heels, Liam in front with the fading flashlight. Almost useless in the gray dawn light, Olivia behind him, then Chloe, with me bringing up the rear, constantly glancing back over my shoulder at the swirling fog that seemed to press in behind us. The hike out was pure, agonizing endurance. Our legs burned from the pace. Our lungs ached from sucking in the cold, damp air. But the physical discomfort was nothing compared to the psychological torment. The whispers came with us. They didn't stay behind at the cove. They followed, flanking us, sometimes seeming to dart ahead on the trail, sometimes feeling chillingly close behind. It was like walking through an invisible crowd, all murmuring secrets just for us, secrets meant to unravel our sanity. At times, the sound would mimic the rhythm of our own ragged breathing, or the crunch of our boots on the path, twisting familiar sounds into something alien and mocking. Chloe stumbled on a loose rock, crying out softly, and for a moment, the whispers seemed to coalesce into a sound that horribly resembled distorted, mocking laughter before dissolving back into the usual sibilant rush. She scrambled up, tears streaming down her face, pushed onward by Olivia's steadying hand on her back. It felt like we were being herded, not aggressively chased, but relentlessly pressured, driven out. The forest itself felt awake and hostile. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches like grasping fingers in the mist. Shadows in our peripheral vision seemed to wreathe and shift. Was it just exhaustion playing tricks on our eyes? Or was something moving parallel to the trail, keeping pace with us just beyond the veil of fog? We didn't stop, didn't dare slow down to check. The trail felt impossibly longer than it had on the way in. Every twist, every small rise felt like a monumental obstacle. Panic was a tangible thing, clawing at my throat. I kept thinking about that chuckle, that wet, ancient sound. What kind of creature made a noise like that? And was it still back there, watching us flee? Or was it now among the voices that dogged our steps? Time lost meaning. There was only the desperate need to keep moving, to put distance between us and that horrible place. Then, through the mist ahead, I saw a subtle shift in the light. A thinning of the trees. Liam let out a choked cry. "The parking lot! I see it!" We burst out of the tree line like startled deer, stumbling into the small gravel clearing where Liam's SUV stood parked under the old oak tree. It was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. Solid metal man-made. A symbol of escape, of the normal world we had so foolishly left behind. And as we crossed that invisible threshold, stumbling from the dense woods onto the gravel, something remarkable happened. The whispers stopped, not gradually faded, but ceased abruptly. One moment they were swirling around us, a constant, terrifying pressure on our ears and minds. The next, there was only the sound of our own gasping breaths, the frantic pounding of blood in our ears, and the distant, normal sound of birdsong starting up in trees further down the road. It was as if they couldn't or wouldn't cross the boundary line defined by the edge of the deep woods. They had followed us right to the very edge, almost to the car doors, and then simply vanished. The silence they left behind was profound, clean, and utterly welcome, yet deeply unsettling in its own way. It confirmed the feeling that this wasn't random, it was territorial. We didn't pause to savor it. Liam fumbled with his keys, dropping them once before managing to unlock the doors. We threw our packs into the back and piled inside, slamming and locking the doors, cocooning ourselves in the musty familiarity of the vehicle. For a moment, we just sat there, chests heaving, staring at each other with wide, haunted eyes. Chloe was sobbing quietly in the back seat. Liam's hands were shaking so badly he could barely grip the steering wheel. He jammed the key into the ignition and turned. The engine roared to life, blessedly loud, shattering the last remnants of the forest's unnatural quiet. He threw the SUV into reverse, spun gravel, and sped away from the trailhead without a backward glance. The drive back down the mountain roads was mostly silent. No radio, no jokes, no singing. Just the hum of the engine and the occasional shaky breath. We kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see figures emerging from the trees, or maybe just the mist itself reaching out for us. But there was nothing. Just the empty road winding back towards civilization. We never figured out what the whispers were. We never went back to Fontana Lake, or anywhere that remote again. The shared trauma bonded us in a strange way, but it also fractured something. We didn't talk about it much afterwards. The fear was too raw, too difficult to put into words without sounding insane. How do you explain being chased by whispers? How do you describe a sound that felt ancient and intelligent and deeply, fundamentally wrong? Olivia was right. It was a mistake to ignore the silence, to mistake that profound stillness for peace. It was the quiet before the sound, the breath held by something ancient and aware. We stumbled into a place where the wilderness wasn't just wild, it was awake, and it didn't want us there. The whispers were its voice, driving us out, maybe driving us mad. We were lucky to get away with just our sanity frayed. I still hear them sometimes. Late at night when the house is quiet, faint, on the very edge of hearing, like wind chimes made of static. Or maybe it's just memory. I hope it's just memory. But the fear never really leaves. The fear tells me the mistake wasn't just going, it was coming back believing we truly left it all behind. My name is Mason. That probably doesn't mean much to you, but I need to get this down. I need someone, anyone, to know what happened out there in the woods. Maybe writing it out will help me make sense of it, or maybe it'll just serve as a warning. Either way, typing these words feels like lancing a wound that refuses to heal, letting out some of the pressure that's been building behind my eyes since that trip. It was late October, maybe early November, that cusp period in North Carolina where the Appalachian autumn is throwing its last vibrant punches before the gray chill of winter sets in. The air was crisp, smelling of damp leaves and pine, the kind of smell that usually fills me with a sense of freedom and excitement. Usually. There were 4 of us: me, Dave, Sarah, and Ben. Just a standard group of college friends looking to blow off steam after midterms. We weren't hardcore survivalists, just regular students from UNC Asheville who enjoyed getting away from campus, drinking cheap beer around a campfire, and pretending we knew how to rough it for a weekend. DuPont State Recreational Forest was our chosen spot. Famous for its waterfalls and miles of trails, it felt remote enough to be an escape, but accessible enough for our beat, up cars, and limited experience. The plan was simple: hike in a few miles, find a decent spot off the beaten path near a water source, set up camp, and enjoy the relative solitude. We'd done similar trips before, maybe not this deep into DuPont, but enough to feel confident. Overconfident, maybe. That's the first thread in the tapestry of bad decisions, isn't it? Overconfidence. Thinking you know the woods, thinking you're prepared for anything they might hold. The hiking was beautiful, I can't deny it. The foliage was spectacular: fiery reds, burnt oranges, deep golds clinging stubbornly to the branches. Sunlight slanted through the canopy, dappling the forest floor. We were laughing, cracking jokes, the easy camaraderie of shared experience warming us against the slight nip in the air. Ben had brought a portable speaker, playing some indie folk playlist that felt appropriately woodsy, though Sarah kept telling him to turn it down so we could hear the actual forest. Dave, ever the navigator, consulted his map periodically, assuring us he knew a prime spot he'd scouted online, supposedly secluded and picturesque. It took us longer than expected to reach the area Dave had pinpointed. The terrain got steeper, the path less defined. The sun was already starting to dip lower in the sky, painting the undersides of the clouds in shades of pink and purple. A subtle anxiety began to prickle at the edges of my good mood. Setting up camp in the dark is never fun, and the temperature drops fast in the mountains once the sun is gone. Almost there, guys. Dave puffed, pointing ahead. Just over this ridge, there should be a relatively flat clearing near a creek. We crested the ridge, breathing heavily, and looked down. It wasn't exactly the idyllic clearing Dave had described. It was flatter than the surrounding slopes, true, but it felt enclosed. Tall, old trees hemmed it in on 3 sides, their branches interlacing overhead, creating a premature twilight even though the sun hadn't fully set. A small, sluggish stream trickled nearby, its banks muddy and choked with fallen leaves. Still, it was getting late, and beggars couldn't be choosers. "This is it?" Sarah asked, her voice lacking enthusiasm. "Yeah, it's rustic," Dave admitted, trying to sound upbeat. "Good windbreak, though. And water." We dropped our packs, the silence of the woods pressing in now that our chatter and footsteps had ceased. The only sounds were the gurgle of the stream, the whisper of wind high in the treetops, and our own breathing. We started the familiar routine, unpacking tents, sorting gear, gathering firewood. Ben and I took on tent duty, while Sarah started clearing a space for the fire pit. Dave wandered off slightly, ostensibly looking for the best branches for firewood, but mostly just exploring the perimeter of our chosen site. We were wrestling with a particularly stubborn tent pole when Dave's voice cut through the quiet. It wasn't loud, but it had a strange quality to it, tight and urgent. Guys, you need to see this." Ben and I exchanged glances, shrugged, and followed the sound of his voice. Sarah trailed behind us, wiping dirt from her hands onto her jeans. Dave was standing about 30 yards away, near the edge of the clearing, staring intently at the base of an enormous oak tree. This wasn't just any oak. It was ancient, easily the biggest tree in the immediate vicinity. Its trunk was thick and gnarled, the bark deeply furrowed like the skin of some primeval giant. It dominated the space, its lower branches, thick as my thigh, reaching out like grasping arms. As we got closer, I saw what had captured Dave's attention. Carved into the bark, starting from just above the mossy base and extending up as high as a man could easily reach, were symbols. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They weren't initials, hearts, or any of the usual graffiti you might find on a tree near a trail. These were different. They were etched deep, cut with deliberate force, exposing the paler wood beneath the dark, rough bark. Some were geometric sharp angles, interlocking triangles, spirals that seemed to draw the eye inward. Others were horrifyingly organic, resembling stick figures, but not the cheerful kind a child draws. These figures were distorted, elongated, seemingly contorted in poses of extreme agony or supplication. Limbs were bent at impossible angles, heads thrown back in silent screams, bodies impossibly thin and stretched. Some figures seemed impaled by the geometric shapes, others were entangled within them. The sheer number of them was overwhelming, covering almost every accessible inch of the lower trunk. They weren't freshly carved, the exposed wood had weathered to a grayish, brown, suggesting they'd been there for years, maybe decades. But they weren't so old as to be smoothed over by time and growth. They felt active. Present. We stood there in silence for a long moment, the only sound the frantic thumping of my own heart. The air around the tree felt different. Heavy, still, like the oxygen had been sucked out of it. The usual forest floor scent of decay and damp earth was overlaid with something else, something metallic and vaguely unpleasant, like old pennies or faint blood. What the hell? Ben finally breathed, echoing my thoughts. Is this some kind of art project? Sarah asked, but her voice wavered. She hugged herself, rubbing her arms despite the layers she wore. No way. Dave said, his voice low. He reached out, his fingers hovering just above one of the carvings, a particularly unsettling one that looked like a figure being pulled apart by jagged lines. He snatched his hand back as it burned. This feels wrong. He was right. It felt profoundly wrong. It wasn't just vandalism. It felt like a violation, not just of the tree, but of something else. Like we'd stumbled upon a shrine to suffering, a place marked by something deeply malevolent and patient. The geometric precision mixed with the raw, visceral horror of the figures created a dissonance that scraped at the nerves. It felt intentional, ritualistic, ancient. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the undeniable feeling of being watched. My eyes darted nervously towards the deepening shadows between the surrounding trees. The woods, which had felt welcoming just an hour before, now seemed menacing, secretive, holding its breath. Okay, I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. Okay, we're not camping here. There was no argument. The desire to get away from that tree was immediate and universal. The unease it radiated was palpable, a physical weight pressing down on us. Grab the tents, Dave ordered, already moving back towards our half-made camp. We'll find somewhere else. Further down the trail, maybe. The relief of moving away from the oak was quickly tempered by a new anxiety. Where would we go? It was getting properly dark now, the last vestiges of sunlight swallowed by the ridge and the thick canopy. Setting up a new camp in the pitch black, in unfamiliar territory. After that discovery, it felt like another bad decision stacked upon the first. But staying near that tree, unthinkable. We hastily repacked the tents, gathered our scattered gear, our movements clumsy, and rushed in the fading light. No one spoke much. The easy banter from the hike-in was gone, replaced by a tense silence punctuated only by the rustle of gear and our own ragged breaths. We decided to backtrack slightly and move off the faint trail in the opposite direction, putting as much distance between us and the carved oak as we felt we could manage before complete darkness fell. We found another spot, maybe a quarter-mile away. It wasn't great uneven ground, further from the water, but crucially, the oak tree was not visible from here. Yet, as we finally got the tents pitched under the narrow beams of our headlamps, the unease lingered. It clung to us like the damp evening chill. Finding those carvings hadn't just been unsettling, it felt like a transgression. Like we'd seen something we weren't supposed to see, stumbled onto a boundary marker for a territory ruled by something old and patient and deeply, deeply wrong. Setting up our flimsy nylon shelters felt laughably inadequate, like hiding from a hurricane under a piece of paper. The forest night closed in around us, deeper and darker than any I remembered, and the silence felt charged, listening. We didn't know it then, huddled in the inadequate glow of our headlamps, but moving camp hadn't been enough. Our bad decisions were just beginning, and the forest wasn't done with us yet. The memory of those figures, trapped in their wooden agony, was seared into my mind, a silent scream echoing in the oppressive quiet. We should have hiked out right then, in the dark, no matter the risk. We should have run. The fire was pathetic. We'd managed to gather enough damp wood to get something going. It sputtered and hissed, casting erratic shadows that danced just beyond the edge of our huddled circle. It offered little warmth against the bone-deep chill that had settled over the forest with the darkness, and even less comfort against the fear coiling in my gut. Our new campsite, chosen in haste and desperation, felt exposed despite the surrounding trees. The ground was uneven, littered with roots waiting to trip us in the dark, and the silence was somehow heavier here, less natural than the usual nocturnal symphony of the woods. We sat mostly in silence, nursing lukewarm beers we'd optimistically carried in. The forced cheerfulness of the hike felt like a distant memory from another lifetime. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the canopy above, made us jump. Ben tried to put on some music again, quieter this time, but the cheerful folk tunes sounded jarringly out of place, almost mocking. After a few tense minutes, Sarah asked him to turn it off, and he complied without argument. It was probably just kids, right? Ben said eventually, his voice too loud in the quiet. He poked at the struggling fire with a stick, sending a shower of weak sparks into the air. Some edgy teenagers trying to freak people out, like crop circles but with trees. Nobody responded immediately. We all wanted to believe him, to grasp onto that mundane explanation like a lifeline. But the image of those carvings, the depth, the sheer number, the feeling they exuded pushed back against the rationalization. Maybe. Dave said, his voice tight. He was staring out into the impenetrable blackness beyond the firelight, his head cocked as if listening. But it didn't feel like teenagers, Ben. It felt old. And why there? Sarah murmured, wrapping her arms tighter around herself. So far off any main trail, who would even see it? Her question hung in the air, unanswered. The implication was clear. Maybe it wasn't meant to be seen by casual hikers. Maybe we had intruded somewhere we weren't welcome. I kept replaying the discovery in my mind, the gnarled bark, the violent geometry intertwined with suffering figures, the heavy stillness around the oak. It felt less like vandalism and more like a ward, or a marker for something buried, something contained, or maybe something worshipped. The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread through me. We tried to make small talk classes, plans for the winter break, but the conversation was strained, full of pauses and nervous glances into the dark. Every so often, one of us would shine a headlamp beam out into the trees, sweeping it across the underbrush, searching for what? Eyes reflecting back. Movement. We saw nothing but tree trunks and shadows, yet the feeling of being watched persisted, a constant pressure on the backs of our necks. At one point, Dave held up a hand, silencing our already faltering conversation. Did you guys hear that? We all froze, straining our ears. At first, nothing. Just the wind sighing high above, the crackle of the fire. Then, faintly, from somewhere off in the direction we guessed the oak tree stood, came a sound. It was low, rhythmic, almost guttural. A series of clicks or pops, spaced just slightly too evenly to be natural. It lasted only a few seconds, then faded back into the ambient noise of the forest. What was that? Sarah whispered, her eyes wide. Probably just a woodpecker settling down, or branches rubbing together. I offered, trying to convince myself as much as anyone else. But it hadn't sounded like wood. It had sounded wet, organic. We should take shifts, Dave said decisively. 2 hours on, 2 hours off. Keep the fire going. Nobody argued. The idea of trying to sleep soundly out here unprotected suddenly seemed insane. Another bad decision confirmed we weren't leaving. We were digging in, committing to the night in this haunted stretch of woods. My shift was second, after Dave. Trying to rest in the tent was futile. The thin nylon walls felt utterly inadequate. Every rustle outside sounded like footsteps approaching. Every hoot of a distant owl seemed like a warning. I could hear Ben tossing and turning in the small space beside me. Sarah, in the other tent with Dave, was probably just as tense. I closed my eyes, but the images burned behind my eyelids were of those twisted figures carved into the oak, their silent screams echoing the fear tightening my own chest. Sleep wouldn't come. When it was finally my turn to watch, the fire had burned down to glowing embers. The forest was utterly black, the moon hidden by clouds or the dense canopy. The cold was intense. I added more wood, coaxing the flames back to life, grateful for the small pool of light it created. Sitting there alone, armed only with a dying fire and a headlamp, felt like being adrift on a tiny raft in a dark, hostile ocean. The silence pressed in, broken only by the fire's hiss and the occasional, unidentifiable scuffling sound from the undergrowth. I found myself holding my breath, listening, constantly scanning the tree line. Several times, I thought I saw movement in my peripheral vision, a flicker of motion, a shadow detaching itself from a tree trunk, but whenever I snapped my head around, beaming the light, there was nothing there. Just trees, leaves, and the oppressive darkness. My imagination, I told myself, fear playing tricks, but the feeling of being observed closely was stronger than ever. Dawn arrived not with a triumphant sunrise, but as a slow, grudging dilution of the blackness into a flat, gray light. The relief was immense, almost physical. Seeing the familiar shapes of trees and rocks emerge from the gloom felt like waking from a nightmare. We crawled out of our tents, stiff, cold, and exhausted, blinking in the weak morning light. See, Ben said, managing a weak smile. We made it. Nothing happened. But even as he said it, his eyes darted nervously towards the woods. The forest looked deceptively normal in the daylight. Birds were even starting to sing. But the unease from the night hadn't entirely evaporated with the darkness. It lingered, a stale taste in the back of my throat. As Sarah went to retrieve our food bag, which we'd hung from a high branch some distance away, to keep it safe from bears, she let out a small gasp. We rushed over. The bag was still there, suspended from the rope. But the rope itself, it looked frayed near the top, almost chewed through in one spot. Not cleanly cut, but raggedly gnawed by something with small, sharp teeth, or maybe just rubbed against the branch. Below it, on the damp ground, were tracks. Small, indistinct prints, not clearly belonging to any animal we could readily identify. Too small for a bear, too splayed for a deer, not quite right for a raccoon or possum. And there were quite a few of them, scuffing the leaf litter around the base of the tree before vanishing back into the woods. Okay, that's weird. Dave admitted, frowning at the prints. Weird. Dave, something was trying to get our food last night, Sarah said, her voice trembling slightly. Something was right here. The fragile morning calm shattered. The debate started immediately. Sarah was adamant, pack up, hike out now, forget the rest of the weekend. Ben, perhaps emboldened by surviving the night, or maybe just stubborn, argued that it was probably just squirrels or something, and we shouldn't let ourselves get spooked by weird carvings and some chewed rope. Dave seemed torn, looking from the tracks back towards the direction of the oak tree. His brow furrowed in thought. I was torn too. Every instinct screamed at me to agree with Sarah, to get the hell out of DuPont. But another part of me, the part that hated admitting defeat, the part that had looked forward to this escape, hesitated. Hiking out now meant admitting we were terrified that the woods had beaten us. It felt embarrassing. Another layer to the bad decision's pride. Look, Dave said, finally striking a compromise. Let's not panic. We'll pack up camp here, definitely. This spot sucks anyway. We hike further out, maybe another mile or two, completely different area. Find a better spot, near a more open trail maybe. If anything else feels off, anything at all, we head straight back to the car. Deal. Sarah looked unhappy, but reluctantly agreed. Ben shrugged, seemingly content as long as we weren't immediately bailing. I nodded, pushing down the insistent voice in my head that screamed this was just delaying the inevitable, inviting more trouble. Bad decision number 3, settling in nicely. We packed quickly, eager to leave the site of our unsettling night. We decided to hike parallel to the ridge for a while, aiming for a different trail system marked on Dave's map, deliberately putting more distance and elevation between us and the valley containing the carved oak. The hike felt different today. The autumn beauty seemed muted, the colors less vibrant. The silence of the woods felt watchful, expectant. We moved faster, speaking less, constantly scanning the trees around us. Twice we thought we heard something moving in step with us, just out of sight in the dense undergrowth, but each time we stopped, the sound ceased. Around midday, as we navigated a particularly thick patch of rhododendron, a thick, damp fog began to roll in. It descended quickly, swallowing the ridges above us and reducing visibility to 50 feet, then 30. The temperature dropped noticeably. The world shrank to just the few trees immediately around us, their branches dripping with condensation, the ground slick with wet leaves. Disorientation set in quickly. The already faint trail markers became harder to spot. "Great," Ben muttered, pulling his hood up. "Just perfect." We pushed on, relying heavily on Dave's compass and map, but the fog made landmarks invisible. The air grew thick and heavy, muffling sound. It felt like the forest itself was closing in, deliberately trying to confuse us, to keep us. The feeling of being watched intensified, becoming almost suffocating in the gray, swirling mist. We stumbled out of the rhododendron thicket onto what seemed like a slightly more established, though still unmarked, path. We paused, trying to get our bearings, peering into the disorienting gray. And that's when Sarah pointed, her voice a choked whisper. "Look." My eyes followed her trembling finger. There, just off the path, barely visible through the swirling fog, was another tree. Smaller than the great oak, but still substantial. And carved into its bark, fresh enough that the pale wood underneath seemed to gleam wetly in the mist, was a single symbol. It was one of the geometric shapes we'd seen on the oak. A complex, jagged spiral that seemed to pulse sickeningly even as I looked at it. Below it, scratched crudely into the moss, was an arrow. It pointed deeper into the fog-shrouded woods, away from any direction we thought led towards safety. It pointed towards the unknown heart of the forest. It wasn't a warning this time. It felt like an invitation, or a summons. The fog swirled around the tree, momentarily obscuring it, then revealing it again, the symbol seeming darker, sharper. A sound reached us through the mist then, closer than before. The same rhythmic, guttural clicking we'd heard faintly last night. But now it was louder, clearer, and it was accompanied by a low, wet shuffling sound, like something heavy dragging itself across the sodden leaves. It was coming from the direction the arrow pointed. We weren't just lost anymore. We were being led. For a frozen moment, none of us moved. We just stared at the freshly carved symbol gleaming wetly in the fog, the crudely scratched arrow pointing into the gray unknown, and listened to the sound. That wet, rhythmic clicking, punctuated by the heavy shuffling, was undeniably closer now. It wasn't just in the vicinity. It felt like it was just beyond the edge of visibility, separated from us only by the swirling curtain of mist. The feeling of being watched was replaced by the certainty of being hunted. Panic, cold and absolute, finally broke the paralysis. It wasn't a conscious decision, it was pure instinct, the primal urge to flee overwhelming every rational thought.
Run!
Dave choked out, his voice cracking. We scattered, crashing blindly into the fog-drenched woods. Not towards the arrow, every cell in my body screamed against that, but away, any direction away from the sound and the newly marked tree. The forest floor, slick with wet leaves and hidden roots, became an obstacle course designed to cripple us. I stumbled almost immediately, catching myself on a dripping branch, the impact jarring my teeth. Behind me, I heard Sarah cry out as she slipped, Ben cursing as he helped her up. Dave was just a frantic crashing sound somewhere ahead and to my left. We weren't running together, we were fleeing individually, united only by the shared terror propelling us. The fog was a suffocating blanket, isolating each of us in a tiny bubble of gray. Trees loomed up suddenly like phantoms, forcing sharp turns. Branches whipped at my face and clothes. My lungs burned, sucking in damp, cold air that did little to oxygenate my oxygen-starved muscles. And the sound followed. Sometimes it seemed to fall back, almost disappearing into the muffling fog, giving me a fleeting, desperate hope. Then it would surge closer again, the clicking louder, the shuffling seeming to gain ground, sometimes sounding like it was right behind me, sometimes off to the side, as if flanking us, hurting us. Was it one thing, or more than one? The ambiguity was terrifying. Once I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw nothing but swirling gray, but I could have sworn I heard a low, guttural breath expelled just yards away. I tripped again, this time going down hard, my knee smashing against a half-buried rock. Pain shot up my leg, sharp and nauseating. For a second, I just lay there, gasping on the wet leaves, the smell of decay filling my nostrils. This is it, I thought. This is where they get me. The clicking sound seemed to pause, as if waiting. Then hands were hauling me up. Dave, his face was pale, streaked with mud, eyes wide with terror.
Come on, Mason!
Move. Ben and Sarah emerged from the mist moments later, Sarah sobbing quietly, clinging to Ben's arm. We huddled together for a second, a small knot of shivering, mud-caked fear in the vast, indifferent woods. The clicking started again, further away now, but circling. Which way? Sarah gasped, looking around wildly at the identical walls of fog. Compass, Dave panted, fumbling with the compass attached to his jacket zipper. The needle swung uncertainly before settling. Downhill, towards where the parking lot should be. If we follow the slope, maybe hit a stream, follow it out. It was a desperate plan, based on fragmented memories of the map and blind hope. But it was better than staying put, better than running aimlessly. We started moving again, slower this time, trying to stay together, helping each other over fallen logs and down slippery banks. My knee throbbed with every step. The fog remained thick, relentless, turning the descent into a treacherous crawl. We slid more than walked down a steep, muddy incline and landed in a shallow creek bed. The water was icy cold, shocking my system, but the sight of moving water felt like a miracle. Follow it. Dave urged. Water flows downhill. Eventually it has to lead somewhere. We splashed through the creek, the freezing water numbing my feet, but also washing away some of the mud, and, perhaps foolishly, making me feel slightly cleaner, slightly less tainted by the woods. The clicking sound seemed to dislike the water. It faded, staying back on the banks, pacing us from the tree line, sometimes audible, sometimes lost in the gurgle of the stream. Hours seemed to pass. The gray light began to subtly deepen, signaling the slow approach of dusk. The fog hadn't lifted, but seemed to press closer, colder. Exhaustion was setting in, deep and profound. Hope, fragile to begin with, was starting to fray. What if the creek just led deeper into the wilderness? What if night fell while we were still trapped in this fog-bound maze, with that thing still shadowing us? Just as despair began to truly take hold, Ben, who was slightly ahead, stopped dead. Guys, listen. We froze, straining our ears over the sound of the water. Faintly, incredibly, we heard it. The distant sound of cars. A road. It was still far off, but it was unmistakable. A surge of adrenaline, born of pure desperation, galvanized us. We scrambled out of the creek bed, pushing through one last, thick wall of dripping vegetation, ignoring the branches that tore at us. The slope leveled out slightly. Through a momentary thinning of the fog, I saw it a dark line in the gray. Asphalt. We stumbled out of the trees and onto the shoulder of a paved road. Not the main park entrance road, but a smaller, winding mountain road that cut through a section of the forest. We must have been miles off course. We stood there, swaying, gasping, covered in mud, bleeding from scratches, staring at the solid, man-made line of the road as if it were the shore of a promised land. Across the road, the forest stood silent. The fog clung to the trees, obscuring the depths, but the sounds, the clicking, the shuffling had stopped. Utterly. It was as if they couldn't or wouldn't cross the road. Like an invisible boundary line had been drawn. We looked back into the woods, into the swirling gray chaos we had just escaped. Was it watching us? Was it waiting? There was no sign. The forest just looked like forest. Silent, secretive, ancient. A car approached, its headlights cutting weakly through the fog. It slowed as it neared us, the driver gawking at the four disheveled, terrified figures who had seemingly materialized from the mist. We flagged it down frantically. I don't remember much about the ride back towards the main park road, just the overwhelming relief of being inside a moving vehicle, the blessed sound of the engine drowning out the memory of the clicking, the feeling of vinyl seats beneath me instead of wet leaves. We found Dave's car eventually, coated in damp leaves but blessedly untouched. The drive back to Asheville was mostly silent. Shock had settled in, leaving little room for words. We occasionally exchanged wide-eyed glances, silently acknowledging the shared nightmare we'd somehow survived. What was there to say? How could you explain finding those carvings? The oppressive fear, the feeling of being hunted by something ancient and unknowable in the fog. It's been months now. Physically, we recovered. Scratches healed, bruises faded, but something else lingers. None of us have gone camping since. I doubt we ever will. Sarah transferred schools at the end of the semester. Ben is quieter now, jumps at loud noises. Dave and I try to hang out sometimes, but there's always an unspoken tension, the shared memory of that weekend hanging heavy between us. Sleep doesn't come easy for me. When I do sleep, I dream of swirling fog and twisted figures carved into bark. Sometimes late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I hear it. A faint rhythmic clicking, just at the edge of hearing. I tell myself it's the house settling, pipes expanding, anything mundane. But I know what I heard in those woods. We made bad decisions. We ignored the warnings. We pushed into territory that wasn't meant for us and stumbled across something that shouldn't be disturbed. We were lucky to get out with our lives, but I don't think we got out entirely clean. A part of that forest, that ancient wrongness marked by those carvings, came back with us. It's a cold spot in my memory, a shadow lurking in my peripheral vision. I don't know what lives in the deep woods of DuPont, in the places off the maps, marked by symbols of agony carved into ancient trees. But I know it's real, and I know it waits. If you go hiking there, stick to the marked trails. Stick to the waterfalls and the scenic overlooks. Don't push too deep. Don't ignore the feeling that you're unwelcome. And if you ever find carvings like the ones we saw, don't hesitate. Don't rationalize. Don't move your camp a few hundred yards away. Run. Run and don't look back until you see asphalt. And pray that whatever dwells there decides, for its own unknowable reasons, to let you go. My name's Isabella, though most people just call me Izzy. Or they used to. It feels strange introducing myself like this, like I'm recounting some anecdote over coffee instead of dredging up the thing that hollowed out my life 5 years ago. But maybe getting it down, putting it out there into the void of the internet will do something. Maybe it'll serve as a warning. Maybe it's just selfish, a way to try and bleed out some of the poison that's been festering inside me since that night near Hanging Rock. There were 4 of us back then, thick as thieves, or so we thought. Me, Sarah, Liam, and Chloe. We were inseparable in that way you only are in your early 20s, convinced of our own immortality and fueled by cheap beer and the boundless optimism of having our whole lives seemingly stretched out before us like an endless summer road. Sarah was my best friend, the chaotic sunshine to my more reserved cloud cover. She was the one who dragged me out of my apartment on a Tuesday night because she heard about a band playing downtown, the one who could talk her way into anywhere and make friends with a lamppost if she put her mind to it. She had this infectious energy, a laugh that could make you forget your worries, and a wild streak that sometimes scared me, but mostly just made me admire her audacity. She'd been dating Liam for about a year. He was quiet or steady, the anchor to her kite. He adored her. You could see it in the way he watched her, like she was the only person in the room. Sometimes I thought he worried about her impulsiveness, tried to gently rein her in, but mostly he just went along for the ride, happy to be in her orbit. Chloe was my other rock. We'd known each other since kindergarten. She was pragmatic, organized, the planner of the group. If Sarah was the engine, Chloe was the steering wheel and the map, making sure we actually got where Sarah decided we were going. She had a dry wit and a no-nonsense attitude, but underneath it, she cared fiercely about us. The camping trip was Sarah's idea, naturally. She'd seen some photos online of the area around Hanging Rock State Park, the dramatic cliffs, the dense forests, the promise of escaping the city smog for a weekend. "Come on, Izzy," she'd pleaded, waving her phone in my face, pictures of waterfalls and scenic overlooks flashing by.
Fresh air! Campfire marshmallows!
Getting away from everything. Liam was instantly on board, always eager for an adventure with Sarah. Chloe took a little more convincing. She muttered about bears and cell service, but eventually, Sarah's enthusiasm won her over, as it usually did. We picked a weekend in late September. The summer heat was finally breaking, replaced by that crisp, golden autumn air that makes you feel alive. We loaded up Lime's beat-up SUV with tents, sleeping bags, coolers full of food and beer, and enough bug spray to deter an army. The drive up was filled with laughter, terrible singing along to the radio, and excited chatter about hiking trails, ghost stories around the campfire. Looking back, it all feels so sickeningly normal, so tragically mundane. There was no premonition, no dark cloud hanging over us. Just four friends heading out for what was supposed to be a fun, uncomplicated weekend in nature. We chose a dispersed campsite, wanting real seclusion, not the packed grounds closer to the main park areas. We followed a winding Forest Service road for miles, bouncing over potholes, until we found a small clearing nestled deep in the woods, a good distance from the road and anyone else. It felt perfect, isolated, quiet, surrounded by towering pines and oaks that were just beginning to hint at their autumn colors. The air smelled clean and earthy. Setting up camp was a familiar routine. Liam and Sarah wrestled with their larger tent, while Chloe and I got ours up quickly. We'd done this enough times to be efficient. We gathered firewood, laid out our sleeping bags, and cracked open the first beers of the trip as the sun began to dip below the tree line, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. The woods felt immense. Peaceful, yes, but also vast and indifferent. As darkness fell, the sounds changed. The chirping birds gave way to the chirp of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. We built a roaring campfire, the flames licking high, pushing back the encroaching shadows. We cooked sausages on sticks, burned marshmallows, told stupid jokes, and shared stories. Sarah was in her element, animated and laughing, her face flushed in the firelight. Liam watched her with that soft smile of his. Chloe recounted a hilariously awkward work story. I remember feeling completely content, wrapped in the warmth of the fire and the easy camaraderie of my friends. The city felt a million miles away. We were cocooned in our little bubble of light and friendship, insulated from the vast, dark wilderness pressing in around us. We stayed up late, talking and laughing, the beer flowing freely. Eventually, the chill in the air deepened, and yawns started spreading. Chloe was the first to call it a night, heading to our shared tent. Liam and Sarah lingered by the dying embers for a while longer, murmuring quietly to each other before they too disappeared into their tent. I stayed by the fire for a few more minutes, poking at the glowing coals, enjoying the profound silence that had settled over the woods, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the whisper of the wind in the pines. It felt ancient and a little intimidating, but not yet threatening. Finally, I banked the fire carefully and crawled into my sleeping bag next to Chloe, who was already softly snoring. I don't know how long I slept. It felt like only minutes, but it could have been hours. What woke me was the sound of rustling, then the distinctive zip of a tent zipper. I opened my eyes, my mind still fuzzy. Through the mesh window of our tent, I saw the beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness outside Sarah and Liam's tent. Sarah. I whispered, my voice thick with sleep. The beam swung towards our tent, illuminating Sarah's face for a second. She looked slightly rumpled, her hair messy. "Hey, Izzy," she whispered back. "Sorry, didn't mean to wake you. Just gotta, use the bathroom." "You okay?" Even half asleep, a flicker of unease sparked in me. It was pitch black out there, the kind of consuming darkness you only find deep in the woods, far from any city lights. "Yeah, fine," she said, maybe a little too quickly. "Just really need to go. Don't want to go too close to the tents." She gave a little wave turn, and her flashlight beam started moving away from the campsite towards the dense wall of trees that marked the edge of the clearing. I watched the small circle of light bobbing away, swallowed almost instantly by the immensity of the woods. She wasn't heading towards the slightly more open area where we'd first pulled in, but deeper into the trees. Why so far? Maybe she'd had more beer than I realized. Maybe she just really valued her privacy. I remember thinking vaguely that she should have woken Liam, or at least taken the bigger lantern. But sleep was pulling me back down, heavy and insistent. I closed my eyes, figuring she'd be back in a few minutes. The flashlight beam was a small, reassuring point of reference in the overwhelming blackness. I drifted in that hazy state between sleep and waking, vaguely aware of the silence outside. Then something snapped me fully awake. The light, Sarah's flashlight beam. It hadn't returned. It wasn't moving back towards the camp. It had simply stopped. Vanished. One moment it was there, a small white speck against the impenetrable dark of the tree line. And the next it was gone. Not switched off, not dropped, it felt more like it had been instantly extinguished, snuffed out. A cold knot formed in my stomach. "Sarah." I called out, louder this time, sitting bolt upright in my sleeping bag. Silence. Utter, complete silence. No rustling leaves, no footsteps, no whispered curse about tripping over a root. Just the oppressive weight of the woods at night. "Sarah." I yelled, pushing aside my sleeping bag and fumbling for the zipper of our tent. Chloe stirred beside me, mumbling sleepily. "What's going on?" "It's Sarah," I said, my voice tight with a rising panic I couldn't explain. "She went to pee, took her flashlight, and the light just went out. She's not answering." I scrambled out of the tent into the cold night air. The campfire was just faintly glowing embers now, offering no real light. The darkness felt absolute, suffocating. I grabbed my own flashlight from the tent pocket, my hands shaking as I switched it on, its beam cutting a pathetic swath through the gloom.
Sarah!
I screamed her name, raw fear starting to claw at my throat. Liam's tent zipped open violently, and he emerged shirtless, blinking in the sudden beam of my flashlight. "What the hell is he?" "What's wrong?" "Sarah," I choked out. She went out towards the trees, her light just disappeared. Understanding, then stark terror, dawned on Liam's face. "What do you mean, disappeared?" He grabbed his own headlamp, strapping it on. Chloe was out of the tent now too, pulling on a jacket, her face pale and worried.
Sa!
Liam bellowed, his voice echoing unnervingly in the stillness. "Sarah Ansdelwar, me." Only the silence answered back. A profound, terrifying silence that seemed to swallow our voices whole. We swept our flashlight beams across the tree line where I'd last seen her light. Nothing. Just the dense, tangled undergrowth and the black trunks of trees disappearing into impenetrable shadow. It looked like a solid wall.
Okay.
"Stay calm," Liam said, but his voice trembled. "She probably just dropped her light, maybe got turned around. We'll find her." But as we took those first few steps towards the tree line, calling her name over and over into the uncaring darkness, a chilling certainty began to creep into my soul. This wasn't just getting lost. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. The way that light had vanished, it wasn't natural. It felt like the woods themselves had blinked, and Sarah, my bright, vibrant Sarah, had been erased in that instant. We started searching, frantically pushing through the brush, our flashlight beams dancing uselessly, revealing nothing but more trees, more shadows. The night had only just begun. The initial moments after realizing Sarah was truly gone, not just taking her time, not just lost temporarily, but gone were pure, unadulterated chaos. Liam was beside himself, plunging into the tree line like a madman, shouting her name until his voice was raw, sweeping his headlamp beam wildly through the dense undergrowth. Chloe was trying to be logical, bless her, grabbing the map, asking me exactly where I saw Sarah disappear, trying to establish a direction, a vector, anything. But how do you map a vanishing point? I was frozen for a beat, paralyzed by a cold, creeping dread that felt ancient and wrong. The way her light just winked out, it wasn't like dropping a flashlight. It wasn't like stumbling and falling. It felt deliberate, consumed. My mind flashed with impossible images, a hidden chasm opening under her feet, a vast, unseen hand snuffing out the light, the trees themselves shifting to swallow her. I shook my head, trying to dispel the nonsensical terror, forcing myself into action.
Liam, wait.
I yelled, grabbing his arm as he thrashed through a patch of thorny bushes. We need to stick together.
We need a plan.
He rounded on me, his eyes wide and frantic in the bouncing glare of our lights. A plan.
Izzy, Sarah's out there. Alone.
In the dark. I know. Chloe snapped, her voice tight with fear, but retaining a sliver of control. But running around blindly isn't going to help. We need to be systematic. Systematic. In that suffocating darkness, on uneven ground thick with roots and unseen drops. Systematic felt like a cruel joke. The woods pressed in, a living entity that seemed to absorb the light from our flashlights just feet away from us. Every snapping twig underfoot sounded like a footstep. Every rustle of leaves in the faint breeze sounded like whispering. Was that an owl or something else? The air grew colder, biting at our exposed skin. We tried. We fanned out slightly, staying within shouting distance, sweeping our lights back and forth, calling her name until our throats ached.
Sarah!
Can you hear us?
Sarah, yell if you can hear us.
Nothing. Just the echo of our own desperate voices bouncing off the indifferent trees, and then that heavy, listening silence falling again. We pushed deeper than I'd ever felt comfortable going into woods at night. The ground was treacherous, covered in a thick carpet of pine needles and decaying leaves that offered no clue. No scuff mark, no sign that anyone had passed this way moments before. We checked behind thick tree trunks, peered into dense thickets, scanned the ground meticulously for any sign, a footprint, a broken branch at human height, a scrap of fabric, the glint of her flashlight. There was nothing, absolutely nothing. It was as if the ground had healed itself the instant she stepped off the path of our campsite clearing. Liam grew increasingly distraught. He'd charge ahead, convinced he heard something, only to find nothing. He'd double back, terrified we'd missed her. He kept muttering her name over and over like a prayer. Chloe tried to keep us focused, reminding us to check our watches, to conserve flashlight batteries, but her voice lacked its usual conviction. I felt numb, operating on adrenaline and a primal fear that threatened to swallow me whole. Guilt gnawed at me. Why hadn't I insisted she stay closer? Why hadn't I offered to go with her? Why did I just lie there and watch her walk away? Hours crawled by. The blackness remained absolute, disorienting. We had no real sense of how far we'd gone, or in which direction. The hope that she'd just stumbled and was waiting for daylight, or had perhaps even circled back to the campsite while we were searching, began to fray thread by painful thread. The terror started to solidify into a grim certainty. As the first hint of gray began to dilute the oppressive blackness, a new kind of horror emerged. The woods didn't become less frightening in the pre-dawn light, they just looked starker, bleaker, emptier. The shadows retreated, revealing only more trees, more undergrowth, stretching endlessly in every direction. There were no hidden monsters leaping out, just a vast, vacant wilderness that seemed utterly devoid of the person we were desperately seeking. Exhaustion hit us like a physical blow. We were scratched, bruised, shivering, and heartsick. We stumbled back towards where we thought the campsite was, guided by the rising sun. Finding our tents, the dying embers of the fire, felt surreal, like returning to a scene from another lifetime. Liam collapsed by the fire pit, burying his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Chloe sank onto a log, staring blankly at the tree line. We have to get help, she said finally, her voice flat, devoid of emotion. Liam looked up, his face streaked with dirt and tears.
No, we can't leave. She might come back. We have to keep searching.
Liam. We've been searching all night. Chloe reasoned, her voice gentle but firm. We found nothing. Not a single sign. We need people who know what they're doing. We need rangers, search dogs. We don't even have cell service here. He argued, pleaded, raged against the idea of leaving the spot where Sarah had last been seen. But eventually, the harsh reality sank in. We were three exhausted, terrified people in a vast wilderness. We couldn't do this alone. I sided with Chloe, my own hope curdling into a sickening dread. Leaving felt like betrayal, but staying felt like condemning ourselves, and it wasn't bringing Sarah back. The hike out to the Forest Service Road, and then miles further down it to where Chloe remembered getting a bar of service earlier, was agony. Every step felt heavy wrong. The woods seemed to watch us go, silent and knowing. When Chloe finally got a weak signal and made the call, her voice cracking as she tried to explain to a disbelieving 900 911 operator that our friend had vanished into thin air from a remote campsite near Hanging Rock. It felt utterly unreal. It took time for the park rangers to arrive. We huddled by the side of the dusty road, numb and shivering, replaying the night over and over in our minds. When the official truck finally pulled up, followed by another, the sight of uniformed professionals should have been a relief. Instead, it just cemented the nightmare. This was real. This was happening. They separated us immediately, gently but firmly. Took our statements. Ranger Miller, a stern-looking woman with weathered features, interviewed me. I told her everything exactly as it happened. Sarah needing to pee, walking towards the trees, the flashlight beam, the way it just vanished. I emphasized that part, the unnaturalness of it. She listened patiently, her face unreadable, jotting notes. Did Sarah seem upset? Did we argue? Was she drinking heavily? Any history of sleepwalking? Any medical conditions? The questions felt like tiny barbs, probing for a rational explanation that I knew didn't exist. I saw the other rangers talking to Liam, who looked utterly broken, and Chloe, who was trying to stay composed but whose hands wouldn't stop shaking. Then the official search began. It was efficient, methodical, and utterly alienating. They established a command post near our campsite. Search teams with GPS units fanned out in grid patterns. A canine unit arrived, the dogs eagerly sniffing Sarah's sleeping bag and pillow before heading towards the tree line. We watched, clinging to a fragile thread of hope. The dogs, at least, would find something. A scent trail, anything. The lead dog handler brought the German Shepherd back after less than an hour, his expression grim. It's strange, he told Ranger Miller, loud enough for us to overhear. She picks up the scent strongly all around the campsite, right up to the edge of the trees where they said she went in. He gestured towards the spot I'd indicated, but then nothing. It just stops. Cold. She flew away. My blood ran cold, flew away, or vanished. Days blurred into a nightmare montage of waiting, hoping, and fearing. We were moved to a nearby motel, told to stay available. More rangers arrived. Volunteers joined the search. They combed the woods meticulously. They checked ravines, dense thickets, waterways. They used drones overhead to scan the canopy. They asked us the same questions again and again. They searched our tents, our car. Not because they suspected us of foul play. There was no evidence of that, no sign of struggle at the campsite, but because they were desperate for any clue, any inconsistency, any lead however small. And they found nothing. Days turned into a week. The search area expanded. Media started showing up. Local news trucks parked down the road. Reporters trying to get comments. Our faces were probably splashed across screens. The tragic story of the missing hiker. But there was no story because there was no trace. No discarded flashlight. No shred of clothing caught on a branch. No blood. No drag marks. No sign of an animal attack. Rangers said a predator would have left some evidence. No indication that she'd simply gotten lost and wandered off. The dogs would have found a trail eventually, even a faint one. The official search was scaled back after 10 days. They hadn't found a single piece of concrete evidence to suggest what had happened to Sarah. It was, Ranger Miller told us with a heavy sigh, One of the most baffling cases she'd ever encountered. They weren't officially closing the case. She assured us it would remain open as a missing person investigation. But the active, large-scale ground search couldn't continue indefinitely without new leads. They offered theories, condolences. Maybe she fell into an undocumented cave or mine shaft, though geological surveys showed none in the immediate area. Maybe she met with foul play from someone else out there, someone who left no trace, unlikely, given the remoteness and lack of any other reports. Maybe she succumbed to the elements so quickly and completely that nothing remained, highly improbable in that time frame without some sign. We were left with nothing but the echoing silence where Sarah used to be. Liam was a wreck, oscillating between rage and catatonic grief. Chloe was withdrawn, her usual pragmatism shattered. And me, I was haunted by the image of that flashlight beam, winking out of existence at the edge of the impenetrable woods. The official search was over, but for us, the nightmare was just solidifying, hardening into a permanent fixture in our lives. Sarah was gone, swallowed whole by the woods, and we had no answers, only the terrifying certainty that something inexplicable and hungry resided in the silence near Hanging Rock. Leaving that place without her felt like leaving a part of my own soul behind, lost in the vast, unknowable darkness. 5 years. It feels like a lifetime and no time at all since we stumbled out of those woods near Hanging Rock, leaving Sarah behind in the suffocating silence. 5 years of carrying this hollow space inside me, a void shaped exactly like my best friend. People say time heals all wounds, but they're wrong. Some wounds don't heal, they fester. They become part of you, scar tissue twisting around your bones, changing the way you move through the world. Returning home after the official search was called off was like stepping onto an alien planet. Everything looked the same, our apartments, the streets we walked, the cafes we frequented, but nothing felt the same. The world had tilted on its axis, and only we seemed to notice. Explaining what happened was impossible. How do you tell your worried parents, your bewildered friends, that Sarah walked into the woods to pee and simply ceased to exist? How do you convey the absolute lack of evidence, the chilling emptiness where clues should have been? You say the words, "She vanished." They found nothing. No tracks, no sign of struggle. People nod, their faces etched with pity and confusion. They try to offer comfort, rationalizations. Maybe an animal, maybe she fell, maybe she just ran away. That last one always felt like a slap in the face. Sarah wouldn't run away. Not from Liam, not from us, not without a word. And certainly not by dissolving into thin air at the edge of a dark forest. But people need explanations, neat little boxes to put tragedies in. Our tragedy refused to fit. The three of us meet. Liam and Chloe clung together initially, united by the shared trauma. We were the only ones who truly understood the unnatural terror of that night. The weight of the unanswered questions. But even that bond began to fray under the strain. Liam was consumed. He quit his job, moved back in with his parents. He became obsessed, spending hours online researching missing persons cases, poring over maps of the Hanging Rock area, reading obscure forums about strange disappearances in national parks. Call me or Chloe at all hours, convinced he'd found a new theory, the hidden cave system the Rangers missed, a little known local legend about people vanishing near the rock formations, whispers of cult activity. Each theory burned bright with desperate hope for a week or two before fizzling out, leaving him deeper in despair. He grew gaunt, haunted. He couldn't look at me or Chloe without seeing Sarah's ghost between us. He blamed us, sometimes subtly, sometimes overtly. Why didn't we stop her? Why didn't we search harder? Mostly, I think, he blamed himself. We drifted apart, the shared grief becoming a wall instead of a bridge. The last I heard, he'd moved across the country, trying to outrun the memories. I don't know if he succeeded. Chloe tried to cope through sheer force of will, throwing herself back into work, into routine. She, the pragmatist, struggled profoundly with the irrationality of it all. She needed answers, logic, cause and effect. Sarah's disappearance defied all of that. For a while, she tried to convince herself, and me, that there had to be a simple, albeit tragic, explanation we were missing. An accident covered by leaves, a swift animal attack, leaving no trace possibilities the Rangers had dismissed, but which offered a sliver of mundane normalcy. But I could see the doubt in her eyes. I think the sheer wrongness of that night seeped into her carefully constructed world, undermining her foundations. We still talk sometimes, but it's strained. There's an invisible barrier, the shared knowledge of something terrifying that we can't explain or forget. We don't talk about Sarah much anymore. It hurts too much. And me, I'm haunted. That's the simplest way to put it. For years, sleep offered no escape. Nightmares replayed Sarah walking towards the trees, the flashlight beam extinguishing, sometimes replaced by other, more grotesque images my subconscious conjured from the depths of fear. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in cold sweat, the silence of my apartment feeling as heavy and menacing as the woods. I became afraid of the dark, needing multiple nightlights. I avoided forests, parks, even dense gardens. The sound of wind rustling leaves could trigger a panic attack. Camping is, of course, unthinkable. It feels like a lifetime ago that I found solace in nature. Now it represents only a vast, hungry emptiness. I did my own research too, quieter than Liam's frantic searching. I read about Hanging Rock's history, hoping for a clue. There were stories, of course, as there are around most dramatic natural landmarks. Native American legends, tales of mysterious lights. Hikers getting lost more easily than seemed plausible. But nothing concrete, nothing that pointed to a pattern of people vanishing without a single trace, swallowed whole at the tree line. I found online forums, threads buried deep in Reddit like this one, where people shared stories of inexplicable disappearances, unsettling encounters in the wilderness, times when the woods felt wrong. It was cold comfort, knowing others had brushed against the inexplicable, but it offered no answers for Sarah. The guilt never really fades. Survivor's guilt, they call it. Why her and not me? But it's more specific than that. Guilt that I didn't question her going so far. Guilt that I didn't get out of the tent and stand watch until she came back. Guilt that I simply lay there, watching her light bob away until it was snuffed out by the darkness. Could I have changed anything? Probably not. But that rational thought doesn't quiet the relentless. What if? That echoes in the quiet moments. Ranger Miller retired a couple of years ago. I called the station once, on the 3rd anniversary, asking if Sarah's case file had ever been updated, if anything new had ever surfaced. The ranger I spoke to was polite but brief. No, nothing. The file remained open, inactive. Just another cold case, another name on a list. To them, maybe. To me, to Liam, to Chloe, it's a wound that never closes. So why am I writing this now, after 5 years of carrying this silence? Maybe Liam's desperate searching wasn't entirely wrong. Maybe putting the story out there, into the digital wilderness, is its own kind of search. Not for Sarah, I harbor no illusions about finding her after all this time. But maybe a search for connection, for validation that the inexplicable does happen. Maybe as a warning. We made a mistake that night. Not just Sarah, walking off alone, all of us. We pushed too far into the wilderness, seeking isolation, complacent in our perceived safety. We treated the woods like a backdrop for our weekend fun, ignoring the ancient power, the vast indifference, the potential for things that exist outside our understanding. We underestimated the darkness. We thought the firelight kept it at bay, but it was always there, pressing in, watching, waiting. If you go camping, especially somewhere remote, somewhere wild, be careful. Stay close to the firelight. Don't underestimate the darkness, or how quickly it can swallow you whole. Don't assume you understand the place you're in, because sometimes the woods are hungry. Sometimes people walk towards the trees and simply don't come back, and you're left like me, 5 years later, still staring into the darkness, haunted by the silence where a flashlight beam used to be, knowing that whatever took Sarah is still out there, hidden in the vast, uncaring wilderness. And there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Call me Jacob. That's not my real name, obviously. After what happened, Anonymity feels less like a choice and more like a necessary shield. My therapist says writing it down might help process the lingering effects. She suggested a journal, but somehow throwing this out into the digital void feels more fitting. Maybe someone else has seen something similar. Maybe I'm just screaming into the wind. Either way, I need to get this out of my head before it hollows me out completely. This happened last fall, late October, when the Blue Ridge Mountains around Grandfather Mountain are less a riot of color and more a tapestry of dying embers, golds, deep reds, and the skeletal gray of branches preparing for winter. My younger brother, Mason, and I have been hiking those trails since we were kids. Our dad used to drag us out every weekend, rain or shine, instilling in us a deep love for the wilderness, but also a healthy respect for its dangers. Or so I thought. Mason inherited the love, but maybe skipped a few lessons on the respect part. He's always been the more impulsive one, the boundary pusher. Where I see a trail closed, sign and think, okay, turn back. Mason sees a suggestion, maybe even a challenge. He's got this restless energy, always needing to see what's over the next ridge, what's hidden behind the waterfall, what's down the path less traveled. Usually it leads to stunning views or hidden swimming holes. This time it led us somewhere else entirely. Somewhere dark. We were planning a strenuous loop hike on the eastern side of Grandfather Mountain. Not the main park section with the mile, high swinging bridge and the tourist crowds, but the more rugged, less maintained trails that spiderweb through the Pisgah National Forest lands bordering it. We're experienced hikers equipped with GPS, maps, extra layers, food, water, the whole 9 yards. We weren't novices stumbling blindly into the woods. That's important. We knew better. The air that morning was crisp, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight slanted through the canopy, dappling the forest floor. It was beautiful, almost achingly so. The kind of day that makes you feel alive, connected to something bigger. We made good time, boots crunching rhythmically on the path, the easy banter of brothers filling the spaces between bird calls. We talked about football, worked the usual stuff. Normalcy. Looking back, it feels like the world was holding its breath, waiting. Around midday, we stopped for lunch near a stream cascading over moss-covered boulders. The water was numbingly cold, tasting faintly of minerals. As we were packing up, Mason pointed away from the trail deeper into the woods. "Hey, Jake," he said, his voice hushed with that familiar note of discovery that always preceded him doing something slightly reckless. "Look at that game trail. Looks well used. Wonder where it goes." I followed his gaze. It wasn't much, just a faint parting in the underbrush, a slightly tamped. Down path distinct from the random scatter of leaves elsewhere. Deer, probably. Maybe a bear heading towards a den. "Know where we need to go, Mace?" Said, shouldering my pack. "Stick to the trail. We've still got a few miles to cover." "Come on." He wheedled, already stepping off the marked path. Just a quick look. 5 minutes. What if it leads to an old homestead? Or a hidden waterfall? He grinned, that same adventurous spark in his eyes I'd seen since we were kids building forts in the woods behind our house. Against my better judgment, the ingrained caution warring with years of enabling my brother's curiosity, I sighed. 5 minutes. Exactly 5 minutes. And we keep the main trail in sight. Famous last words, right? The forest changed almost immediately as we pushed deeper. The relatively open understory near the marked trail gave way to dense thickets of rhododendron, rhodo-hells, as hikers call them, their waxy leaves scratching at our clothes and faces. The ground became uneven, hidden roots and rocks threatening to twist an ankle. The sounds shifted, too. The cheerful chatter of birds seemed further away, replaced by an unnerving quiet, broken only by the rustle of our own passage and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. That feeling of connection I'd had earlier morphed into something else, a sense of intrusion. Like we'd stepped off the welcome mat and into someone's private, wilder home. The faint game trail Mason had spotted meandered, sometimes disappearing altogether before reappearing a few yards ahead. We weren't making good time, and the promised 5 minutes stretched into 10, then 15. I was getting annoyed, ready to call it quits and chew Mason out for dragging us into this tangled mess. "Okay, Mace, that's it," I said, trying to push aside a particularly stubborn branch. "This is stupid. We're heading back."
Wait!
Look.
His voice was different this time. Not excited, but hushed. Almost awed, but with an undercurrent of something else. Your knees. I pushed through the last screen of leaves and saw what he was looking at. Tucked against a low, mossy outcrop of rock, almost completely swallowed by overgrown mountain laurel and ferns, was an opening. It wasn't large, maybe 3 feet high and a couple feet wide, a dark slash against the gray stone. It didn't look natural, not entirely. The edges seemed too defined in places, though heavily weathered. But what really struck me was the stillness around him. No insects buzzed nearby. No fallen leaves seemed to have blown into the entrance. It was just a void. A draft of cool, damp air breathed out from the opening, carrying a smell that was different from the surrounding forest floor, deeper, earthier, with a faint, metallic tang underneath, like old blood or rust, a cave. Mason whispered, his earlier bravado gone. He took a tentative step closer. "No way," I said immediately, a prickle of alarm running down my spine. This felt wrong, deeply wrong. We are not going in there. We don't know how stable it is. What's inside? No gear, no experience. Bad idea, Mace. Seriously. He hesitated, looking from the dark opening back to me. I could see the conflict in his eyes, but the pull of the unknown, the lure that had always driven him, was too strong. Just a peek inside. We'll use our headlamps. See if it opens up. We stick our heads in, shine the light, and that's it. I conceded, already regretting it. My internal alarm bells were screaming. This wasn't just off trail. This felt like crossing a threshold we shouldn't. We fumbled with our headlamps, the sudden click and beam of light seeming offensively loud in the heavy silence. Crouching down, Mason went first, shining his powerful beam into the darkness. I was right behind him, my own light sweeping past his shoulder. The entrance was narrow, barely more than a crawl space for the first few feet. Then, unexpectedly, it opened up, not into a vast cavern, but into a small, roughly circular chamber, maybe 15 feet across. The air was thick, heavy, and cold. The smell was stronger here, damp stone, that metallic undertone, and something else dusty, like decaying cloth or dried out hides. Our beams danced across the walls, and that's when the hair on my arms stood straight up. The walls weren't smooth rock. They were covered in paintings. Crude, primitive markings made with charcoal and some kind of reddish, brown pigment that looked disturbingly like dried blood. These weren't the elegant petroglyphs you sometimes see attributed to Native American tribes in the region. These were older, rawer, more disturbing. They depicted figures. Tall, unnaturally thin figures with elongated limbs and heads that seemed too small for their bodies. They were rendered as shadowy silhouettes, lacking detail, but radiating a sense of predatory menace. And they were hunting people. Smaller, cruder figures, clearly human, were shown fleeing, being caught, being dragged away by these towering, shadowy things, dragged towards darker patches on the cave walls that seemed to represent deeper tunnels or simply oblivion. The scenes were chaotic, violent, filled with a palpable terror that transcended the crude artistry. Jesus Christ. Mason breathed, his voice tight. His light trembled slightly. My beam drifted from the horrifying murals down towards the center of the chamber. And that's when the nausea hit me, a sudden, violent wave that made my stomach clench. Lying directly in the middle of the packed earth floor was a pile of bones. Small animal bones, mostly squirrels, rabbits, birds, maybe. But they weren't just dumped there. They were arranged, deliberately, in a tight, intricate spiral pattern. It looked ritualistic, sacrificial. The metallic smell seemed stronger now, catching in the back of my throat. The air felt thin, hard to breathe. Dizziness washed over me, the painted figures on the walls seeming to shift and red in the periphery of my vision. Beside me, Mason gagged, stumbling back a step. "We need to go," I choked out, grabbing his arm. Now, we didn't need telling twice. We scrambled backward, crab walking out of the low entrance as fast as we could, desperate to get out of that suffocating space. We burst back out into the dappled sunlight of the forest, gasping for air, hearts hammering against our ribs. The normal woods felt alien now, tainted by the proximity of that place. We looked at each other, wide-eyed, faces pale. The shared knowledge hung heavy between us. We had stumbled into somewhere old, somewhere wrong, somewhere that felt profoundly evil. This wasn't an old homestead or a hidden waterfall. This felt like a wound in the side of the mountain, festering with ancient nightmares. Discovering that cave wasn't just an intrusion. It felt like pulling the pin on a grenade made of something ancient and hungry. And standing there, breathing the clean autumn air that now seemed thin and fragile, it felt like the countdown had just begun. Finding that place wasn't just a bad decision. It felt like a deadly mistake. The scramble back through the rhododendron hells was frantic, desperate. Every grasping branch felt like a skeletal hand trying to hold us back. Every rustle of leaves behind us sounded like pursuit. We didn't speak, couldn't speak. The only sounds were our ragged breaths, the pounding of our hearts echoing the frantic beat of fear in our ears, and the tearing of fabric as the woods exacted their toll for our trespass. The familiar forest we'd hiked through hours earlier now seemed alien and menacing. Shadows stretched impossibly long, twisting familiar tree trunks into grotesque shapes. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I saw movement, a flicker of something tall and dark darting between the trees just at the edge of my vision. Was it just panic, or was the forest itself watching us flee? Once, I swore I heard a sound carried on the wind, distinct from the sighing of branches, a low, sibilant whisper, like dry leaves skittering over stone, forming syllables I couldn't and didn't want to understand. Mason must have heard something too, because he flinched, his pace quickening even more. We practically fell out of the underbrush and back onto the marked trail, collapsing onto the packed earth, like shipwreck survivors washing ashore. The sight of the familiar trail marker, a simple painted blaze on a tree, offered a flicker of relief, but it was thin, fragile. The woods still surrounded us, still felt heavy with that ancient, violated presence we disturbed. We didn't linger. We practically ran the remaining miles back to the trailhead, pushing ourselves relentlessly, fueled by adrenaline and the primal urge to escape. The silence between us was thick with unspoken terror. What had we seen? What had we felt in that suffocating darkness? Reaching the car felt like breaking the surface, after being held underwater for too long. We threw our packs into the back and scrambled inside, locking the doors immediately, the click echoing unnaturally loud in the sudden metallic enclosure. Sitting there panting, streaked with dirt and scratches, the normalcy of the car's interior, the faint smell of coffee. The stray maps tucked in the door pocket felt jarringly disconnected from the primal fear still vibrating through my veins. The drive down the mountain was mostly silent. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the road, and every dark shape seemed momentarily to take on the elongated, spindly form of the figures from the cave walls. Finally, Mason broke the silence, his voice strained, trying for nonchalance and failing miserably. "Okay," he said, staring fixedly out the windshield. "That was weird. Weird." I shot back, my voice sharper than I intended. "Mace, that wasn't weird. That was wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. Those paintings, that bone spiral, the feeling in there." I trailed off, unable to articulate the depth of the revulsion and dread. "Yeah, okay, wrong," he conceded quickly. Maybe it was some old, forgotten burial site, some strange ritual thing from way back. He was grasping at straws, trying to box the experience into a known category, however disturbing. "Those paintings didn't look like any Native American art I've ever seen," I said, shaking my head. "They felt older and meaner, like something that hunted people." The image flashed in my mind, the shadowy figures, dragging the smaller human shapes into darkness. Mason didn't argue. We drove the rest of the way home in a heavy, anxious silence, the shared experience a tangible entity sitting in the car with us. We agreed not to mention it to anyone. who would believe us? And more importantly, talking about it felt like giving it power, like acknowledging that it might be more than just a creepy cave discovery. That night, sleep was impossible. Every creak of my house settling, every rustle of leaves outside my window, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the images from the cave playing on a loop behind my eyelids. The tall, featureless figures, the spiral of bones, the suffocating darkness. When I did finally drift into an uneasy doze, the nightmares began. I was back in the cave, the air thick and cold. My headlamp beam flickered, threatening to die. The paintings on the wall weren't static anymore. The shadowy figures moved, detaching themselves from the stone, their limbs unfolding like spiders. They turned towards me, their featureless heads fixing on my position. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I could feel the cold radiating from them, a chilling malevolence that seeped into my bones. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, the faint, phantom smell of damp earth and old blood clinging to the air in my bedroom. The next morning I looked like hell. Dark circles under my eyes, jumpy at every unexpected noise. I called Mason. His voice was rough, tired. "You sleep okay?" I asked, trying to sound casual. A short, harsh laugh came down the line. "Sleep?
No, you.
Not really," I admitted. "Nightmares." "Yeah," he said heavily. "Me too." The paintings, they were moving, Jake. A cold dread washed over me. He'd seen it too. The figures. Yeah. Tall, dark things. Coming off the walls. A pause. "And Jakey, last night, I was getting a glass of water. Swear I saw someone standing out by the edge of my yard. Just for a second. Tall. Real tall and thin. Then it was gone. My blood ran cold. He lived miles away from me, even further from Grandfather Mountain." "Are you sure?" "No," he admitted. "Could have been a trick of the light. Sleep deprivation. But it felt real. That conversation solidified it. This wasn't just a shared moment of panic in a creepy cave. Something had latched onto us. The feeling of being watched didn't stop when we left the woods. It followed us home. The unsettling incidents started small, easy to dismiss on their own. A framed picture rattling on the wall for no reason. Lights flickering whenever Mason, and I spoke on the phone about the cave. Doors creaking open or shut when there was no draft. I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye, glimpsing tall, fleeting shadows in reflective surfaces, windows, mirrors, even the dark screen of my computer monitor. Then came the smell, that distinct cave odor, damp earth, musty decay, and the underlying metallic tang. It would appear suddenly, intensely, usually when I was alone, filling my nostrils before vanishing as quickly as it came. It happened in my car, in my office, in my own damn living room. It was a violation, a reminder that the cave's influence wasn't confined to the mountain. Mason experienced similar things. He started finding dead insects, moths, beetles, spiders clustered on his windowsill, sometimes arranged in vague arcs or lines that seemed disturbingly close to a spiral. He complained of scratching sounds coming from his attic late at night, sounds he initially dismissed as squirrels, but which gradually began to sound less animalistic, more deliberate. Driven by a desperate need for answers, I started researching. I spent hours online, digging into Appalachian folklore, local legends, anything related to Grandfather Mountain, caves, or strange entities. I found stories of the Cherokee Nunhi, the spirit people who lived within the mountains, sometimes helpful, sometimes tricksters. I read about Melungeon legends, strange lights, hiker disappearances attributed to disorientation or animal attacks. I even delved into cryptid forums discussing dark watchers or shadow people sightings, but nothing matched. Nothing captured the specific imagery of the cave paintings, the intense feeling of ancient malevolence, the deliberate, ritualistic arrangement of the bones. These figures felt different, older, hungrier. Their anonymity made them even more terrifying. The lack of sleep and constant low-level anxiety started taking a toll. I was irritable, unfocused at work. Mason became withdrawn, sometimes snapping unexpectedly. We argued, the fear curdling into resentment. He blamed me for not stopping him forcefully enough from going off trail. I blamed him for his reckless curiosity, that had led us there in the first place. The shared horror that initially bonded us began to fray our relationship, isolating us further. We were trapped together in a nightmare no one else could see. The breaking point, the moment I knew we hadn't just stumbled upon something bad, but had actively drawn its attention, came about 3 weeks after the hike. I was home alone one evening, trying to distract myself with a movie, though my ears were constantly straining, interpreting every house, settling noise as something sinister. Suddenly, I heard it, a distinct scratching sound. Not the frantic scrabbling of a rodent, but a slow, deliberate scraping. And it wasn't coming from the attic or outside. It sounded like it was coming from inside the wall of my living room. My heart leaped into my throat. I muted the TV, listening intently. Scritch, scrape, scritch, scrape. It went on for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped, leaving a silence that felt heavier and more threatening than the noise itself. I sat frozen, barely breathing, every nerve ending screaming. After several minutes of absolute silence, I forced myself to get up, my legs shaky. I needed water, needed to move. I walked into the kitchen, flicking on the light, and I stopped dead. There, sitting directly in the center of my clean kitchen table, was a small, perfectly formed spiral. It was made of dead, brittle autumn leaves and tiny twigs, intricately arranged just like the bone pile in the cave, only miniaturized. It hadn't been there 5 minutes ago. I was alone in the house. The doors were locked. Something had been in my house. Something had left this message, this symbol, this claim. The countdown wasn't just ticking anymore. Whatever those things were, they knew where I lived, and they could get inside. I stared at the spiral of dead leaves on my kitchen table, my blood turning to ice water. It was small, maybe the size of my palm, yet it felt immense, radiating a chilling significance that rooted me to the spot. The perfect, delicate arrangement mocked the chaos churning in my gut. It wasn't just a message. It was a demonstration. We can reach you. Locks don't matter. Walls don't matter. You are not safe. The scratching sound from the wall echoed in my memory, no longer just a creepy noise, but the sound of something burrowing its way into my reality. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial Mason's number. When he answered, I didn't even say hello. It was inside. I choked out, the words tumbling over each other. It left something on my table. A spiral. Leaves. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end, then silence. Not disbelief, but the heavy silence of dawning shared terror. Okay, Mason said finally, his voice low and strained. Okay, Jacob. Stay put. I'm coming over. When he arrived, pale and grim, faced, the sight of the small, sinister spiral seemed to drain the last bit of color from his face. We didn't touch it. We just stood there, staring, the reality of our situation crashing down on us with suffocating weight. We weren't just haunted by a memory. We were being actively targeted by whatever ancient malevolence resided in that cave. That night, sleep was a forgotten luxury. Fueled by coffee and fear, we tore through every resource we could find. We revisited the folklore websites, dug deeper into obscure local history, archives online, searched for any mention, any fragment that might explain what we were dealing with. We found tantalizingly little. An old, barely legible scanned newspaper article from the 1920s mentioned local whispers of farmers losing livestock near the mountain, blaming hungry shadows that came down in the deep autumn mists, dismissed by the reporter as local superstition fueling moonshine, induced paranoia. Another obscure blog post by a self-proclaimed paranormal researcher mentioned legends of certain caves in the Appalachians being thin places, where something ancient and inimical occasionally bled through, especially if disturbed. Nothing concrete, nothing actionable, just fragments that hinted at vast, unknowable depths of wrongness. The lack of answers was almost worse than a terrifying explanation. It left us adrift, facing something utterly alien and unknown. We talked endlessly, circling the same desperate options. Could we run, move away, change our names? It felt futile. If it could cross miles to leave a message inside my locked house, could anywhere truly be safe? Could we get help? Priest? Police? A paranormal team? We imagined the conversations, the skepticism, the pitying looks. We'd sound insane. Slowly, dreadfully, one option began to feel inevitable, like the only path left, however dangerous. We had started this at the cave. Maybe it had to end there, not end in a fight the thought was ludicrous, like ants challenging a hurricane. But maybe we could undo what we did. Show respect, offer an apology, appease it. It was a desperate, irrational hope born of utter terror, but it was the only straw we had left to grasp. What do you offer an ancient, shadowy entity that seems to feed on fear and trespass? We didn't know. We decided on items that represented our intrusion and our regret. The map we had used that day, the one marking the trail we'd so foolishly abandoned. And something personal, something that carried the weight of our fear. I chose my grandfather's old pocket watch, a tangible link to my past, and Mason offered a worn leather bracelet he'd had since he was a teenager. Symbolic gestures, maybe meaningless, but it was all we could think of. The second trip back to Grandfather Mountain felt nothing like the first. There was no thrill of adventure, only a heavy, sinking dread that sat cold in our stomachs. We went on a weekday, hoping to avoid other hikers. The weather, overcast with a low, gray sky pressing down and a damp wind that whispered through the bare. Branches like voices just out of earshot. The forest felt different this time, not actively hostile, but watchful. The air was unnaturally still, the usual chatter of birds and squirrels absent. Finding the hidden game trail was easier this time, as if the path wanted to be found. Pushing through the rhododendrons felt less like battling nature and more like parting a curtain onto a forbidden stage. When the cave entrance came into view, tucked against the rock face, it seemed darker than before, exhaling a palpable cold that raised goosebumps despite our layers. The metallic tang in the air was stronger, sharper. Crouching down, headlamps on, we forced ourselves towards the opening. Crawling inside felt like willingly entering a tomb. The oppressive silence pressed in, broken only by our own harsh breathing, which echoed unnaturally. The chamber was as we remembered it, but somehow worse. The cold was intense, biting. The smell of decay and old blood seemed to saturate the very rock. Our beams swept across the walls. For a horrifying moment, I thought the painted figures had moved, shifted position. But no, they were the same tall, spindly, radiating that chilling menace. Yet, they seemed sharper, more present, like our fear was giving them substance. We moved quickly, not wanting to linger a second longer than necessary. We reached the center, our lights illuminating the spiral of small animal bones. Its intricate patterns seemed impossibly precise, deeply unsettling. With trembling hands, we placed our offerings beside it, the folded map, the watch, the bracelet. The moment my watch clicked against the packed earth, the atmosphere changed. The temperature plummeted further, making my teeth chatter uncontrollably. An immense pressure built in the small space, making my ears pop, like descending rapidly in an airplane. The air grew thick, heavy, making it hard to draw breath. The shadows cast by our headlamps seemed to deepen, wraith stretching into impossible shapes on the curved walls. The painted figures, they didn't move, not really, but the darkness composing them seemed to churn, to deepen, becoming absolute voids that threatened to swallow the light. Then we heard it. A sound from deeper within the cave, beyond the reach of our beams. Not a whisper this time, but a low, grating noise, like immense stones shifting against each other, or like something vast, coiled tightly in the darkness for centuries, slowly beginning to unfurl. That was it. Primal terror took over. We didn't need to speak. We scrambled backward, desperate, kicking up dirt, banging against the low entrance as we clawed our way out. We burst back into the gray daylight, gasping, collapsing onto the damp leaves, hearts trying to beat their way out of our chests. We looked back at the dark opening, expecting something. But there was nothing. Only the cold air, the oppressive silence. The feeling of being watched wasn't the frantic pursuit of the first time. It was a cold, ancient, indifferent awareness. Like we were microscopic insects briefly noticed, then dismissed. The hike back was a blur of adrenaline and residual fear. The forest remained still, watchful, but the intense pressure had lifted slightly. Did it work? Did our pathetic offerings appease it? Or did it simply recognize our terror, our submission, and lose interest? We didn't know. We still don't. Weeks turned into months. The overt phenomena ceased. No more spirals appeared. The scratching sounds stopped. The phantom smells faded. Mason and I tried to piece our lives back together. We talk, but the easy camaraderie we once shared is gone, replaced by a fragile understanding forged in shared trauma. He's quieter now, the impulsive spark in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a permanent wariness. He moved out of state last spring. He said he needed a change of scenery, but we both knew he was trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and that mountain. As for me, I still live here, but I don't hike near Grandfather Mountain anymore. I avoid the woods, especially off-trail. The fear hasn't disappeared, it's just changed. It's a low hum beneath the surface of everyday life. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I can still feel that oppressive cold, that ancient weight. Shadows in the corner of my eye sometimes seem too tall, too thin. Nightmares still visit occasionally, less frequent but more profound, filled not with distinct figures but with a crushing sense of vast, indifferent, ancient darkness. Discovering that cave was a deadly mistake. It didn't claim our lives in the physical sense, but it took something from us. It infected us with a fear that has become part of our bones, a constant reminder of things that sleep beneath the surface of the world, things that should never, ever be disturbed. I wrote this down like my therapist suggested. Maybe it helps. Or maybe it's just a warning, thrown into the void, stick to the marked trails. Some doors are hidden for a reason. Some things, once woken, never truly go back to sleep. And their silence can be as terrifying as their presence. My name is Sophia. Most people call me Soph. This happened a few years back when I was 19. It's taken me this long to even want to type it out, partly because I still don't understand it, and partly because revisiting it makes my skin crawl in a way that nothing else ever has. You know that feeling deep in your gut, that primal wrongness you sometimes get, the one your logical brain tries to immediately slap down with explanations about shadows or tiredness or nerves. Yeah, I learned the hard way that sometimes that feeling is the only thing worth listening to. Sometimes ignoring it is the worst decision you can possibly make. Our family tradition, for better or worse, was camping. My dad, bless his enthusiastic heart, was Mr. Outdoors. He grew up camping and hiking and genuinely believed there was no better way to bond than by swatting mosquitoes together and pretending instant coffee tasted good. Mom tolerated it, mostly for Dad's sake, and my younger brother Kevin, who was 14 at the time, was usually more interested in whatever handheld game he'd managed to sneak along. Me. I was ambivalent. I liked nature, sure. I liked the smell of pine trees and the sound of a crackling fire. But I also really liked hot showers and beds without lumps that felt suspiciously like rocks digging into your kidneys. That summer, Dad announced the Pies see Deer RA Assistance, a week-long trip to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. He'd booked a spot in one of the more remote campgrounds Epmont, I think it was, or maybe Cades Cove. The name blurs now, maybe deliberately. What I remember clearly is the drive deep into the park, the winding roads getting narrower, the trees pressing in closer on either side, sunlight struggling to pierce the thick canopy overhead. It was beautiful undeniably. Majestic ancient trees draped in moss, little streams bubbling over smooth gray stones, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and vegetation. But even then, pulling into the designated camping loop, something felt heavy. It wasn't just the humidity, though that was definitely a factor. It was a stillness, an expectant quiet that felt different from the usual forest buzz. The birdsong seemed muted, distant. There weren't many other campers around our specific section, maybe 2 or 3 other tents visible through the trees, far enough away that we couldn't really hear them. Our spot was tucked back, bordered on 3 sides by dense woods that looked like they hadn't been disturbed in centuries. Isn't this great? Dad beamed, already wrestling the massive family tent out of the car roof carrier. Real wilderness. Mom gave a tight smile. It's secluded, honey. Kevin just grunted and immediately started trying to find a signal on his phone, a predictably futile effort. I tried to shake off the unease. It was just the long drive, I told myself. Maybe I was just hungry. We set up camp, the familiar routine of unfolding chairs, laying out sleeping bags, Dad struggling with tent poles while trying to maintain his cheerful facade. I helped Mom unpack the cooler, the mundane tasks momentarily grounding me. But every time I glanced towards the tree line, that feeling returned. A prickle on the back of my neck, like unseen eyes were tracking my movements. I'd scan the dense undergrowth, the shadowed spaces between the thick trunks, looking for deer or squirrels or anything, really. But I never saw anything, just trees, leaves, and shadows that seemed a little too deep, a little too still. Dinner was hot dogs and beans, cooked over the fire Dad painstakingly built. Standard camping fare. As dusk began to settle, the woods transformed. The fading light played tricks, turning familiar shapes into looming figures. The air grew cooler, carrying the scent of wood smoke and something else, something earthy and wild, but sharper, almost metallic. I huddled closer to the fire, pulling my hoodie tight, even though it wasn't truly cold yet. Dad launched into one of his campfire stories, usually some embellished tale from his own youth involving bears that were probably just raccoons, or getting lost for what he claimed was hours but was likely 20 minutes. Mom listened patiently. Kevin zoned out, poking the fire with a stick. I tried to focus on Dad's voice, on the comforting crackle and pop of the flames, but my gaze kept drifting back to the impenetrable wall of darkness surrounding our little island of light. That feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a general unease anymore. It felt specific, directed, like something or somethings were out there deliberately observing us. I kept scanning the perimeter where the firelight gave way to absolute blackness. Once, I thought I saw a flicker of movement, low to the ground, just beyond the reach of the light. A raccoon, a possum, probably. But my heart hammered against my ribs anyway.
You okay, soft?
Mom asked, noticing my distraction. You seem jumpy. I'm fine. I mumbled, forcing a smile. Just tired, I guess. What was I going to say? I think the trees are spying on us. They'd laugh, tell me I was letting my imagination run wild. Dad would probably make a joke about Bigfoot. Later, as we were getting ready for bed, the sounds of the forest seemed to change. The usual chirps and rustles faded, replaced by an almost profound silence. It wasn't peaceful, it was heavy charged, like the world was holding its breath. Even Dad seemed to notice, his usual boisterousness quieting as he zipped up the tent flap. Gus, the critters are turning in early tonight, he said, a little too casually. We had 2 tents. My parents were in the large family one, and Kevin and I were sharing a smaller dome tent pitched a few yards away. Kevin was asleep practically before his head hit the inflatable pillow, emitting soft snores almost immediately. Lucky him. I lay there in the darkness, wrapped in my sleeping bag, listening to Kevin's breathing, to the distant hoot of an owl, one of the few sounds that broke the silence, and to the frantic thumping of my own heart. The thin nylon walls of the tent suddenly felt hopelessly inadequate, like tissue paper against the vast, dark unknown just outside. I couldn't shake the feeling. It was stronger now than ever, concentrated. Not just a vague sense of being observed, but a tangible pressure, like dozens of eyes focused directly on our tent. My tent. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to will myself to sleep, telling myself it was the unfamiliar surroundings, the power of suggestion, anything but reality. But sleep wouldn't come. Every tiny sound of twig snapping somewhere far off, the whisper of wind through the highest branches made me jump. After what felt like hours, lying rigid in the dark, I couldn't stand it anymore. The feeling was suffocating. I had to see. I had to prove to myself that there was nothing there, that it was all in my head. Slowly, carefully, trying not to rustle the sleeping bag or wake Kevin, I shifted position until I could peer through the fine mesh of the tent window on my side. the side facing the deepest part of the woods, away from my parents' tent and the dying embers of the fire. At first, I saw exactly what I expected to see: nothing. Just impenetrable darkness, the faint silhouettes of the nearest tree trunks barely distinguishable against the black. My eyes strained, trying to adjust, scanning the uniform void. Relief began to wash over me. See, nothing. Just nerves, just the dark playing tricks. And then I saw them. Not one pair. Dozens. Faint, pale yellow pinpricks of light hovering in the blackness. They weren't moving, just hanging there. Like tiny, malevolent moons. And they weren't low to the ground, like a deer's eyes caught in a headlight, or the scattered gleam of raccoons or foxes. They were higher. Too high. Some seemed level with where my own eyes would be if I were standing. Others were significantly higher, scattered through the trees at heights that made no sense for any animal I knew of. 10 feet, 12 feet, maybe more. They blinked. Slowly. Not all at once, but independently, like lazy, predatory eyes opening and closing. Dozens of pairs spread out through the darkness, some partially obscured by branches, others clear and sharp, all focused intently, unwaveringly on our campsite, on our tents, on me. My breath caught in my throat. Every rational explanation evaporated. This wasn't shadows, wasn't tiredness, wasn't imagination. This was real, and it was terrifyingly, fundamentally wrong. I wasn't looking at the woods. I was looking at them, and they were looking back. The weight I'd felt all day suddenly had a source. It was the weight of their gaze. The air in the tent felt thick, unbreathable. I stayed frozen, peering through the mesh, my heart trying to pound its way out of my chest. They just watched, unmoving except for that slow, chilling blink. And I knew with a certainty that bypassed all logic that we were utterly, terrifyingly exposed. I remained absolutely motionless. Crouched by the mesh window, my breath locked somewhere in my chest. It felt like if I moved, even blinked too loudly, their attention would somehow sharpen, transition from passive observation to something else. Something worse. My mind frantically tried to process what I was seeing, grasping at straws, searching for any shred of logic to cling to. Bioluminescent fungus, weird atmospheric phenomena, a bizarre reflection of starlight off wet leaves, but none of it fit. Fungus doesn't blink. Atmospheric lights don't hold positions relative to trees, high off the ground, in dozens of distinct pairs. And reflections wouldn't feel like this. They wouldn't radiate that cold, calculating intelligence, that feeling of ancient, patient hunger. The eyes. Pale yellow, almost phosphorescent in the absolute dark. They weren't bright like headlights, more like embers, but cold embers. And they were definitely, undeniably eyes. The slow, unsynchronized blinking was the most horrifying part. It lent them a semblance of life, of deliberate consciousness. It wasn't random. It felt like they were individually assessing, observing, thinking. And the height, my brain kept snagging on the height. 10, 12, 15 feet up. Perched impossibly high in the branches, or maybe whatever they belonged to was just that tall. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. How long did I stay there? Frozen? Minutes, an hour. Time seemed to warp, stretching and compressing. Kevin's soft snores beside me were a bizarre counterpoint to the silent, terrifying vigil happening just outside the thin nylon wall. Part of me desperately wanted to shake him awake, to hiss his name, to have another witness, someone to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. But a stronger, more primal instinct kept me silent. What good would it do? He'd probably make noise, thrash around, maybe even scream. And what if that noise provoked them? What if our panicked floundering was exactly the kind of trigger they were waiting for? The thought of drawing that focused attention, of turning those dozens of pairs of passively watching eyes into something active and predatory, was paralyzing. What about my parents? Their tent was maybe 20 feet away. Should I try to signal them? A quiet call. Throw something at their tent. Again, the fear of provoking the watchers held me back, and the fear of not being believed. If I somehow managed to whisper loud enough for Dad to hear, and he unzipped his tent, flashlight beam cutting through the dark, would the eyes still be there? Or would they vanish, leaving me looking like a hysterical teenager. Worse, what if they didn't vanish? What if Dad's sudden appearance and light triggered a reaction? I imagined the chaos, the screaming, the sheer helplessness. No, staying still, staying quiet, felt like the only option. A terrible, inadequate option, but the only one I could force myself to take. So I watched them. My eyes burned from staring into the darkness, trying to make out shapes beyond the faint yellow glows. Were their bodies attached to those eyes? Forms lurking in the deep shadows between the trees. Sometimes I thought I could almost discern a flicker of movement, a shifting of deeper black against black below a pair of eyes. A slight sway, perhaps. The suggestion of immense height, of something impossibly thin and tall standing sentinel among the ancient trunks. But it was fleeting, uncertain. Maybe it was just my overtired eyes playing tricks, trying to impose form onto the formless. Or maybe it wasn't. The ambiguity was almost worse than seeing something clearly defined. The silence persisted. The unnatural, heavy silence I'd noticed earlier. No crickets, no frogs, no rustling of small animals in the undergrowth. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath along with me. The only sounds were Kevin's breathing, the frantic pulse drumming in my own ears, and occasionally, the impossibly soft thump of something heavy landing on soft earth far out in the woods. Or maybe I imagined that too. My hearing felt preternaturally sharp, amplifying every tiny sound, real or imagined, into something potentially monstrous. And the feeling, oh God, the feeling. It intensified minute by agonizing minute. It wasn't just being watched anymore. It was being sized up, assessed. Like a predator calmly observing prey, waiting for the right moment, judging weaknesses. That primal fear, the one humans supposedly evolved past, but clearly haven't, gripped me completely. I felt small, fragile, edible. Every instinct screamed DanGRFLE, but my body wouldn't obey. I was trapped in a predator's gaze, pinned like an insect under a microscope. Once, a pair of eyes blinked out and didn't immediately reappear. Panic flared. Where did it go? Was it moving? Then, slowly, they faded back in the exact same spot, like a slow, deliberate blink lasting maybe 10 seconds. Why? Was it a signal? Or just another inexplicable aspect of their alien nature? Another time, I swear I heard something else. Not a thump, but a low, guttural click. Almost like rocks gently tapping together, but with a wet, organic quality to it. It was faint, seemingly coming from the direction of the highest concentration of eyes. Was it some kind of communication? Or just another random forest sound my terrified brain twisted into something sinister? I couldn't be sure. All I knew was that every uncertain sound, every flicker of perceived movement, every slow blink from those dozens of yellow eyes ratcheted up the terror. I started praying. Not formally, just frantic, silent pleas repeating in my head. Please go away. Please let it be morning. Please don't let them hurt us. It was a child's bargaining in the face of overwhelming, indifferent power. The minutes crawled by like wounded animals. My muscles screamed from holding the same cramped position. My neck ached. Cold sweat trickled down my back despite the warmth of the sleeping bag. I didn't dare look away from the mesh window for more than a second. Terrified the eyes might vanish if I did, proving I was crazy. Or terrified they might suddenly be right there, pressed against the tent if I looked away. Then, finally, impossibly, after an eternity spent staring into the yellow, eyed abyss, I noticed a subtle shift. The absolute blackness of the sky above the tree line began to soften, almost imperceptibly, into the deepest shade of indigo. The first, faintest hint of pre-dawn light was filtering through the atmosphere. My heart leaped with a desperate hope so intense it was painful. Morning. It had to be coming. I kept my eyes glued to the watchers. How would they react to the approaching light? Would they scatter? Fade? Attack? As the sky continued its slow transformation, turning from indigo to a bruised purple, the yellow eyes seemed less distinct. Their faint glow began to diminish, as if the encroaching daylight was somehow diluting their intensity. They didn't move, didn't retreat into the trees. They just faded, like embers slowly cooling and extinguishing. Pair by pair, they blinked out, not slowly now, but simply vanishing from sight over the course of maybe 10 or 15 minutes. The highest ones went first, then the ones lower down, until finally, the last pair, the ones that had felt closest, winked out of existence, and the woods were just woods again, dark, shadowed, but empty. The oppressive weight lifted, suddenly and completely. The silence broke, tentatively at first, with the distant chirp of an early bird, then another. The normal sounds of the forest began to cautiously reassert themselves. I was still crouched by the window, trembling violently now, the adrenaline dump hitting me hard. The sun wasn't up yet, but the darkness had lost its absolute power. Tears started streaming down my face, silent and hot. They were gone. Whatever they were gone. But the terror remained cold and sharp in my gut. The image of those dozens of high, yellow eyes, blinking slowly in the oppressive dark, was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. Morning was coming, yes, but safety felt like a distant, perhaps unattainable concept. I knew with absolute certainty that we couldn't stay here. We had to leave. Now, the only thought in my head was escape. Pack, go. Don't stop. Don't look back. Don't even make breakfast. The moment the last pair of eyes faded, it was like a spell broke. My limbs unlocked, but the trembling was so violent I could barely control them. The first gray light filtering through the tent mesh wasn't comforting. It just illuminated the flimsy barrier between me and the place where they had been. I needed to move. Now, I turned to my brother, still snoring softly beside me. "Kevin," I whispered, my voice raspy and cracking. Nothing. I reached out a shaky hand and gripped his shoulder, shaking him harder than I meant to. "Kevin, wake up," he mumbled, swatting my hand away. What? Stop it.
Soph, get up. We have to go.
Now, my voice rose, bordering on hysteria. The urgency, the sheer terror radiating off me, finally seemed to penetrate his sleepy haze. He blinked, pushing himself up on his elbows, squinting at me in the dim light. "What's wrong with you?" He asked groggily, but his eyes widened slightly as he took in my state-pale face, wide eyes, shaking uncontrollably.
"No time. I choked out."
"Just get dressed. We're leaving." "Now, Kevin, please!" Something in my voice, maybe the raw panic I couldn't hide, must have convinced him. He didn't argue further, just fumbled for his clothes, casting worried glances at me. I scrambled to pull on my own jeans and sweatshirt over my pajamas, my fingers clumsy and stiff. Every rustle of fabric, every clink of a zipper sounded deafeningly loud. I kept glancing towards the mesh window, half expecting to see those yellow eyes reappear. Even though the sky was getting brighter, Kevin crawled out of the tent, whispering urgently towards our parents' tent. I heard the muffled sound of zippers, confused voices, Dad's low rumble asking what was going on. I burst out of our tent right behind Kevin, not waiting for them. "We have to leave," I said, my voice trembling but loud enough for them to hear clearly. I stood there in the damp morning air, probably looking deranged. "Right now. We have to pack up and leave." Dad emerged from their tent, looking rumpled and annoyed. "So what in the world? It's barely dawn. What's this nonsense?" Mom followed, pulling her fleece jacket tighter around her, her expression shifting from confusion to concern as she saw my face.
"Honey, what happened?"
"Are you all right?" How could I explain? How could I make them understand the soul, deep terror of being watched by dozens of impossible eyes all night? "I can't explain," I stammered, tears welling up again. "But it's not safe here. Something is wrong. Terribly wrong. I felt it all day yesterday and last night. I couldn't bring myself to say it. It sounded too insane. "Please," I begged, looking from Mom's worried face to Dad's skeptical one. "Please, just trust me this once. We need to leave. Don't make breakfast. Don't do anything. Just pack the tents and go." Dad opened his mouth, probably to argue, to rationalize, but Mom put a hand on his arm. She looked straight at me, her gaze searching mine. Maybe she saw the lingering shock, the genuine, unfeigned terror I couldn't mask. Maybe the heavy stillness of the place, the unnatural quiet that still hadn't fully lifted despite the dawn chorus starting up, finally registered with her too. "Okay, Howard," she said softly, but firmly, not taking her eyes off me. "Let's just pack up. We can get breakfast on the road. Dad looked baffled, glancing between me and Mom, but he didn't argue further. Maybe Mom's quiet certainty, combined with my obvious distress, was enough. Or maybe some latent survival instinct deep inside him also sensed the lingering wrongness of the place. Kevin, already spooked by my panic, needed no convincing and started yanking stakes out of the ground with frantic energy. What followed was the fastest, sloppiest camp takedown in the history of our family. Tents were collapsed, poles snapped together carelessly, sleeping bags stuffed hastily into sacks without being rolled. Cooking gear was tossed into bins. Everything was shoved into the back of the SUV with little regard for order. We moved with frantic, jerky motions, casting constant, nervous glances towards the silent, watchful trees that surrounded us on three sides. The woods felt different in the daylight, less overtly menacing, perhaps, but still deeply unsettling. Oppressive, like the sunlight couldn't quite reach the forest floor, leaving pockets of shadow that felt too deep, too cold. Did I see any physical evidence? No footprints, no strange markings near the tent. Maybe a broken branch high up in an oak tree that hadn't seemed broken before. But who notices specific branches? It could have been the wind. There was nothing concrete, nothing I could point to and say, "Look, proof." There was only the suffocating memory of the night and the overwhelming urge to flee. Nobody spoke much. The usual cheerful morning banter was replaced by tense silence, punctuated only by the sounds of our hurried packing and our own ragged breathing. Even Dad worked with a grim, focused intensity, his usual campsite enthusiasm completely gone. Finally, agonizingly, everything was loaded. We practically threw ourselves into the car, slamming the doors shut, the sound echoing unnaturally in the quiet air. Dad started the engine, the roar of it feeling like a defiant shout against the oppressive stillness. He didn't hesitate, putting the car in reverse and maneuvering us out of the campsite and onto the narrow loop road faster than he probably should have. As we drove away, I stared out the back window, watching the campsite recede, half expecting to see movement in the trees, a flash of yellow. But there was nothing, just the dense, indifferent green and gray of the Great Smoky Mountains. Yet, the feeling of being watched didn't entirely leave me until we hit the main park road, wider, brighter, with more signs of civilization. Even then, a shadow lingered. The silence in the car stretched on for miles. Eventually, Mom turned in her seat and looked back at me. "Sophia," she said gently, "are you okay to talk about what happened? What scared you so badly?" I just shook my head, leaning it against the cool glass of the window. "I don't know," I whispered, which was only partly true. I just felt wrong, like we shouldn't be there, like we were trespassing. I couldn't bring myself to tell them about the eyes. Not then. Maybe not ever. It felt too personal, too fragile, too easy to dismiss. And maybe, deep down, I didn't want to taint their memory of the place, even though mine was scarred forever. Dad grunted from the driver's seat. "Well, gut feelings are worth listening to sometimes, I suppose." Place did feel a bit off. It was the closest he ever came to acknowledging it. Kevin just stayed quiet, staring out his own window. We stopped at a generic diner hours later, far away from the park entrance. The bright fluorescent lights, the clatter of cutlery, the smell of frying bacon, it all felt jarringly normal, like we'd stepped back into a different reality. But I couldn't shake the chill. I picked up my pancakes, the memory of those cold, yellow eyes superimposed over everything. We never went back to the Great Smoky Mountains. Dad never suggested it, and none of us ever asked. We still went camping sometimes, but always to more populated campgrounds, places with less isolation, less oppressive wilderness. But it was never the same for me. Every rustle in the leaves at night, every shadow that seemed too deep, brought back a jolt of that primal fear, that feeling of being prey. I still don't know what I saw that night. Were they spirits? Cryptids? Something else entirely? Something ancient and nameless that resides in the deep, undisturbed corners of the world. I've spent hours online, falling down rabbit holes about Appalachian folklore, strange disappearances, lights in the woods, but nothing quite fits the sheer number, the height, the deliberate, watching stillness of those eyes. What I do know is that ignoring that initial gut feeling, that whisper of wrongness when we first arrived, was a terrible mistake. It was a warning I didn't heed. We intruded somewhere we weren't welcome, somewhere watched over by things that don't adhere to the rules of the world we think we know. We were lucky to leave with just the memory. The terror fades mostly, but it never completely disappears. It lives under the surface, a constant reminder that the world is far older, stranger, and sometimes more terrifying than we can comprehend. And sometimes the worst decisions are the ones where you choose logic over instinct, ignoring the chill that crawls up your spine, telling you to turn back. Run.